Chapter 1065, Divine Rank Spirit Medicine Coming into Being. Chapter 1065, Divine Rank Spirit Medicine Coming into Being. G. What's a person like you who's about to die asking so much for? Done talking. The black-clothed person was clearly still standing on the spot when the sound of wind howling arrived with a whistle. Rumble. The ground behind Yi Yuan directly had a large crater smashed out. But as for Yi Yuan, he merged into heaven and earth, his figure vanished. Plussing from sight. Haha. Merging into heaven and earth? Paltry tricks. The black-clothed person gave a cold laugh, his figure disappearing once more. The next instant, a terrifying undulation came from the void. Rumble. Yi Yuan was actually blasted right out of the void by that black-clothed person. My lord! When Ao, Qian Trio saw this scene, each and every one of their faces could not help changing drastically. Sunman gave a cold laugh and said, "You guys had best bother about yourselves first." Seizing this opportunity, Sunman suppressed the three people firmly all at once. Under his divine king domain, Ao Qian Trio's divine king domains were suppressed until it was only left with a very small piece of area. For some time, the three people were surrounded by perils, especially Jiang Taicong and Wu Luo. Their divine king domains were virtually suppressed to the limits already. Their bodies also sustained considerable injuries. Compared to a powerhouse like Sunman, the two of them were still too weak. Yi Yuan had yet to stand up when a black-clothed person arrived before his eyes again instantly. Yi Yuan was startled inwardly and displayed merging into heaven and earth once more. The black-clothed person laughed coldly and smashed Yi Yuan out of the void a second time. Your understanding of the heavenly Tao is too shallow. This degree of merging into heaven and earth doesn't have the least bit of threat to me at all, said the black-clothed person nonchalantly. With these few blows, Yi Yuan's body was almost falling apart. If not for his fleshy body was powerful, he would likely have already been killed at this time. The black-clothed person's strength was unexpectedly powerful. Furthermore, this black-clothed person completely did not utilize a trace of other powers at all up until now. Just relying on the power of the fleshy body, he beat Yi Yuan until he did not have the slightest bit of strength to counterattack. But Yi Yuan did not doubt in the slightest that his understanding of the heavenly Tao was absolutely above his own. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to resolve his merging into heaven and earth move. Up till this present moment, this was Yi Yuan's first time encountering someone who could resolve this move of his. This black-clothed person was too strong. The black-clothed person walked slowly and arrived in front of Yi Yuan. He said coldly, "GG, brat, prepare to die." The black-clothed person suddenly brandished his fist and smashed towards Yi Yuan. This punch had an overwhelming momentum and incredible power. It was as if it could shatter S.P. AC. But right then, a terrifying power came out of Yi Yuan's body. Rumble. The black-clothed person's body flew out backward. However, he was fine. Yi, this is Sacred Dragon Token. Couldn't tell that this brat's fortunes aren't shallow. However, it benefits this seat. Forcefully receiving the Sacred Dragon Token's attack, the black-clothed person actually did not seem to have been affected at all, and still talked in a jovial manner. Yi Yuan's face sunk. The feeling that this guy gave him was just like a great mountain, unable to budge at all. However, the more they exchanged blows, the more certain Yi Yuan was that he had definitely met this guy before somewhere. It was just that the things that the black-clothed person revealed were seriously too little, unable to judge at all. The black-clothed person still wanted to take action. Right then, the depths of the immemorial medicine garden released a blinding light. A terrifying pressure instantly spread throughout the entire immemorial medicine garden. Roar, roar, roar. Those desolate beasts' roaring sounds echoed out everywhere, as if they were frightened, clamoring to scatter in flight. Yi Yuan was just planning on having a great battle with a black-clothed person. He did not think that this black-clothed person actually pulled back himself. Haha. Boy, consider yourself lucky. I'll get down to proper business first. Later, I'll come and claim your little life again. Sun Man, we're going. Done talking, the black-clothed person's figure instantly vanished before Yi Yuan's eyes and sped toward the immemorial medicine garden's depths. Sun Man also repelled the three people with one move, and together with Ji Bingyun, followed the black-clothed person and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing Sun Man and the others withdrawing, Ao Qin Trio also heaved a long sigh in relief. Inclusive of Ao Qin, they were all forcefully hanging in there with a strand of willpower. At this time, the moment the pressure on their bodies eased up, each and every one of them all gasped heavily for air. "My lord, are you all right?" Ao Qin asked. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "I'm fine." You all seized the time to recover essence energy. This immemorial medicine garden doesn't seem to look too good. "My lord, has a divine rank spirit medicine come into being? Such powerful essence energy undulations. Tier 9 spirit medicines can't reach it at all." Jiang Taitsong asked. Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, "Maybe, but I feel that it's likely not some auspicious object instead." When Jiang Taitsong and the rest heard that, their hearts involuntarily turned cold and they started recovering essence energy. This terrifying undulation spread throughout the entire immemorial medicine garden in an instant. Desolate beasts and medicine spirits all seemed to have received a tremendous stimulation, all becoming restless and uneasy. Originally, these desolate beasts and medicine spirits all had their own territories. But currently, they seem to be having a great migration, leaving their territories. Ha ha! The divine rank spirit medicine finally came into being. Obtaining a divine rank spirit medicine, I'll be able to soar to the heavens in one bound and become the divine realm's supreme powerhouse. Wealth is sought in the midst of danger. This is a divine rank spirit medicine. Perhaps I'll be the first person to break through to deity realm in these 100,000 years. Divine rank spirit medicine. It must be a divine rank spirit medicine. This undulation, apart from divine rank spirit medicine, there's absolutely no other possibility. The divine rank spirit medicine is mine. The martial artists that entered the immemorial medicine garden all seemed to be in a crazed state. The allure of a divine rank spirit medicine was seriously too great. In these 100,000 years, deity realm had always been an exceedingly sensitive topic. As long as there were items related to deity realm coming into being, there would definitely be a sanguinary slaughter. This time was no exception as well. How could those martial artists still care about whatever danger, surging over towards the immemorial medicine garden's depths altogether? In an area within the million-year region, Jian Wushuang had a cold smile on his face as he said, "Uncle 13, I said that Ji Qingyun was deliberately scamming us, right? Such a terrifying essence energy undulation. What is it if not a divine rank spirit medicine? Still saying not letting us get involved in the messy situation? Haha, he was probably hoping for one less compet. One tour, right?" But Sword 13's face was slightly hesitant as he said, "You look at those desolate beasts. Each of every one of them seems to be fleeing for their lives. Even those medicine spirits are also all avoiding like the plague." The moment Jian Wushuang heard, he immediately stomped his foot and said, "Sai, Uncle 13, how can divine rank spirit medicines be obtained so easily? Those desolate beasts and medicine spirits, they're dreading the divine rank spirit medicine. That's why they are escaping. But to us martial artists, this might be the only chance to achieve deityhood." Sword 13's entire body trembled. Jian Wushuang's last sentence ultimately still moved him. The temptation of achieving deity realm, no one could resist it. "Go!" Sword 13's face fell as he said this. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed and hurriedly kept up. In a concealed corner of the 500,000-year region, a middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze exuding rays of brilliant light. Finally came into being. This divine rank spirit medicine. Chao Tian, you must obtain it. Similar scenes were currently happening in the immemorial medicine garden. Each and every one of the powerhouses did not take action to contend for those rare spirit medicines. Their target was only this divine, rank spirit medicine. Chapter 1066, Tao Spirit Fruit. Chapter 1066, Tao Spirit Fruit. Due to those desolate beasts and medicine spirits fleeing everywhere, the entire route was actually smooth without any obstruction. These martial artists virtually did not encounter much obstacles and arrived at the immemorial medicine garden's depths. This place already Serpa said the million-year region, and belonged to the deepest area of the immemorial medicine garden. If not for the abnormal activities this time, it was practically impossible for martial artists to reach here. Yi Yuan and his group recovered their strength, and also followed the main force, and entered the region that they had never stepped foot in before. You guys look, that a 500,000-year-old wisteria cord. That's a 300,000-year-old gold antelope wisp. The martial artists all cried out in shock. This stretch of region was filled with extremely old spirit medicines everywhere. These spirit medicines needed to expend tremendous effort in the outer regions before one could run into them, and even lose their lives because of it. But here, they could be seen everywhere. But at this time, they could not be bothered to harvest these spirit medicines at all. Everyone rushed over towards the place where the essence energy undulations were the most intense. They did not wish to fall behind others. Following the people entering deep, the essence energy undulations became increasingly stronger. Some martial artists stuck on the gateway of a realm actually directly broke through cultivation realms under the impact of this surge of essence energy. Such thick essence energy strengthened everyone's belief even more. What came into being this time was definitely a divine rank spirit medicine. Yi Yuan, who was currently walking, furrowed his brows and came to a halt. "What is it, my lord?" Wu Luo asked. "You all help to guard me. My cultivation already can't be suppressed anymore under this surge of essence energy impact," Yi Yuan said. The moment Ao Qian and the rest heard, they could not help being overjoyed. Immediately, everyone found a remote place, and Yi Yuan started breaking through. Yi Yuan had already remained at first-level Dao Profound for a considerable amount of time. Following his concept's comprehension advancing by leaps and bounds, his essence energy had long reached peak first-level Dao Profound already. Being rushed by this surge of violent essence energy, his cultivation realm could not be controlled anymore and was going to break through to second-level Dao Profound. After 2 hours, the Emperor Qi above Yi Yuan's essence energy surged and become over 10 times thicker than before. TSK, His Excellency's second-level Dao Profound. Putting aside concept comprehension, it's not at all inferior to ordinary martial artists' peak initial stage Dao Profound 2. Jiang Taicong said with an emotional sigh. Ao Qian and the rest nodded their heads, deeply feeling the same way too. The Emperor Qi, when Yi Yuan broke through, was incomparably violent. Ordinary third-level Dao Profounds were indeed not as solid as Yi Yuan. Dao Profound realm, one world. The disparity between each minor realm was immensely huge. Even if ordinary martial artists cultivated for several hundred years, they might not be able to break through a minor realm too. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "The cultivation method that Spirit Bristle that fellow gave me probably only had the upper half. If my conjectures are right, the lower half cultivation method might be written with divine inscriptions. That's where the quintessence lies." The Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art. The more Yi Yuan cultivated, the more he felt that it was extensive and profound. At present, he had already reached Dao Profound realm, but Yi Yuan had a feeling of it being still incomplete. Legend said that the Spirit Bristle Divine King only obtained the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art's upper half back then. This rumor was probably not true. Ever since after he comprehended the Medicine G.O.D. Soul Canon, he had an even deeper understanding of divine Dao laws. He dared to confirm that if the Spirit Bristle Divine King only obtained the upper half, There was absolutely no way of achieving that kind of horrifying accomplishments. Ao Qian Trio did not know what kind of existence the spirit bristle divine king was. But Ruan Shuangzhou was perfectly clear. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Ruan Shuangzhou opened his eyes wide and said, What my lord is cultivating is actually the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art? Yi Yuan said with a smile, Back then, I helped that guy refine a mystic gray medicinal pill. He used this cultivation method as remuneration and gifted it to me. Ruan Shuangzhou's eye, ALL, nearly popped out. Using the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art as the reward, how heaven-defying that medicinal pill was. Just using one's behind to think, and one would also know. Shuangzhou, is that whatever spirit bristle divine king very incredible? Jiang Taicong said, very unconvinced. When he became famous, the spirit bristle divine king's reputation was still unknown. Therefore, he completely had not heard of the spirit bristle divine king's great reputation before. More than incredible, this cultivation method that my lord cultivates is known as the divine realm's #2 cultivation method. It's the primary cultivation method of the spirit bristle divine king, ranked 2 among the 10 great divine kings. Would you say it's impressive or not? Ruan Shuangzhou exclaimed with admiration. 10 great divine kings? Is it very impressive? Ao Qian said very disdainfully. But Yi Yuan nodded his head at this time and said, Those like Sun Man are completely inadequate to look at in front of the 10 great divine kings. If I really have to make a comparison, I think Senior Long Tongue Strength should be on the same level as them. As so powerful. With this, Ao Qian was convinced. Ao Qian refused to yield to anyone in this life, and was only convinced by Long Tongue. He knew that even if he was known as the Dragon Clan's #1 powerhouse, the disparity was immense with Long Tongue's strength too. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Not Senior Long Tongue's strength when at the Dragon Clan, but his strength after he met Senior Fong Tian. Ugh, looks like I've got to think of a way to get the lower half of the cultivation method. In his previous life, Yi Yuan did not care about cultivation methods. Even if he received the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, he never thought of cultivating it before either. But this time, Yi Yuan yearned for cultivation methods considerably, especially after witnessing the might of the medicine Ji. D soul cannon. Yi Yuan thirsted for the lower half of the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art even more. You guys look, that is a Tao spirit tree. It's really a Tao spirit tree. I didn't think that inside this immemorial medicine garden, there's actually a Tao spirit tree of the legends. The Tao spirit tree is a divine tree. Legend has it that the Tao spirit tree blooms once every 500,000 years, bears fruit once every 500,000 years, and only matures after another 500,000 years. The Tao spirit fruit, after maturing, it's said that as long as one consumes it, they will be able to affirm their Tao and achieve deityhood. There seems to be a fruit on the tree. Could it be the Tao spirit fruit of the legends? The moment these words came out, the atmosphere immediately became not quite right. A Tao spirit fruit able to immediately corroborate one's Tao and become a deity. This temptation, in an era where one was incapable of becoming a deity, no one could resist it at all. Everyone held their breaths, eyes looking towards the Tao spirit fruit without even blinking. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus several figures finally could not hold back and took off. Russ. H. I. Plussing over towards the Tao spirit tree. These few people's strengths were immensely powerful. The weakest was a divine king realm expert. How could the others be willing to fall behind? Seeing these few people rush towards the Tao spirit fruit, each and every one of them sped over like the wind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several streaks of powerful flames flashed past. Those few divine king experts who were the first to sweep towards the Tao spirit fruit were instantly burned into flying ashes. There's a grand array protecting. This Tao spirit tree has a grand array protecting. Everyone, don't go forward. Someone yelled loudly, but it was already too late. There were several people following close on the heels and could not pull back in time at all, and were similarly burned into nothing by the Grand Array. This Grand Array was too terrifying. Divine King powerhouses actually could not even stir up a single wave inside. At this time, an old man divided the crowd, walked to the front ranks, and said, "This is the ancient divine rank Grand Array, heaven-burning annihilation chaos Grand Array. Everyone, don't act rashly. This array formation, even deity realm powerhouses might not be able to break through." Chapter 1067, Sun Man's Proposal. Chapter 1067, Sun Man's Proposal. The old man's words made everyone fall into despair. An array formation that even deity realm powerhouses could not break. How could they all, these people, possibly crack it? The Tao spirit fruit that could help them break through to the deity realm was placed before their eyes, and they actually could not reach it. Nothing was more tormenting than this. "Master Ding, you're a formation's pathmaster. Can you lead us to break through the Grand Array?" Somebody asked. This old man was none other than precisely the Heavenly Dawn Palace's formation's pathmaster, Ding Zhonghua. After the Heavenly Dawn Palace's people left Yi Yuan and his group, they went all the way deep in. When the essence energy here surged, they also rushed over right away. When Ding Zhonghua saw this Grand Array, he had a look of despair at that time as well. Ding Zhonghua shook his head when he heard that and said, "If divine rank array formations were so easy to crack, what did this old man come to find what Tao spirit fruit for?" Hearing his words, everyone had even more hopeless looks. They all looked at the Tao spirit fruit, overflowing with essence energy, their hearts like being scratched by cats, abnormally itchy and hard to bear. Could it be that we can only watch blankly like this? That is a Tao spirit fruit. Someone said with unwillingness in their heart. This kind of situation, no one would be willing either. Deity realm. This was countless martial artists' lifelong pursuit for 100,000 years. Within easy reach, but while right under their noses, was far away at the horizon. In the crowd, Ao Qian asked Yi Yuan softly, "My lord, is that really a Tao spirit fruit?" Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, "Indeed, exactly the same as a Tao spirit fruit. It's just that I keep feeling that something is not quite right. If this place has a Tao spirit tree, it's impossible that Father didn't bring me over to have a look back then. Moreover, the Medicine King Hall was shut for 20 years, and Sun Man had never appeared before. His sudden appearance this time also makes me feel rather odd. Also, that black-clothed person is definitely not an ordinary person. I keep feeling that I've seen him before somewhere." The Tao Spirit Tree was a heaven and earth spiritual plant. It was born as a divine rank spiritual object and was incomparably rare. If the Tao Spirit plant was sealed inside the heaven-burning annihilation chaos Grand Array, there would not be any danger at all. With Ji Xingyang's strength, he could totally bring him over and experience it. But Ji Xingyang did not. "My lord, could it be that you're thinking too much? A divine rank spirit medicine coming into being, the Medicine King Hall is likely unable to stay calm either, right? Moreover, the Tao spirit fruits undulations that Serpa. SES Tier 9, it shouldn't be fake, right?" Jiang Taitsong said. "Yeah, my lord, this essence energy undulation absolutely Serpa. SES Tier 9. It's also no different from the legendary Tao spirit fruit's aura. Shouldn't have any problem, right?" Ao Qian also said. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "I hope so." Yi Yuan's heart realm breaking through to heaven-man unity, he more or less had some inferences toward many things in the unseen world. He kept feeling that his concern was not groundless. Just as Yi Yuan was wavering hesitantly, Sun Man suddenly rose up into the air and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, since you've already arrived here, how can there be the logic of entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed? This sun has a proposal. I wonder if everyone is willing or not." Sun Man's words immediately aroused everyone's attention. Hearing the meaning in these words, Sun Man had a way of dealing with this divine rank Grand Array. At present, everyone was currently in the midst of despair. Suddenly hearing that there was a way, how could they be unwilling? What method does Hall Master Sun have? Just feel free to say it. Yeah, Hall Master Sunday. The chance to achieve deity realm is right before our eyes. We can't just give up like this, right? These martial artists could not wait to listen to Sun Man's method. Even Ding Zhonghua did not have any means. At this time, there was only making a Hail Mary effort. Sun Man sneered coldly in his heart. Just the likes of you fools also wish to achieve deity realm, but he naturally could not bring it out on the surface. He just slowly said, Master Ding is a formation's path great master, second only to the grand Yin Divine King in the divine realm. Although this grand array is an ancient divine rank grand array, I feel that he should be able to see through where this array formation's vulnerable area lies. Since we can't pass through this array formation, why not everybody joins forces and break this grand array together? We have so many people here, even a divine rank grand array probably can't withstand so many of our attacks too. Following Sun Man saying finish, the crowd burst into an uproar all of a sudden. They felt that Sun Man's proposal was truly brilliant and immediately echoed voices of AS sent. Yeah, we probably have 100,000 martial artists here. If we are of one heart and join forces, the power is extremely terrifying. Perhaps we really can break this grand array. Hall Master Sun's suggestion is really too reliable. 100,000 martial artists, among which even have quite a few Void Mystic Realm powerhouses. I don't believe that it can't break the grand array. Hall Master Sun, how about this? You take command, we'll all listen to you. Sun Man made a hand gesture, making everyone shush, and said in a clear voice, I wonder what are the opinions of the fellow Void Mystic Realms. Ding Zhonghua and Shu Yinqing exchanged a glance, and both nodded their heads. Ding Zhonghua said in a clear voice, This elderly self has no objections. I have no objections. Sword 13 also voiced out. I have no objections either. Yidajiang also spoke up at an appropriate time. His injuries finally recovered a little through a period of recuperating. But his current state was even worse than Shu Yunqing's. No objections. Chao Tianyu, who appeared before everyone's eyes for the first time, also spoke up. Right on the heels of that, one voice after another sounded out. They did not have any objections towards Sun Man's proposal. Counting it, the Void Mystic Realm experts were actually as many as 13 people. Close to half of the people among them did not reveal themselves in front of people after entering the immemorial medicine garden. At present, it seemed like apart from Sun Man's suggestion, there was no other path that could be taken. These Void Mystic powerhouses asked for nothing else. Their only pursuit was the Tao Spirit Fruit. Letting them leave at this point, that was impossible. When the other martial artists heard all of these Void Mystic Realm powerhouses agree, they immediately felt the pressure on their body surmount. Without a doubt, these Void Mystic Realm powerhouses were the strongest compet. 1. Tours for the Tao Spirit Fruit. But the temptation of the Tao Spirit Fruit was seriously too great. They were unable to refuse it all. Furthermore, who knew that they could or could not obtain the Tao Spirit Fruit? Before the Spirit Bristle Divine King acquired the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. Who knew him? Among the martial artists present, there were quite a few Divine King realm experts. There were even many peak Divine King powerhouses. These people were also just a step away from the Void Mystic Realm. How could they be willing to give up on the Tao Spirit Fruit? Quite a few of them already made the decision in their hearts. Once they caught the Tao Spirit Fruit, they would swallow it at all costs. As long as they could escape and find a place to enter close seclusion, when they came out again, they would be able to sweep across the divine realm. This sort of temptation body could resist it. Sun Man nodded his head, very satisfied with these people's replies. But finally, he turned his gaze to Yi Yuan and said coolly, Qin Yun, the others have all agreed. What about you? This sentence drew everyone's gaze toward Yi Yuan. Only then did they recall that Yi Yuan brought along 2 Void Mystic Realm powerhouses. As for Ao Qian, they were still unaware that he had already broken through to Void Mystic. Under everyone's gazes, Yi Yuan mused for a moment, but said coolly, "We withdraw." Chapter 1068. We were wrong. Chapter 1068. We were wrong. The moment Yi Yuan's words came out, everyone burst into an uproar, especially those void, mystic powerhouses. Each and every one of them used inconceivable gazes and looked towards Yi Yuan. Sun Man's expression darkened, and he asked, "Do you know what you're saying?" Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "Bullsh asterisk T. Would I not know what I said?" "Fine. Since you withdraw, this Tao spirit fruit doesn't have your share. If at that time you dare to S. in A. T. C. H. the Tao spirit fruit, then it is becoming public enemies with everybody." Sun Man said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan shrugged indifferently and said, "You guys play yourselves then. Although I very much want to urge everyone to not join in this matter, you definitely wouldn't listen. As for the consequences, shoulder it yourselves." Yi Yuan's words made Sun Man's heart sink. As for the rest, they all used a peculiar expression and looked towards Yi Yuan, because Yi Yuan's words were very odd. This was the one and only chance to break through to deity realm. What kind of consequences could there be? Any more severe consequences? They would also be willing to bear it. Yeah, you want to mislead the Ma. SES with fallacies? The chance for deity realm is within reach. Who's willing to give up this opportunity? Sun Man said with a cold smile. His words reached the bottom of everyone's hearts. Not that Yi Yuan did not wish to stop these people, but because he knew that even if he dissuaded them, it was useless too. There were so many void mystic realm powerhouses here, dissuading with martial strength was even more futile. The chance for deity realm? You probably want to utilize everyone's strength to open this grand array, right? I'm very curious, though, just what the H-E-L is inside here, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. The more Yi Yuan said, the more alarmed Sun Man got. Could it be that this brat knew something? Sun Man's expression darkened, and he said in a clear voice, "Everybody heard that. Ji Qingyun gives up the right to fight for the Tao spirit fruit. Later, if he dares to make a move to T-C-H the Tao spirit fruit, it's becoming public enemies with everyone." Everyone did not speak up, because Qingyun Zi's prestige was too high. But from their expressions, one could also tell that they absolutely did not allow Yi Yuan to encroach on the Tao spirit fruit. After all, he was not willing to put forth strength. Sun Man said again, "Let's say the nasty things first. If the array formation opens, everybody gets the Tao spirit fruit based on your own capabilities. As for who it ends up with, it will depend on each one's good luck." This was also an inherent right to the problem. Everyone was already aware of it. Regarding Yi Yuan's decision, Ao Qian Trio naturally did not dare have any dissent. But looking at the Tao spirit fruit, the four of them were still incomparably hankered after it. "And my lord, do we really not want that Tao spirit fruit?" Jiang Taizong could not resist asking. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Are you guys very moved? All feel that I'm making a big fuss over nothing. Is that so?" Jiang Taizong's expression was ugly, and he said with an obsequious smile, "And my lord, old Jiang doesn't mean that." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "If any of you wish to join in, I won't stop you either. After all, this is the chance to become a deity. If I bar the way, I might appear to be too unreasonable." Jiang Taizong hurriedly waved his hands the moment he heard and said, No, my lord, I was just saying. You just take it as me, old Jiang, letting out a fart." Ao Qian could not watch on anymore and spoke up, "My lord, Taizong." Yi Yuan used a hand gesture to stop Ao Qian and said coolly, "There is little common ground for understanding between people of differing Taos. If anyone among you guys want to contend for that chance to become a deity, you can tell me. I absolutely won't stop it, and can even undo the soul contract. But our fate will come to an end here." Yi Yuan's words made the four people palpitate with fear. His Excellency normally had a kind and pleasant countenance, and rarely restrained them. But this time, he seemed to have really become angry. Done talking, Yi Yuan minded his own business and went to one side and shut his eyes to rest his mind. The four people exchanged glances, their expressions all incomparably ugly. Over there, Ding Zhonghua was already feeling out the weak area of the Grand Array. Everyone was looking at him anxiously, while Ao Qi and the four of them were akin to ants on a hot pan. The time they followed Yi Yuan was not long, but they received tremendous grace from Yi Yuan. They were long dead set on Yi Yuan already. It was just that this time, it concerned becoming a deity. They were really unable to remain composed. That was why they would question Yi Yuan's decision. Haha, he's already giving you guys the cold shoulder. You all are still chasing after him? G-Brat already said that he's willing to undo your soul contracts. This is a chance to achieve deity realm. Do you all want to give up? At this time, Yu Xinping suddenly appeared and said with a laugh. Starting from Yi Yuan saying to give up on the Tao spirit fruit, he had been paying attention to the situation on this side. Seeing that Yi Yuan actually fell out with his subordinates, Yu Xinping was abnormally excited. He saw that Ao Qian and the rest could not make the decision. Hence, he wanted to incite them to betray Yi Yuan. This way, Yi Yuan being all by himself would be much easier to deal with. Those want to kill Yi Yuan here were not one or two people. Without these void mystic realm powerhouses, he would not be far from death as well. It was fine if he did not show up, but with this shooting off his mouth, Jiang Taicong immediately exploded. He pointed at Yu Xinping's nose and cursed. What the H? El. All has it got to do with you here? What has it got to do with you if your father can't become a deity? Your father just doesn't want to become a deity. So what? Worrying over people eating salty carrots. You want to sow discord, is it? When your grandpa Jiang is playing this trick, you were still in your mother's tummy. Get lost for your father. Otherwise, I'll beat you until you look all over the floor for your teeth. Done talking, he did not bother with the dumbfounded and mouth gaping Yu Xinping either, and directly scurried before Yi Yuan and knelt down, slapping himself nonstop as he said viciously, "My lord, it was old Jiang. I who was befuddled. Old Jiang understands that, my lord, you are doing it for our good. In this life, old Jiang isn't going anywhere. I pledge allegiance to my lord for life." Seeing this scene, Yu Xinping opened his mouth wide, with a look of disbelief. This scene's change was seriously too quick. He did not think that this guy was actually really able to resist the temptation of becoming a deity. Right at this time, Oh Qin glared at him fiercely and said icily, "Asked you to get lost, didn't hear? Want your grandpa, Ao, to send you off? Is it?" Yu Xinping did not fear Jiang Taicong, but he was not Ao Qian's match. Seeing Ao Qian about to fly off the handle, he said with an awkward look, G going right now." Seeing Yu Xinping walk far away, Ao Qian trio came before Yu Xinping and directly knelt down. "My lord," Ao Qian was muddled. "My lord, please punies." H. Plus, done talking, he also gave himself 2 tight slaps. Wu Luo and Ruan Shuangzhou also imitated Ao Qian and said, "My lord, please punies." H. Plus, Yi Yuan's gaze swept over the four people's face, his tone somewhat cold as he said, "This is the first time, and also the last time. Everyone says that if you use a man, don't suspect him. If you suspect him, don't use him. To me, this is the case. To you guys, it's similarly like so. Although you all are my servants in name, I've never treated you guys as servants. If you all don't even trust me, then our fate has also come to an end." The four people's hearts turned fearful, and they said in unison, "My lord, we were wrong." Yi Yuan nodded slightly. His tone relaxed a little and said, "Talking about deity realm, I yearn for it more than any of you. But this time, trust me, this Tao spirit fruit definitely has something wrong." Yi Yuan's such firm tone made the four people startled in their hearts. Chapter 1069, 100,000 Martial Artists Breaking the Formation Together. Chapter 1069, 100,000 Martial Artists Breaking the Formation Together. Perk Ding Zhonghua, who is currently studying the heaven-burning annihilation chaos Grand Array, suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood, giving everyone a scare. "Master Ding, are you all right?" Seeing his appearance, there was immediately someone who went up to show great concern. At this very moment, he was everyone's hope. Even if there was a bit of rustling of leaves in the wind, it would affect everyone's hearts. Ding Zhongguo waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. It's just overly exhausting my mind. This divine rank grand array is indeed incomparably profound." This old man comprehended for 3 days and nights, and finally caught a trace of inkling. Hearing Ding Zhongguo say so, everyone all had excited looks. Sun Man came forward and said with clasped hands, "Since Master has some gains, please advise on how to break the formation." Ding Zhongguo slowly nodded his head and said, "I dare not say give advice, but everyone should be of one mind and work together. This heaven-burning annihilation chaos grand array truly seizes the good fortune of heaven and earth. Even among divine rank grand arrays, it should be an immensely powerful existence too. It's just that through the devastation of time, it's already far from before. Otherwise, no matter how many people we have, it's impossible to break it too." Everyone waited for Ding Zhongguo to continue with looks of antic 1p Asian. They were completely unconcerned with how profound the grand array was. They only wanted to know how to break the formation. 3 days of waiting, they were already burning with impatience. Ding Zhongguo continued slowly, "Initially, this grand array is without any weakness to exploit, as if it's chaos, making people having no way of making the first move. But no idea why. There's a nodal point in the southeastern direction that's very weak. When the time comes, everybody must attack this point together. There should be hopes of breaking the formation." When Ding Zhongguo finished talking, the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled up slightly, appearing very disdainful. These 3 days, he had nothing to do and was also observing this grand array the whole time. "My lord, did Master Ding say incorrectly?" Wan Shuangzhou asked softly. Yi Yuan said, "This grand array has clearly sustained heavy damage before and is long a far cry from before already. Although that node in the southeast direction is a weak area, it's one of the array formation's strongest nodal points. Its power is bound to be extremely strong. Even if they can break the array formation, probably over half of the martial artists present will be dead or injured." The words made Ao Qian and the rest feel a chill run down their spines. Over half dead or injured, that was at least 50,000 martial artists. Such terrifying power was simply unheard of. Very clearly, Ding Zhongguo did not see through this point. Yi Yuan's comprehension of this grand array had far surpassed, said Ding Zhongguo. While talking, that side already prepared to break the formation. It was only to see them all rub their fists and wipe their palms, abnormally excited. However, they did not know that the G.O.D. of death had already quietly arrived. Once they broke the formation, the vicinity would definitely become H.E.L. on Earth. The densely packed crowd of martial artists came to that weak node in the southeast direction. Sun Man stood in the air and called out in a clear voice, "Now, everyone, each of you circulates your strongest attacks and await my command. Everybody make a move in unison and attack this nodal point at the same time. We only have one chance. If we can't break the grand array, we'll likely suffer the grand array's backlash immediately. Hence, I hope that everyone doesn't think about holding back strength. Once the others are annihilated by the grand array, you all can forget about getting the Tao Spirit Fruit as well." One had to admit that Sun Man was an expert in stirring up the atmosphere. With him saying so, the expressions on everyone's faces became solemn. Among them, there were clearly quite a number of people harboring the mentality of fists. Plussing in troubled waters. They planned on showing up for the work, but not exerting themselves, saving strength to see the Tao Spirit Fruit at the back. With Sun Man saying so, probably the vast majority of the people would not dare to have this notion anymore. A grand array's backlash was no joke. Those few divine king experts' outcomes previously, everyone already saw it. Sun Man slowly swept a glance over everyone and said coldly, "Now begin." Following Sun Man's order, all of the martial artists each display their strongest martial technique, ACCU, mule-adding power and awaiting release. With over 100,000 martial artists displaying martial techniques at the same time, this spectacle was truly incomparably Estonies. Plusing. Casting one's gaze over, as far as the eye could see, was filled with a dazzling multicolored light, incomparably breathtaking. Everyone was ACCU, mule-adding power and awaiting release. But the essence energy undulations which everyone exuded virtually made people asphyxiated. At this point, it was not just Yi Yuan and his group felt it. Even they themselves felt it too. At this instant, they suddenly had a sort of blind confidence. They felt that this round of collective volley, even deity realm powerhouses would have to nurse a grievance too. They had never felt that they were so powerful before. Release! Sun Man gave a fierce cry. All the martial artists practically fired over towards that grand array's nodal point at the same time. Those who entered the immemorial medicine garden, even the weakest, had phaseless realm strength. This round of collective release was truly unbelievably astounding. One wave after another of incredibly powerful attacks converged to form a terrifying destructive power, blasting on the grand array. That sort of feeling was akin to two armies facing off, 10,000 arrows releasing together, the whole process being incomparably grand. But these martial artists' control over their own attacks, those soldiers could not hold a candle to it. Each attack did not deviate in the slightest. 100,000 attacks landed on that node accurately, giving off a series of rumbling sounds. Rumble. The entire grand array started trembling intensely, especially that nodal point, which actually fragmented apart. When those martial artists saw this situation, each and every one of them was incomparably excited. But in the next instant, their smiles froze on their faces. Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus terrifying fire essence power sprawled out above the grand array, turning into countless streams of light and shooting into the crowd of martial artists. That spectacle was akin to a meteor shower raining down, except the destructive power of these flames were countless times stronger compared to a meteor shower. Arg! Waves of miserable cries sounded over. How could those martial artists still bother with S? N. A. T. C. Hing what Tao spirit fruit? Each and every one of them scattered in all directions, shrill, miserable cries rising one after another. In a blink of an eye, this immemorial medicine garden really became H-E-L, L on Earth. Virtually half of the martial artists were directly burned to death by this raging flame. Yi Yuan hit the mark. Yi Yuan, let me out. Suddenly, a voice came from Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. It was Yi Qing. Ever since after Yi Yuan went to Bright Moon City, he had been in close seclusion in the vast heaven pag. All along. After giving birth to a primordial spirit, Yi Yuan helped him to tidy up his meridians too. This made his cultivation speed became very fast. At present, he was already middle stage tier 9. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he let Yi Qing out. What is it? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Ever since Yi Qing entered the vast heaven pag, he never came out again. But this time, he had a rare show of initiative to request to come out. Yi Qing said, that Tao spirit tree is already dead. I sense a terrifying aura transmitting over from underground. These fools seem to have poked a hole in the sky. Yi Yuan, quickly run. Any slower, and you won't be able to escape anymore. The moment these words came out, the expressions of Ao Qian and the rest all changed drastically. Unfortunately, Yi Yuan's prophecy had come true and hit the mark. This whatever Tao spirit fruit indeed had a problem. Rumble. Right then, within the heaven-burning annihilation chaos grand array, a Ma.S. Civ vine broke out of the earth and slammed onto the grand array from inside. The position it attacked was precisely that vulnerable nodal point. Crack, 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 cracking sounds as if GLA.S. breaking transmitted over. Thin lines of cracks appeared on the grand array. Chapter 1070. Terrifying Holy Mother Devil Flower. Chapter 1070. Terrifying Holy Mother Devil Flower. Ha ha! Holy Mother Devil Flower, you finally see the light of day anew. From this day forth, my fiend race shall rule the divine realm. Ha ha ha! Yi Yuan was just about to cast merging into heaven and earth to leave, when he suddenly heard that black-clothed person he exchanged blows with previously let out a burst of crazed laughter. At this moment, black gas wove around the black-clothed person's body, emitting a shocking power, not the slightest bit weaker compared to void mystic powerhouses. It was not just that black-clothed person, but on the bodies of those Medicine King Hall's martial artists as well. Each and every one of them were swathed in black gas. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's expression could not help changing drastically. He finally recalled who this black-clothed person was. Fiendji. Oh, Di Jialan. This guy actually ganged up together with the Medicine King Hall's people. No, wait. Why would fiendish energy also billow to the skies on the bodies of those Medicine King Hall martial artists? Especially Sun Man. The fiendish energy on his body was not at all inferior to Jialan's either. Yi Yuan's head rumbled and went blank all of a sudden. All of the doubts were suddenly cleared up in this instant. Turns out that the fiend race had long infiltrated into the Medicine King Hall. That was why there was that civ accident back then. Most likely, Ji Kanglin was completely a member of the fiend race. He laid low in the Medicine King Hall. The goal was to be able to take over the position one day. Ji Kanglin was simply an ambitious and savage wolf. The current Medicine King Hall had already been utterly reduced to a den of monsters. Even Sun Man already fell into the demonic path. "My lord, what's with you? Are you all right?" Jiang Taitsong asked concernedly. The current Yi Yuan was trembling from head to toe due to agitation. He never would have thought that the fiend race actually concealed so deeply. As early as several hundred years ago, they were already plotting to devour the Medicine King Hall. If Ji Kanglin was of the fiend race, then everything could be explained. Why he betrayed the Medicine King Hall. The root of all this was because of the fiend race. Moreover, Father Ji Xingyang had also said it back then. Ji Kanglin still had an even stronger faction behind him. Then this faction should be the fiend race. Even if Yi Yuan was impossibly smart, he was also unable to predict that the truth of the matter was actually like this. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath. Forcefully composing himself, he waved his hand and said, "I'm fine, but this devil vine coming into being, the divine realm will likely have a change in rule." No need, Yi Yuan to say. The few people already deeply sensed the might of the devil vine. That surging fiendish energy already gradually overflowed from inside the fragmented grand array. Just this tip of the iceberg practically made people give up all hope already. The Tao spirit tree, originally fluctuating with essence energy, actually directly withered to death at this time, while the Tao spirit fruit immediately disappeared. This was completely a hoax, a scheme. Only then did those martial artists fleeing in any path they could, after swiftly coming to a realization. These 100,000 people, were utterly wrapped around Sun Man's little finger. What Tao spirit tree, Tao spirit fruit, what becoming a deity, it was utter rubbish. Plus this Sun Man really acted out a full play, deceiving everybody. And the only one who saw through Sun Man's play was only Lord Qin Yunzi. However, they shrugged off Lord Qin Yunzi's warning. As expected, it's a scheme. If I'd long known, I should have listened to Lord Qin Yunzi's word and immediately leave this place. The Medicine King Hall has already been thoroughly reduced to the fiend race's lackeys. They deceived all of the people in the divine realm. What the L is that? It's going to break the seal and come out right away. Cue quickly run. At the moment, those martial artists who were lucky to not be burned to death all put a desperate fight, wanting to escape. This devil, Vine, had not come out yet, but they knew that this was not an existence that they were capable of dealing with. Rumble, that holy mother, devil flower, ACCU, Mulat for a long time and gave the Grand Array another great attack. With this, the Grand Array fragmented with a loud bang. The next instant, a terrifying thing happened. The moment the Grand Array broke, countless vines grew crazily from underneath the earth, and they intertwined over towards those martial artists running desperately for their lives. Pucci, a vine directly pieced through a seventh-level Tao profound powerhouse's chest. That martial artist drooped down without any strength in his entire body. Following that, his whole body was shriveling at a speed visible to the naked eye, then was directly absorbed to become a human jerky. Those countless vines rose and covered the skies, enveloping everyone inside in virtually an instant. Those martial artists' fleeing speed was already very fast, but the speed of the vines was even faster than them. As long as they were slightly touched by the vines a little, they would immediately be sucked into a human jerky, looking horrifyingly ghastly. In virtually a blink of an eye, there's a large group of martial artists killed by the vines. These vines are seriously too powerful. Beneath Divine King, there was virtually not much leeway to resist, and they were instantly killed. Those Divine King powerhouses also all exerted themselves to the utmost before barely managing to resist and not letting the vines easily kill them. My lord, seize the chance that vine has not charged over to our side here and quickly run. Ao Chin said, Yes, my lord. This D.A.M. in vine is too powerful. If it's really as you said, the divine realm's great catastrophe has come. Jiang Taitsong said with lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, their group of people was far away. If they were close, it would be hard to avoid a great battle at this time, too. That devil vine seemed to not have noticed the situation over here yet. This made everyone involuntarily heave a sigh in relief. They wanted to escort Yi Yuan away from here, who knew that Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I can't let this thing come into existence. Otherwise, it will likely be even more hopeless for me to want to kill Ji Kanglin. Yi Yuan's words made everyone's hearts thump a bit. No way, right? My lord was. Could he be one to go and clash head-on with that holy mother devil flower? Even void mystic powerhouses were not this holy mother devil flower's match either. You guys look. Everyone looked over in the direction that Yi Yuan pointed at and could not help getting a huge shock. They were drawn by the devil vine's frenzied slaughter earlier and did not notice the situation inside the Grand Array. At this time, on that withered Tao spirit tree, an incomparably beautiful giant flower actually formed. Following the martial artist's blood essence that the devil vine absorbed becoming more and more, this beautiful flower became even more bright-colored and luxuriant. In contrast, that originally incomparably outrageous fiendish energy was actually still in the middle of growing steadily. Ao Qian's expression changed greatly, and he said, It's absorbing martial artist's blood essence to recover strength. This holy mother devil flower, it's definitely in existence, that Serpa. Said the deity realm originally. At this time, the outcome will be too ghastly to imagine. Yi Yuan said, You guys look at that black-clothed person and also Sun Man they all. Their fiendish energy are also growing, especially that black-clothed person. In this short while his fiendish energy already grew by a great deal. Ao Qian's eyes were filled with an expression of shock. That black-clothed person's strength was originally equivalent to late-stage Tao profound martial artist too. In just a short while, he already directly broke through to Divine King realm. Furthermore, his aura was still steadily rising. At this time, the black-clothed person's strength was simply going to be unimaginable. Yi Yuan's expression was calm and uttered words that made everyone shudder with fear. That black-clothed person is called Jialan, Fiend Ji. Oh, Di Jialan. Back then in the boneyard, he broke free and was seriously injured by me. I didn't think that in these few years' time, he actually ran to the Medicine King Hall and found a suitable physical body and recovered to Emperor Realm strength. You look at his expression, it's incomparably respectful toward this holy mother devil flower. That can only mean that this holy mother devil flower's rank is even higher than his. Chapter 1071, Undying Body. Chapter 1071, Undying Body. The few people exchanged a glance, each seeing thick astonishment from the other party's eyes. The information that Yi Yuan's words revealed was too many. Firstly, it was Fiendji. Oh, Di Jialan. Fiendji. Oh, D this term. Only deity realm powerhouses were worthy of possessing. Which was also to say that black-clothed person they be. You. Impedenda previously was actually a deity realm powerhouse. Although Jialan was a far cry from before, deity realm was deity realm. It was the realm that all of the martial artists yearned for. Of course, this was not what shocked them the most. What made them the most shocked was that when Fiendji, Di Jialan came into being, Yi Yuan was actually present. Moreover, he even seriously wounded the Fiendji. Yi Yuan did not break through to Dao Profound Realm for very long too. Then when he encountered Jialan, just what was his cultivation realm at that time? The Yi Yuan, who was inferior, actually defeated the Fiendji. At the latter's own ground. This was too inconceivable. One could imagine that if not for Yi Yuan, the current divine realm would probably long have had a wave of sanguinary slaughter set off already. Because there was that serious injury that time. That was why it made Jialan have no choice but to cease all activities and search for a physical body anew to recover strength again. This delay was several years' time. Except, everyone did not expect that the Medicine King Hall's connection with the Fiend race was actually so deep. If not for the Medicine King Hall, probably Jialan's recovery of strength would still have to postpone several years, even as long as several dozen years. Another thing, this Holy Mother Devil Flower was actually in existence even more terrifying than Fiendji. Di Jialan. What kind of existence was that? They could not imagine it, but it must be very dreadful. The only thing worthy of us rejoicing over is that this Holy Mother Devil Flower's strength is likewise greatly discounted due to being suppressed for too long. It should be incredibly weak right now. If we don't get rid of it at this time, it would likely sow seeds of trouble in the future. Moreover, I feel that it's just like a mother, inoculating fiendish energy. In my view, this Holy Mother Devil Flower should be a very important thing to the Fiend race. We absolutely cannot let it come into being just like that. Yi Yuan said solemnly. But, my lord, even if it's very weak, it's also not what we're able to deal with. You look at those few. Jiang Taitsong said. Everyone looked over but saw that Sword 13 and Shu Yunqing. These void mystic realm powerhouses were all put in a miserable state by the Devil Vine. Furthermore, in pace with the increased and slaughtered martial artists by the Devil Vine, its strength was gradually building up. The more it dragged, the greater the danger those void mystic powerhouses would be in. The weak Holy Mother Devil Flower was also not what they could shake. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "My mind is made up. Don't say any more. In a while, you guys entered the vast heaven pag. I'll dash to the vicinity of its main body with merging into heaven and earth. Everyone listen to my command and attack its main body together." The four people's expressions turned austere, all nodding their heads. Although they were somewhat fearful, they also knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. Not dealing with the Holy Mother Devil Flower today, there would likely not be any more chance in the future. Yi Yuan and Ji Kanglin's score had to be settled sooner or later. If Ji Kanglin got the Holy Mother Devil Flower up the Medicine King Hall, Yi Yuan would virtually have no hope of taking revenge anymore. Moreover, if they let this Holy Mother Devil Flower out, the Divine Realm would definitely be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Whether for the collective or personally, eliminating the Holy Mother Devil Flower was a must. "I'm going too," Yi Qing suddenly said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan was somewhat puzzled. Today's Yi Qing seemed to be rather unusual, but he did not say much either and just nodded his head. Yi Yuan's mind stirred and took everyone into the vast heaven pag. Then directly vanished on the spot. The next instant, he already arrived in the proximity of the giant flower. However, Yi Yuan still underestimated the Holy Mother Devil Flower. His figure had yet to appear when a devil vine suddenly stabbed out diagonally, slamming directly onto the void. Bang! Yi Yuan's figure was actually directly smashed out. His merging into heaven and earth actually lost effectiveness a second time. Attack! Yi Yuan seemed to have been long prepared about this. With a loud cry, he let everyone out. Ao Qian, the 5 people, had long already been ACCU, mulating power and awaiting release, getting ready their attacks. Yi Yuan also took out the sacred dragon token without any hesitation and immediately extracted 10% of his blood essence and a large quant. 1. Tie of divine essence, and poured it into the sacred dragon token. 6 attacks, with overwhelming power blasted over at that beautiful flower. Yi Yuan's sacred dragon token even left people far behind in the dust, drawing a stream of dazzling light in the sky, heading straight for the giant flower. Whoosh! The beautiful flower was naturally unwilling to be captured without putting up a fight. It summoned out countless vines to surround and suppress the 6 people. Bang! 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 The devil vine was incomparably fearsome from beginning to end. Ao Qian, 5 people's attacks were actually directly blocked by the vines. Only Yi Yuan's attack directly tore open a large hole in the devil vine, its power not reducing in the slightest, and headed towards the flower's main body. Right at this time, the fiend Jialan, who had been consolidating fiendish energy all along, suddenly opened his eyes. His figure instantly vanished on the spot, devil flames billowing to the skies. Jialan's figure reached first despite moving later, immediately appearing between the giant flower and the sacred dragon token's attack. At the same time, a violent black-colored flame erupted with him as the center and pounced straight for that attack. Rumble! 2 terrifying attacks collided together. Jialan's figure was instantly blasted until he flew out backward, viciously SMAs. Plussing him deep underground. This attack, Yi Yuan prevailed. But his assault target was the giant flower and not Jialan. This attack was neutralized by Jialan, just like that. In a blink of an eye, vines coiled over towards him crazily. As if enraged by Yi Yuan's attack, vines rose out of the ground one by one and unleashed terrifying attacks at Yi Yuan the 6 people. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest. Operating merging into heaven and earth, he avoided the attacks of those vines. Yi Yuan, send me to the Tao spirit tree here. Yi Qing suddenly yelled out. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised, but did not think too much either. He knew that Yi Qing would not do any meaningless thing at this time. Immediately, without hesitation, Yi Yuan directly put the 5 of them away into the vast heaven pag. Dug in and merged into heaven and earth once more. Rumble! Yi Yuan just thought about approaching the giant flower when he was smashed out of the void by the crazed vines. He was not discouraged and merged into heaven and earth once more, attempting to skirt around those vines. But no matter how he went around, he would always be smashed out from the void by the devil vine. This devil vine's comprehension of laws had clearly far surpa. Said him. Useless brat. The Holy Mother Devil Flower is a heaven and earth spiritual plant. Its comprehension of heavenly Tao laws is far stronger than yours. Your merging into heaven and earth can't even pass through my round. So how can you possibly pass it persistently? A black figure scurried out from underground. It was precisely the fiend Jialan, who was just smashed underground by Yi Yuan. Jialan was still surging with fiendish energy at this time, and actually did not look the least bit injured. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan could not help being slightly surprised too. For the sake of that attack, just now, he extracted away 1/10 of his blood essence and expended a large amount of divine essence. Jialan actually did not sustain any injury. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Jialan was delighted to the extreme and laughed wildly as he said, "Why? Are you very surprised why I'm not hurt? Ha! The sacred dragon token is indeed formidable, but the Holy Mother Devil Flower is the mother of the fiend race. With it around, I'm of the undying body. Therefore, prepare to die." Chapter 1072, Complete Dragon Transformation, Golden Right Claw. Chapter 1072, complete dragon transformation, golden right claw, undying body. Jialan's words made Yi Yuan startled in his heart. He knew that Jialan was not deceiving him. This holy mother devil flower seemed to be able to provide him fiendish energy unceasingly. Yi Yuan knew how terrifying his attack earlier was. Even if Jialan had Divine King Cultivation Realm currently, it was also not possible to be completely unscathed. This was also to say that if he was unable to destroy that flower, he would forever not be able to defeat Jialan. Furthermore, there were still so many devil vines giving him help. Undying body, is it? Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly took out the Star Moon Sword. Limitless Life-Death Sword. The moment the quasi-divine King Domain appeared, even Jialan felt incomparably amazed too. Fine lad, just second-level Dao, profound, and you actually comprehended divine King Domain already. Your talent is truly heaven-defying in this age of declining laws. However, using it to deal with me, still too tender. Shock was only shock. Jialan's present strength was much stronger than Yi Yuan. Jialan was not what trash could compare to. He was once a fiend. Decultivation realm powerhouse. His comprehension of laws was far stronger than ordinary martial artists. He did not avoid the incomparably sharp sword intent in the slightest and directly smashed a punch over towards Yi Yuan. Rumble. After one blow, Yi Yuan's divine king domain was actually struck until it directly crumbled, his figure being sent flying out too. Those vines also seized the opportunity and wanted to capture him, coiling over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared, evading the devil vine's attack ingeniously. What a powerful physical body. Jialan actually only relied on the power of the fleshy body to forcefully scatter Yi Yuan's divine king domain. Once the fiend race obtained a fleshy body, they were truly unbelievably powerful. The current Jialan was more than several times stronger than when at the boneyard. Ha! Boy, your divine king domain is too weak. If you really reach the realm of Void Mystic, I'd really not be your match. But the current you, I can crush you casually. Jialan said insolently. Toward Yi Yuan, Jialan hated to the max in his heart too. If not for Yi Yuan severely wounding him, he would have long already recovered to a considerable strength now, and not reach an extent of making compromises to salvage the situation for the past few years. Being seriously injured by the soul, suppressing Peel that time, he had not recovered his vitality until now as well. Using a trick to let the Holy Mother Devil flower out this time, a very large part of the reason was in order to recover vitality. Now that he ran into Yi Yuan a second time, Jialan would naturally have to overpower properly, so as to give vent to the hatred in his heart. Yi Yuan spat and said with a cold smile, casually cruise. Plussing me, huh? Bring it on. Roar. A shocking dragon roar tore through the horizon. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. The place he was originally standing at, 1,000-foot-long Civ Azure Dragon actually appeared at this time. Different from ordinary Azure Dragons, this Azure Dragon's right claw presented a golden color. Seeing this scene, Jialan's pupils constricted, unbelievably shocked. Complete dragon transformation. This boy actually wants to compete in fleshy body with me. Golden right claw. Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The Civ Azure Dragon spoke human language, its right claw smacking out with a whistle. Immediately, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. An enormous essence energy palm carried the might of heaven and earth, smacking over in the direction where Jialan was standing. After complete dragonification, the power of Yi Yuan's physical body skyrocketed several times. Adding on the late-stage spirit rank, coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm, as well as the golden right claw refined and formed with the primeval dragon bone. The might of this palm was incomparably shocking. This palm could absolutely blow up an ordinary divine king. Jialan's expression changed and suddenly slammed a fist out. Peerlessly violent, fiendish energy headed for that enormous palm incomparably savagely. Evil Fiend, Divine Fist. In the sky, one azure and one black, two terrifying attacks collided together, stirring up an incomparably violent air billow. The 1,000-foot-long azure dragon that Yi Yuan transformed into a struck until he flew out in reverse. But Jia Lan was even more tragic. He was smacked into the ground by Yi Yuan's palm once again. Terrifying essence energy rippled out, directly destroying a large stretch of the devil vines. But with this, it rescued a large group of martial artists. They looked at that incomparably magnificent, huge dragon in the sky, incredibly in awe and veneration in their hearts. 20 years in a blink of an eye. Lord Qin Yunzi is truly remarkable. Now, he's no longer that Qin Yunzi who only knows how to refine pills. Divine King Domain, complete dragon transformation, also that golden right claw. Simply too terrifying. That blow earlier could absolutely blow up an ordinary divine king. Lord Qin Yunzi is truly the only one awake while the world is drunk. To think that we were still afraid of him TC, hing the Tao spirit fruit with us previously. Thinking about it now, really ashamed. Yeah, Lord Qin Yunzi originally could run away, but he chose to stay behind. We can't watch him fight alone. Everyone attack together and exterminate that devil flower. Those martial artists, saved by Yi Yuan, were all incredibly ashamed. Quite a number of people were moved by Yi Yuan and charged over toward the Holy Mother Devil Flower without heed for their lives. Don't! Yi Yuan roared. However, it was already too late. Countless vines extended out from under the ground once more, virtually devouring those martial artists in an instant. At present, of the 100,000 martial artists, those who died were dead. Those injured were down. There were already less than 10% remaining. In this short while, the devil vines already slaughtered several tens of thousands of martial artists and absorbed large quant. 1. Ties of blood essence. And these blood essences were currently regurgitation feeding the Medicine King Hall's martial artists. Up till now, only Jia Lan alone took action, while the Medicine King Hall's martial artists all had not made a move yet. Sword 13, Shu Yinqing, He Dajiang, what are you all still waiting for? Once the devil flower comes into being, none of you can escape. Yi Yuan roared furiously in the air. He knew that these guys had been watching the fire on the opposite SHOR the whole time and did not exert their utmost effort. Void Mystic Realm powerhouses were unlikely to be effortlessly finished off by a few tendrils of the Devil Vine. Being exposed by Yi Yuan like this, the few people knew that they could not carry on feigning any longer. Each and every one of them had a grand display of invincible might and dispersed the vines very quickly. Swoosh! After He Dajiang broke apart the vines, he did not remain but sped straight for the immemorial medicine garden's entrance. He Dajiang, you're shameless. Shu Yongkung cursed, but he had not finished scolding yet when several more figures fled outwards. They were precisely Wu Yuanxiao, Yu Xinping, and the others. At this time, Jia Lan tunneled out from underneath the earth again and still surged with heinous, fiendish energy, without any hints of suffering injuries at all. He looked at the few profiles currently leaving at full speed and said with a cold smile, "Haha, wanna run? You all are also looking down on Lord Holy Mother too much." His voice had yet to fade when intense tremor sounds suddenly came from below the ground. Rumble. Several vines suddenly tunneled out from underground and bound He Dajiang trio up with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder, which left no time for covering ears. But these vines were different from those in front of them. They were all purplish-black color. When Sword 13 and the rest saw this scene, they all turned pale with fright. Turns out that until now, this devil vine hasn't used its full strength yet. Sword 13's expression was very ugly as he muttered, "These purplish-black devil vines should be that Holy Mother Devil Flower's main body. Previously not attacking was because it hasn't broken free from beneath the earth yet. Now that it absorbed so many martial artists' blood essence, Its strength has already recovered too much, Yi Yuan said solemnly. Chapter 1073. Withered Tree Sprouting New Leaves in Spring. Chapter 1073. Withered tree sprouting new leaves in spring, absorbing several tens of thousands of martial artists' blood essence. The devil vine finally revealed its fangs. Hidajiang Trio's bodies were currently shriveling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Void mystic powerhouses of an era actually perished just like that. This scene made everyone suck in a cold breath. Jiao Lan laughed loudly and said, Lord Holy Mother will become more and more powerful after absorbing blood essence. Although the current divine realm's laws don't allow deity realm powerhouses to exist, with their foundation, there isn't any difficulty in reaching half-deity realm. Hence, none of you can escape today. Everyone here today all have to die. Jiao Lan's words made Sword 13 and the rest incomparably horrified. Half-deity realm sounded extraordinary, but they did not know that Yi Yuan knew what half-deity realm was. Back then, Fong Tian and that heavenly fiend Ji D were half-deity realm. Anyone among them was an existence capable of sweeping across the divine realm. If the Holy Mother Devil Flower could reach that kind of existence, forget about them. It was a catastrophe to the entire divine realm too. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, Is that so? Then I'll kill you first. Done talking, Yi Yuan deployed the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm once more, planning to severely injure Jiao Lan again. Jiao Lan laughed loudly and said, It's no use, boy. Your golden right claw is indeed formidable, but no matter how you fight, it's impossible to kill me. Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, We'll only know if I try. When Sword 13, they all saw Hidajiang's miserable state. They could not hold back anymore as well. Sword 13 cried out, Fight it out with them. Exterminate the Medicine King Hall's people first. Sword 13 was the one whose strength was the most intact among all of the void mystic powerhouses right now. He did not hesitate in the slightest before charging towards Sunman. The other void mystic powerhouses knew that there was no way to resolve things today anymore, and also through the last trace of mentality of getting lucky to the back of their minds, all charging over toward the Medicine King Hall that side. The Medicine King Hall's experts were surrounded by a cloud of fiendish energy at this time, appearing very dark and frightening. Seeing Sword 13, they all took action. Sunman laughed coldly and stepped forward wielding his sword. The two groups of people instantly clashed together. What made this group of people astounded was that they all, so many void mystic powerhouses, did not form a one-sided suppression. Those Medicine King Hall's divine king powerhouses, each and every one of their strength was actually not beneath theirs. Especially Sunman. In just the work of a few moves, he forced Sword 13 until he was teetering on his feet, all the way until Shu Yunxing joined the group battle, before both sides barely managed to fight to a draw. As for the others, they could not gain any advantage at all. Furthermore, the purplish-black vines also said those void mystic powerhouses from time to time. These void mystic powerhouses were actually surrounded by peril, while on another side, a violent coiling dragon heaven devastating palm arrived with a howl once more. Jiao Lan was not careless either. It was the evil fiend, Divine Fist again, heading straight for Yi Yuan. Two terrifying attacks, looking as if they were about to collide in the air. But a change suddenly occurred. Yi Yuan carried the horrifying, coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm, and vanished before Jiao Lan's eyes. At virtually the same time, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly appeared in the vicinity of the Holy Mother Devil Flower. At this time, the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was just about to finish ACCU, meal-adding power. Yi Yuan suddenly smacked a palm out. Seeing this scene, Jiao Lan revealed a look of shock. He completely did not think that Yi Yuan actually pulled this trick on him, making use of merging into heaven and earth to ruthlessly play with him. This bit of distance was seriously too near to merging into heaven and earth. Even if his speed was any faster, he could not keep up with Yi Yuan's speed either. He could only watch Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm rumble towards the Holy Mother Devil Flower, helplessly. That Holy Mother Devil Flower clearly had intelligence, but also did not expect Yi Yuan to pull this move. But its reaction was also extremely swift. The instant Yi Yuan merged into heaven and earth, it detected Yi Yuan's intentions. Purplish-black vines rose to the sky, desperately wanting to block off Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. This move of Yi Yuan's directly caught a time lag. From merging into heaven and earth to revealing his body, the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm's palm force already completed. It was just moving places. Rumble. The vines were directly treated as meat cuz. H.I. plus ons for the Holy Mother Devil Flower, being pulverized into shreds by the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. But with this block, the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm did not have much power remaining anymore as well. This bit of attack could not cause the least bit of threat to the Holy Mother Devil Flower at all. Yi Yuan still wanted to attack when another wave of devil vines flew out. Jialan also rushed over already, not giving him any opportunity at all. Helpless, Yi Yuan battled together with Jialan once more. But all the people did not notice that when Yi Yuan unleashed the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm just now, an azure light quietly entered inside the already withered Tao spirit tree under the cover of the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The attack this time, Yi Yuan had long predicted that he would return without a complete H.I. plusing anything. His true objective was in order to send Yi Qing over. Jialan intercepted Yi Yuan. This time, he was really seething with rage. Boy, to actually pull this trick on me. If a tiger doesn't demonstrate its prowess, do you really take this Lord Fiend Ji? Oh, D, as someone to be trifled with? Jialan said with a furious roar. Dog fart Fiend Ji. Oh, D, aren't you just a divine king right now? What's there to be C-O-C-K-Y about? Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look. When Jialan came into being back then, Yi Yuan was merely just a heaven enlightenment realm martial artist and could already play with him by relying on various kinds of methods. Several years passed, said. Yi Yuan's progress rate far exceeded Jialan's imagination. For Jialan to want to thrash Yi Yuan again like back then, it was already impossible. But Yi Yuan's words stepped onto Jialan's tail. He howled furiously, Boy, your Lord Jialan will let you take a look at what's a true Fiend Ji. Oh, D. Fiend Ji. Oh, D9 transformations, 6th transformation. Rumble. Jialan's body grew rapidly all of a sudden, and actually grew as much as 100 feet. His fiendish energy also instantly skyrocketed several dozen times. At the same time, sinister protruding fangs grew out of his mouth. The human hands also grew sharp talons. He looked just like a Fiend Ji. Oh, he descending to the earth. Evil Fiend Divine Fist. Still the same move, but displaying it this time was entirely different from earlier. Bang! Yi Yuan had no time to display any move and was directly struck by this punch. The Ma.'s Civ dragon body was smashed into the depths under the ground like a cannonball. At this moment, Jialan utterly went berserk. That terrifying power, even other Void Mystic Realm powerhouses also trembled with fear when they felt it. After Jialan went berserk, his strength skyrocketed more than 10 times compared to earlier. This whatever Fiend Ji. Oh, D9 transformations was truly powerful to the extreme. Those Void Mystic Realm powerhouses were all endlessly alarmed and secretly rejoiced that their opponent was not Jialan. Jialan's figure instantly vanished on the spot. Then, a series of rumbles came from beneath the earth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The vines slaughtered the remnant martial artists wantonly. While on the other side, the group of Void Mystic powerhouses was also beaten until they did not have the least bit of strength to ward off blows. The entire battle situation was already completely controlled by the Fiend race firmly. Yet, everyone did not notice that on that Tao spirit tree, which had long withered already, was akin to a withered tree sprouting new leaves in spring, growing out a tender shoot. The delicate shoot was incomparably weak, but was growing and strengthening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 1074. Yi Qing Showing His Might. Chapter 1074. Yi Qing Showing His Might. The tiny bud became a little shoot. The little shoot became a small tree. The small tree gradually grew thick. The branches and leaves gradually flourished. H.I. Plusing. A large evergreen tree grew on the Tao Spirit Tree's deadwood. The Holy Mother Devil Flower was currently absorbing the martial artist's blood essence crazily when all of a sudden it started quivering intensely. That bright and juicy petal actually gradually became dim. Those void mystic powerhouses were currently put into a sorry state by the devil vines. Suddenly, those vines were treated like tide water. The vines pursuing martial artists similarly retracted back. Everyone looked at this scene, all incomparably astounded, as if returning to the human world from H.E.L.L. In a twinkle, that small tree already grew into a large tree. Although it was less than a 1/10,000th of the Tao Spirit Tree, it was currently rapidly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In contrast, the Holy Mother Devil Flower actually seemed like it withered. Not only did its color dim, but the giant flower petals were also currently gradually shrinking. Holy Mother Devil Flower looked like the small tree absorbed away all of the nutrients. Rumble. Jialan's punch sent Yi Yuan rumbling out of the surface of the earth, but he did not pursue it anymore. He felt that the strength in his body was disappearing bit by bit. At this time, Yi Yuan had long recovered to human form already, but his body was lacerated with wounds everywhere, looking very miserable. The strength of the fiend Ji. Oh, D9 transformations Jialan was truly incomparably terrifying. But the expression on Jialan's face was even more terrifying than Yi Yuan's injuries. You? What the H.E.L.L. did you do to Lord Holy Mother? Why is my strength disappearing? Jialan said in terror. Yi Yuan flashed a miserable smile and said, Ho-ho, looking at that strange flower's appearance, it seems to be suffering. Don't ask me what I did, because I don't know either. Jialan's expression turned black, and he roared angrily, I'll kill you. Jialan suddenly slammed a fist out, aiming for Yi Yuan. Right at this time, that giant glower actually gave off a shrill and miserable cry, piercing until everyone's eardrums hurt. This cry made all of the martial artists jittery, Guseb. MPS breaking out all over the body. The Holy Mother Devil Flower was becoming small at a speed visible to the naked eye, finally becoming the size of a person. Then it actually transformed into a beauty. The beauty collapsed beside the large tree that had just grown weakly, unconscious to the world. That large tree suddenly transformed with a sway of its body and became the appearance of a youth. Who could it be if not Yi Qing? But Yi Qing's current condition, even Yi Yuan was greatly shocked too. Just how long had it been? Yi Qing actually directly rose to peak tier 9. What on earth did this guy do? Just as Yi Yuan was in amazement, Yi Qing already mustered up enough essence energy, planning on giving that beauty a lethal blow. Jialan's expression changed drastically. How could he still care about Yi Yuan? His figure sped towards Yi Qing like lightning. However, it was too late. Rumble. The place the beauty was, it was directly smashed into sludge by Yi Qing. The attack power of the peak tier 9 Yi Qing could not be underestimated. Everything was over. Jialan looked at the debris all over the ground blankly, but already could not find traces of that beauty. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded with shock. This great fiend came into being and was actually finished off by a youth right away. Yi Yuan looked at Yi Qing and said with a tragic smile, You punk really have some capabilities. What on earth did you do? Why would your strength advance tremendously? Yi Qing said with a smile, You all know that the Tao Spirit Fruit is able to let martial artists step into deity realm. Then do you know the origin of the Tao Spirit Tree? Yi Yuan was stunned. The him who boasted of being all-knowing was also stumped this time. Legends only had it that the Tao Spirit Tree was a divine tree that could only bear one Tao Spirit Fruit, every 5 million years. But the origin of the Tao Spirit Tree, Yi Yuan had never heard before. because it was likely very hard for even deity realm powerhouses to live for as long as 5 million years. Looking at Yi Qing's expression, Yi Yuan suddenly had some realization. Tao Spirit Tree, Azure Spirit Tree, one were apart. Could it be the two actually had some connections? Sure enough, Yi Qing said, once the Azure Spirit Tree attains Tao, it will transform into a Tao Spirit Tree. But the time required for the evolution of this process is far too long. Hence, there are virtually very few people who know. Hearing these words, Yi Yuan was endlessly amazed too. He even thought that the Tao Spirit Tree was a heaven and earth spiritual plant and was born a divine tree. He did not think that it actually evolved from an Azure Spirit Tree. But this Tao Spirit Tree is clearly already withered. So how did you? Yi Yuan said curiously. This Tao Spirit Tree should be what an ancient powerhouse used to assist the Grand Array in suppressing the Devil Flower. It's just they never expected that this Devil Flower was incomparably cunning and actually planted a Devil Seed on the Tao Spirit Tree, leeching onto the Azure Spirit Tree. Countless years said, but the life force of the Azure Spirit Tree was drained away by the Devil Flower. The Tao Spirit Tree and Tao Spirit Fruit that we saw previously were merely an illusion formed by the Devil Flower. Because she leached on the Tao Spirit Tree, we were completely unable to differentiate the truth and false through the Grand Array at all. Yi Qing's words made Yi Yuan sigh endlessly. A perfectly fine Tao Spirit Tree was actually gone just like that. Yi Qing continued unhurriedly. Although the Tao Spirit Tree died, how vibrant was its life force? Furthermore, even though that Devil Flower exhausted the Tao Spirit Tree to death, countless years of suppression still made her expenditure immense. I'm from the same origin as the Tao Spirit Tree. Latching onto it directly severed that Devil Flower's escape route. Then I siphoned her life force crazily. Under my scheming, her vitality was greatly injured as well. Yi Qing did not avoid Jialan when talking. After Jialan heard, his face turned livid with rage. He gnashed his teeth in hatred, but without the Holy Mother Devil Flower, he was completely powerless and alone currently. Retreat. Jialan gritted his teeth and said. He was just thinking of moving, but discovered that a large group of martial artists already encircled the surroundings. These martial artists were all remnants under the Holy Mother Devil Flower's besiegement. 100,000 martial artists. Only 2,000 to 3,000 people remained. Their hatred towards Jialan was completely unable to use words to describe. Run. Go on and run. You, these insidious and cunning fiends, didn't think that there would be instant retribution, right? Everybody, attack together. We must rip this guy's corpse apart. The martial artists able to survive were all experts among experts. Even if not divine king powerhouses, their concept comprehension was definitely very high as well. Their strength left no room for doubt. These 2,000 to 3,000 martial artists attacking together was really more than what Jialan could handle. Except, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, still feeling that something was not right. Logically speaking, the die was cast. But why was the foreboding premonition in his heart getting heavier and heavier? Right then, a glint appeared in Yi Yuan's gaze. He caught a hint of a mocking smile at the corners of Jialan's mouth. Although it was only that instant, it was absolutely not wrong. Not good. Everybody quickly scatter. The Holy Mother Devil Flower isn't dead at all. She lured everyone over to catch all in one fell swoop. Yi Yuan yelled. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's faces changed greatly. They would no longer doubt Yi Yuan's words. Each and every one urged their movement technique to the limits, wanting to escape this stretch of land. Right at this time, black gas rose up on the surface of the ground and enveloped everyone inside all at once. Chapter 1075, Despairing Laughter. Chapter 1075, Despairing Laughter. In a blink of an eye, countless devil vines broke out of the earth. In a relatively narrow and small radius, these martial artists had no time to even run at all. Those countless devil vines towered up into the sky, sealing off all of their escape routes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Purplish-black devil vines entangled these people tightly. Not a single one escaped, including Yi Yuan and Yi Qing. With this, it was actually total annihilation. Yi Yuan was still thinking of merging into heaven and earth, but the devil vines did not give him any chance at all, directly smacking him out of the void. Yi Yuan's hands and legs were completely restrained. All the essence energy in his body actually could not be used at all. This Holy Mother Devil Flower was seriously too bizarre. That Holy Mother Devil Flower was not finished off by Yi Qing at all, but infiltrated underground in order to prepare this final blow. The more those martial artists killed, the more scattered they got, and the more powerful their strength as well. Routing individually was rather difficult, but this Holy Mother Devil Flower acted out a big play together with Jialan, appearing weak to the enemy and deceiving everyone. Ark! 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 Waves of tragic screams lingered incessantly. The remaining martial artists were also drained of blood essence one by one. Yi Yuan and Yi Qing. However, the devil vine seemed to not have the intention of making a move for the time being yet. That beautiful woman walked out from among the devil vines and came before Yi Yuan and Yi Qing, while Jialan followed closely behind. Giggle, little babies whose hairs aren't even fully grown, yet actually pulled tricks with this Holy Mother. You guys are still a bit too inexperienced, the beautiful lady said with a chuckle. This beautiful woman was peerlessly amorous. Slender and graceful, blue upper garment half exposed. One look, and it could hook away a person's soul. With this chuckle, she was even more stunningly beautiful. But how could the current Yi Yuan be in the mood to go and admire her beauty? This fiendish woman was not a kind person. That was an existence that could claim lives. The devilish woman lightly caressed Yi Qing's face and said with a smile, "Azure Spirit Tree Child, even your ancestor wasn't my match, let alone you. Allowed you some benefits, but you know how to give a plum in return for a peach and lured so many people over. This Holy Mother really doesn't know how to thank you." Yi Qing glared at the devilish woman, bared his teeth in anger, and said, "You despicable and insidious woman. This young lord will definitely kill you personally." But the devilish woman did not care a whit. She still giggled and said, "Why does it sound like you're praising me? Little child, you can't even fend for yourself right now. Still thinking about killing me? Shameless." Yi Yuan spat. The devilish woman spun in front of Yi Yuan, her breath like orchids, as she said with a light laugh, "Little child, you're very decent. All of the people were beguiled by the Tao spirit fruit, but only you were able to maintain your original heart. Truly not easy. It's just a shame that your strength is a little weak. Otherwise, you really might pose a threat to this Holy Mother." At this time, Jialan stepped forward and said to the devilish woman, "Lord Holy Mother, this boy is this era's son of heaven's mandate. Not only does he have absolute heaven's vast heaven steel, even the soul-suppressing pearl, which the Heaven One sect lost, is actually in his hands too. This boy can't be spared. Lord Holy Mother better kill him as soon as possible." The moment Jialan said that, even the devilish woman was endlessly shocked too. "What did you say? The vast heaven steel and soul-suppressing pearl. These two items are both in his possession?" The devilish woman's voice raised an octave, looking at Yi Yuan with flickering bewilderment. Jialan nodded and said, "Absolutely true." He recounted the matter of just breaking open the seal several years ago, leaving the devilish woman unbelievably astonished. The vast heaven steel and soul-suppressing pearl were existences capable of threatening the fiend race, but gathered in the hands of one person. It could be seen how powerful Yi Yuan's destiny was. If it's as you said, this boy absolutely can't be spared. Forget it, kill, and be done with things here. With the death of the son of heaven's mandate, body can stop the footsteps of my fiend race's ascent," said the devilish woman. No one saw the devilish woman made any action. But then, vines started to devour Yi Yuan's blood essence frenziedly. The vines seemed to have grown roots and sprouted on his body, directly growing into his flesh, drawing all the blood in his body out. Yi Yuan's body started to be like the other martial artists, rapidly shriveling. This devilish woman killed people with batting an eyelid from start to end and was not the least bit long-winded at all, killing right away. At this time, the essence energy in Yi Yuan's entire body was being controlled. He was completely unable to use an iota of strength. Yi Yuan knew that at this rate, he was dead for sure. Gritting his teeth, Yi Yuan poured all of his Emperor Qi into the vast heaven steel in one go. Rumble. A surge of terrifying strength that originated from the primordial suddenly awakened within Yi Yuan's body, directly sending the devilish woman and Jia Lan flying out. The devil vines immediately collapsed under this surge of power that swept away all obstacles in the way, turning into a pile of fine powder. The devilish woman's expression suddenly changed and said, "Not good. This boy is already capable of controlling the vast heaven steel." Yi Yuan gave a loud cry. He shouted, "Vast heaven steel, suppress for me." The vast heaven steel immediately flew out from inside the vast heaven pag, and suppressed down on the devilish woman and Jialan, akin to an enormous mountain. Rumble. The earth immediately started quaking. The vast heaven steel directly suppressed the devilish woman and Jialan below. Yi Yuan was very clear that the vast heaven steel suppression carried powers of law. Back then, when resisting the greater five elements' heavenly tribulation, it was evenly matched too. Using it to suppress a few fiendish things should not be any problem. Dong dong dong. Those vines retreated like tidewater once more. It was just at this time, the martial artists that still survived were scanty few. Even a void mystic powerhouse like Sword 13 was also more dead than alive at this time, only left with one breath. How could those divine king experts still be capable of surviving? But Yi Yuan completely could not be bothered with them anymore. His blood essence was also drained as much as 40% in one go. Adding the 10% blood essence that using the sacred dragon token previously expended, half of the blood essence within his body was drawn away. Adding on activating the vast heaven steel, the Emperor Qi in his body was stripped empty. Current, Yi Yuan's entire person was dispirited and inert, also merely left with one breath hanging in there. This devilish woman was too terrifying. In just this half a day's time, close to 50,000 martial artists were actually slaughtered clean by her. However, Yi Qing's condition was much better than Yi Yuan's. He came over to support Yi Yuan and said, rather embarrassed, said Li, "Sorry, it was my oversight." Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Nothing to do with you. This devilish woman is too cunning. Furthermore, she's an existence that even an ancient major power could not take care of. How could she be so easy to kill?" His voice had yet to fade when the vast heaven steel suddenly started to shake vigorously. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan and Yi Qing's expressions both changed drastically. Could it be that this devilish woman still had the strength to spare? The vast heaven steel was already Yi Yuan's final means. If it was still useless, they could only wait to die. Yi Yuan's expression became incomparably ugly. However, the matter still developed in the worst direction. He's such a shame. You've only barely managed to activate the vast heaven steel and can't even use 1/10,000th of its capabilities. Using it to suppress this holy mother is still inadequate. Boy, you can go and die already. The devilish woman's coquettish voice suddenly sounded out, making Yi Yuan and Yi Qing give rise to despair in their hearts. Chapter 1076, Divine Sword, Evil Extermination. Chapter 1076, Divine Sword, Evil Extermination. The vast heaven stone steel suddenly started trembling intensely. Clouds of black gas crept out from the bottom of the vast heaven stone steel. The more black gas that gathered, the more terrifying the fiendish energy. That violent fiendish energy actually propped the vast heaven stone steel up. Rumble. The vast heaven stone steel was actually pushed flying just like this. This surge of fiendish energy was seriously too powerful. The devilish woman's lithe figure indistinctly appeared and disappeared in the black gas. Without heaven and earth laws, there's no way to achieve the deity realm. Even if you're the son of heaven's mandate, you're unable to unleash the true power of the vast heavenstone steel. You're still too tender to be suppressing this holy mother. Little child, this big sister will send you on your way right now. It won't be too painful. At this time, the devilish woman's fiendish energy surged to the sky, dyeing the entire sky black. Jialan's fiendish energy simply paled in comparison in front of her. However, even though the devilish woman was fine, Jialan's fleshy body was crushed into pieces by the vast heavenstone steel. The fleshy body that he cultivated for several years was actually ruined just like this. The current Jialan became a cloud of black gas once more, even emitting wailing sounds continuously. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he revealed a look of despair as well. No wonder Jialan was so respectfully in front of her. Being suppressed for countless of years, she actually still had such formidable strength. The terrifying devil vines turned into sharp spikes and directly stabbed over towards Yi Yuan. This was a lethal blow. Yi Yuan no longer had strength left over to resist. Yi Qing's expression changed. Two hands forming a seal, he similarly summoned innumerable vines, attempting to resist those sharp spikes. Signation. It was just that his vines could not stand up to a single blow at all in front of the devil vine. The sharp spikes broke through the blockade like plussing dry weeds and SMAs. Plussing rotten wood, charging towards Yi Yuan and Yi Qing. Yi Yuan shut his eyes painfully. Even the vast heavenstone steel could not deal with this devilish woman. He was really completely out of ideas. He knew that this devilish woman still had not recovered to her peak state currently. Once this devilish woman came into being, probably even the 10 great divine kings were not a match either. Just as Yi Yuan was at the boundary of awaiting death, a change suddenly occurred. Rumble. Inside the void, incomparably piercingly cold sword energy suddenly erupted. Above the sky, countless pale yellow sword energy surged willfully, giving people an extremely strong sense of oppression. That towering, fiendish energy was actually gradually dissipated by these. Whose? Plus a ray of pale yellow sword energy tore through the sky, directly chopping down from high up in the air. The vines currently stabbing towards Yi Yuan were actually forcefully chopped in half by this ray of sword energy. The devilish woman was just being pleased with herself when all of a sudden her expression changed greatly, and she looked towards above the sky abruptly. In it, absolute heaven, that old B. He actually even prepared a contingency plan. This sword energy is definitely evil extermination. The devilish woman cried out in alarm, her scream filled with dread. On the face of the all-along incomparably composed devilish woman, a look of panic finally appeared on her face. Seizing the opportunity where the devilish woman was absent-minded, Yi Qing grabbed Yi Yuan and sprinted into the distance. Toward Yi Qing's action, the devilish woman did not stop him at all. She had a look of panic on her face and yelled, "Quickly leave. It's the evil extermination sword. Absolute heaven, that old B. So irritating even after he died. How could the devilish woman still care about finding trouble with Yi Yuan? She immediately turned into an afterimage, speeding for the immemorial medicine garden's exit. Jialan, Sun Ma, and the rest also knew that things were bad, all fleeing for their lives like flying. Crack, crack, crack. At this time, shattering sounds came from above the void. A rift was actually directly torn open in that SPAC. An enormous, threaded pommel long sword slowly came out from within the void. The entire SPAC was trembling. The originally already incomparably piercingly cold sword energy became several times more violent at this time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several streaks of sword energy directly tore through the sky and struck the devilish woman and the others, who were currently running with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder, which left no time for covering ears. Arg! A series of miserable cries reached over. Those few whose strengths were slightly weaker were actually immediately ground to death by the sword energy. The devilish woman also let out a shrill, miserable scream, but her body only slightly paused for a bit before speeding hastily into the distance again. That threaded pommel longsword already appeared fully from within the void. The sword energy that exuded made Yi Yuan's scalp tingle, virtually unable to breathe. Is this the might of a deity realm powerhouse? So powerful, really so powerful. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with the injuries on his body, as he muttered. After the enormous, threaded pommel longsword appeared, it stopped in the air just like that. The void behind it gradually closed up. The devilish woman could not resist turning around to take a look at the longsword. Her eyes immediately became wide saucers. "Damn, in it. Absolute heaven, you old bee. A-S-T-A-R-D. Don't let this holy mother find your grotto. Otherwise, I'll definitely dig you out and whip your corpse." The devilish woman cried out shrilly. However, the threaded pommel longsword naturally would not be threatened by her. After it stopped in air for a few breaths of time, it transformed into a streak of flowing light with a whoosh, chopping towards the devilish woman. The threaded pommel longsword's speed was unbelievably fast. It drew a beautiful half-arc in the air. In virtually a blink of an eye, it caught up to the devilish woman. Arg! A shrill, wretched cry cut across the sky. Even when separated so far away, it made Yi Yuan break out in Guseb. MPS all over too. A cloud of faint black gas surged to the skies. But Yi Yuan discovered that the black gas's aura was incomparably weak, practically on the verge of withering away already. Yi Yuan used all of his abilities and was also incapable of shaking the Holy Mother Devil Flower. But she was actually nearly eradicated by this slash. Yi Yuan and Yi Qing exchange a glance, both seeing the look of shock in the other party's eyes. "Lord Holy Mother, quickly leave." The target of this slash was the Holy Mother Devil Flower. But the threaded pommel giant's sword was too terrifying. Jialan was implicated by the sword energy, aggravating his existing injuries even more. However, Jialan's condition at this time was slightly better compared to the Holy Mother Devil Flower. He grabbed hold of the Holy Mother Devil Flower, transformed into two clouds of black gas, and vanished from within the immemorial medicine garden. All of the dust settled. Yi Yuan finally let out a sigh in relief. This great battle was truly perilous to the extreme. If that threaded pommel giant sword was any slower, Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Looking at the immemorial medicine garden in disarray, Yi Yuan sighed unceasingly too. Over 100,000 martial artists entered inside and were actually slaughtered easily. Even Yi Yuan did not think that this immemorial medicine garden was actually a place where an ancient major power suppressed a fiend race's major power. And this fiend race major power was even adept in schemes and actually deceived 100,000 martial artists into breaking the formation together, letting her break free. That devilish woman's strength was too horrifying. Even if Yi Yuan possessed a heaven-defying item like the vast Heavenstone steel, he felt powerless to handle too. Right at this time, a streak of flowing light flew over from a distance. Incomparably fierce and sharp sword energy approached from far away, making Yi Yuan's expression change drastically. Not good. This sword wouldn't kill even us two, right? Yi Qing turned pale with fright and said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "If it wants to kill us, we can't run either." Clank! That threaded pommel longsword flew right in front of Yi Yuan and stood in the air quietly. At this time, the threaded pommel longsword was already no longer as Civ as when it just appeared. It was just slightly longer than an ordinary sword. There was not much difference. It was just that the sword energy emanating off its body still made one's blood run cold. Yi Yuan looked over and discovered that two words were engraved below the sword hilt. Evil Extermination. Chapter 1077. Had you known this day would come, why act as you did back then? Chapter 1077. Had you known this day would come, why act as you did back then? Yi Yuan wouldn't kill us, right? Sensing that oppressive sword energy, Yi Qing still had some lingering fear in his heart. The impression that evil extermination's unyielding slash left for Yi Qing previously was simply too deep. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Doesn't seem like it. It seems to be making me accept it." Yi Qing was stunned and said in disbelief, "Are you joking? This evil extermination sword is a divine artifact. On what basis would it want you to accept it for no reason whatsoever?" Yi Yuan struggled, wanted to get up, but because his injuries were too severe, it made him feel a wave of heart-tearing pain. "Help me over," Yi Yuan said. "I really have to go over?" Yi Qing was still rather afraid. "No sh*t. If it wanted to kill us, we'd be long dead. Hurry up," Yi Yuan urged. Yi Qing had no choice and could only support Yi Yuan, following him at every step, and came before the evil exterminating sword. When Yi Yuan drew close, the evil extermination sword became resplendent all of a sudden, giving off a pale yellow light. Yi Qing jumped in fright and involuntarily took a step back. But this retreat tugged onto Yi Yuan's wounds, making it hurt until he winced in pain. "I say, you're a heaven and earth spiritual plant too, so why are you intimidated by a sword? Isn't it shameful?" Yi Yuan said crossly. Yi Qing said, rather embarrassed, said Li, "The power of deity realm is unimaginable." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes, but he actually understood Yi Qing very much in his heart too. That attack earlier, forget about Yi Qing, even he was also deeply shaken. That was the true power of deity realm. Yi Yuan knew that even though that blow did not surpass the limits of deity realm, what it used was absolutely divine Tao laws. The power of that sword should be the strongest attack that could be released at present in this world. This sword made Yi Yuan feel a deep longing towards deity realm. But Yi Yuan understood that he was currently too far away from deity realm. Sucking in a deep breath, Yi Yuan stepped forward and grabbed hold of the evil extermination sword hilt. Swaz. Plus Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, directly sending Yi Qing flying. Yi Qing tumbled a few rounds on the ground, scrambled to his feet, and was just about to go save Yi Yuan, but discovered to his shock that the injuries on Yi Yuan's body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This evil extermination sword was actually helping Yi Yuan treat his wounds. Currently, Yi Yuan's entire person was enveloped in a ball of yellow light, his expression serene, an appearance of enjoying immensely. Seeing this scene, Yi Qing was incredibly shocked. Could it be that this evil extermination sword really acknowledged Yi Yuan as its master? Really strange. Yi Qing knew that Yi Yuan acquired many treasures these last few years. It could be said to be heaven-defying destiny. But something like today, where a divine artifact took the initiative to come knocking on the door, was too preposterous, right? Even obtaining the sacred dragon token, Yi Yuan escaped death by a hair's breadth too, only obtaining after sing the final trail. But speaking of which, the treasures currently on Yi Yuan were simply heaven-defying. Tier 9 Primordial Spirit Essence Fire, Tier 9 Origin Magnetism Spirit Wood, Sacred Dragon Token, Vast Heaven Pag. Oda, Vast Heaven Stone Steel, Soul Suppressing Pearl. Taking any item out would drive the world insane. But something like today, where a divine artifact was urging Yi Yuan to accept it, it was really for the first time still. One had to acknowledge that Yi Qing's eye, fell to the ground. In truth, how was Yi Qing the only one whose eye, dropped onto the ground? Sword 13, the few of them were not thoroughly dead yet. Although they had quite a bit of blood essence drawn away, they were not in danger of losing their lives. It was just that their strength would likely have to be greatly diminished. Their bodies were unable to move currently, but they did not fall unconscious. This scene of Yi Yuan taking an evil extermination landed in their eyes, nearly making them faint dead. This evil extermination's shocking/earlier. They all saw it crystal clear. That power simply sent their minds reeling. Such a supreme treasure actually acknowledged Yi Yuan as master without doing anything at all? Why didn't this sort of good thing land on their heads? Currently, Yi Yuan was basking in comfort from head to toe. The pain and fatigue brought about by the battle earlier were swept clean very quickly. Abundant essence energy flowed into his essence energy sea. Emperor Qi also rose densely. What gave Yi Yuan a pleasant surprise was that these essence energies were not ordinary essence energy, but divine essence. In the essence energy sea, that tiny bit of divine essence was going to be depleted fully very soon. He did not think that evil extermination actually replenished it for him. Before long, the divine essence within Yi Yuan's body grew to even more than when Yi Yuan entered the vast heaven pag. In the past, with this evil extermination sword, the power of Yi Yuan's divine king domain would increase greatly. Yi Yuan knew that these divine essences were merely a tiny residual bit of what remained after that slash by evil extermination. But this bit was already sufficient to Yi Yuan. Even if inside his essence energy sea was full of divine essence currently, Yi Yuan was also unable to unleash evil extermination's true power. His current strength was too weak. Yi Yuan completely did not think that he actually profited from misfortune this time. Not only did divine essence spike greatly, he even obtained a divine artifact again. The Star Moon Sword was already somewhat impeding to the current Yi Yuan, absorbing so much divine essence. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm already reached peak second-level Dao Profound, looking as if he was about to break through to third-level Dao Profound already. But his current blood essence losses were too severe, and he was totally unable to break through. Helpless, he could only suppress his cultivation realm and make a breakthrough again after recovering blood essence. Done with these, Yi Yuan deployed a spell and put the vast heaven stone steel away into the vast heaven pag. While at this time, the evil extermination sword disappeared with a whoosh. Yi Yuan was first startled, then immediately revealed a look of realization. Inside the vast heaven pag, the evil extermination sword suspended quietly in the sky above the vast heavenstone steel. The two chimed to each other across a distance, and actually seemed like old friends who had not met for many years. No wonder the evil extermination sword would acknowledge him as its master. It seemed like it was all because of the vast heaven stone steel. Furthermore, when the devilish woman came into being previously, the evil extermination sword held off on coming out. The moment the vast heaven stone steel emerged, it came into being. Looks like the crux of drawing out the evil extermination sword was still the vast heaven stone steel. Could it be that these two treasures were actually of the same source countless years ago? Finus. Plussing with all this, Yi Yuan came beside Sword 13 and the rest, and said with an emotional sigh, if you brought Jian Wushuang away back then, he wouldn't have ended up in such a state either. This world has divine objects, but it's easier said than done to want to break through to deity realm. At present, how can this heaven and earth possibly give birth to the Tao spirit fruit, this kind of miraculous item? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Sword 13 turned his head over painfully and ashamedly. In the great battle previously, Jian Wushuang ultimately still could not escape misfortune and was killed by the devil vines. Thinking about it, how sincere was Yi Yuan's warning back then? If they were not blinded by obsession, how could they have this outcome today? Jian Wushuang's demise was a tremendous blow to the Heavenly Sword sect. Although he was not a void mystic powerhouse, he was the sectmaster successor that the Heavenly Sword sect spent extremely great resources to groom. With his demise, the Heavenly Sword sect would have to face the danger of an interrupted generation. The decline of a great holy land would most likely start from this incident. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, today's situation, you all experienced it too. The fiend race has already plotted for D knows how many years for the sake of today. There's already not the slightest bit of meaning for us to carry on fighting internally. The spirit medicines in this immemorial medicine garden are extremely abundant. Later on, I'll refine several mystic-grade medicinal pills to help you all recover blood essence. Chapter 1078, Holy Region. Chapter 1078, Holy Region inside the immemorial medicine garden, Sword 13, Shu Yinxing, Ding Zhonghua, and the others, all 5 void mystic powerhouses, looked towards Yi Yuan with a grateful look. 2 months had already passed, said since the incident with the fiend race. In this period of time, Yi Yuan collected quite a few spirit medicines inside the immemorial medicine garden and refined a batch of blood essence recovering medicinal pills, letting these few people recover blood essence at long last. Including Yi Yuan, the injuries this time was too severe, even with large quant. 1. Ties of spirit medicines. Everyone also spent 2 months' time before barely managing to recover. But after the few of them went through this, even if they recovered blood essence, their strength was greatly diminished too. These few people's age were not young anymore. This battle could be said to have greatly damaged their vitality. They were already no longer able to reach peak condition anymore. The void mystic powerhouses that entered this time, not counting Yi Yuan's side, were as many as 13 people. But currently, there were only a measly few people left. The brutality of this great battle could be imagined. Young Master Ji, this time, it was all thanks to you. I am ashamed. Sword 13 Scrat. 1. Tude carried bashfulness as he said. Young Master Ji saved this Shu twice altogether. Such a great favor, this Shu will never forget it. In the future, if young Master Ji has anything you need my Heavenly Dawn Palace to help with, feel free to ask away, Shu Yunqing said gratefully. He was schemed against by He Dajiang the last time and almost died. It was Yi Yuan who saved him. Even though Yi Yuan S. N. A. T. C. had away the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma, Yi Yuan saving his life was a fact. The other few people were also endlessly grateful, expressing thanks to Yi Yuan. This great battle, from start to end, it was Yi Yuan restraining the Holy Mother Devil Flower and Jialan, these 2 great fiends. These void mystic powerhouses, basically played supporting characters. Even that deadly slash at the end had extremely deep connections to Yi Yuan too. These few people were all extremely perceptive people. They could naturally discern that a divine artifact, like evil extermination, absolutely would not acknowledge Yi Yuan as master without rhyme or reason. Prior to this, their impression of Yi Yuan still stopped at that kid who only wholeheartedly knew pill refinement. But now, their impression of Yi Yuan was already thoroughly overhauled. Scheming, strength, destiny, plus alchemy path cultivation, Yi Yuan was a heaven-defying existence in all of them. The present Yi Yuan was already totally different from that Jiqing back then. He had already matured into a genuine powerhouse. Everyone, no need to be courteous. Saving you all isn't because this Yi is very kind-hearted. I just want to preserve a portion of strength for the divine realm. Probably before long, the calamity of the fiend race will utterly erupt. At that time, the human race is bound to have a great battle with the fiend race. All of you leaving behind a useful body, when the time comes, contribute a portion of strength for the human race. Yi Yuan said coolly. If it were before, Yi Yuan definitely would not care about the few of them and just let them run their own course. But now, Yi Yuan's thinking was different. Evil extermination, sword acknowledging him as master, made a sort of mission spontaneously well up in his heart. Even though many things were buried in the annals of history, after going through so much, Yi Yuan knew that the war between the human race and fiend race had actually been continuing all along. The vast Heavenstone steel should have already changed several masters. Each master likely had an earth-shaking great battle with the fiend race. The most recent one should be Fong Tian. Very clearly, the fiend race was suppressed. But no matter how they were suppressed, the fiend race did not die out. Yi Yuan walking along the way, One after another fiend race's powerful existences were clearly intentionally let out by people. Coupled with the Medicine King Hall's change, the fiend race was probably scheming another counterattack to regain lost ground. And this time, it was likely different from any one time in the past. That time, 50,000 years ago, there was only one heavenly fiend G.O.D. But this time, there was the additional Holy Mother Devil Flower in Jialan. Once these fiends recovered strength, they absolutely did not pale the slightest in comparison to the heavenly fiend G.O.D. Where would the present human race go to find his second Fong Tian? Even the 10 great divine kings likely could not reach Fong Tian's level 2. Furthermore, what Yi Yuan was most apprehensive of was still that faction behind Ji Kanglin. Just how long had that faction been infesting in the divine realm? Yi Yuan did not dare to imagine it all. The vast heaven stone steel found him. Now, the evil extermination sword found him too, making the pressure on Yi Yuan's shoulders suddenly become heavy. Natural laws cycle. The great responsibility in this age may fall on him. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, the expressions of Sword 13 and the rest turned fearful. Those two fiends were seriously too powerful. Such a horrifying slash of evil extermination was actually unable to kill them. Young Master G, rest assured. After returning this time, our Heavenly Sword sect will officially declare war on the Medicine King Hall. Sword 13 pledged solemnly. Our Heavenly Dawn Palace will also declare war on the Medicine King Hall right away. Shu Yinqing said. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, the Medicine King Hall being closed for 20 years, their present strength, we have no way of finding out. With my understanding of Ji Kanglin, he probably won't wait passively for the end. If we're a pile of loose sand, we might suffer a huge loss instead when the time comes. When the few people heard these words, they did not say anything on the surface, but in their hearts, they were very disdainful. The Medicine King Hall's strength at their prime could only rank in the middle among the 8 great super holy lands as well. Now that Ji Zhongyang and Ji Qingyun, these two people were no longer around, how great could the Medicine King Hall's strength be? How many powerhouses could be created in 20 years' time? With 2 great super holy lands declaring war on them at the same time, the pressure on them would increase suddenly. Even if they sought refuge from the fiend race, how many powerhouses could the fiend race groom in 20 years' time? Super Holy Land's powerhouses, the majority had a kind of fervent self-confidence. Of course, one could not say that they were wrong to have this sort of fervent self-confidence, because in normal understanding, they were that group of people standing at the very summit of the divine realm. They controlled the direction of the entire divine realm. Yi Yuan knew that this sort of perception could not be changed in a short time. He thought about it and said, how about this? After you two return, notify Sect Master Jian and Palace Lord Lin first. This you will head for the Holy Region within the next few days and inform those few old fellows about the fiend race's matters. Let them come forward and unite the other holy lands to launch an attack towards Ji Kanglin together. At that time, he'll be hard-pressed to escape even if he grew wings. Among the 8 great super holy lands, the Holy Region was one of the most powerful super holy lands. Those few old monster CLAS powerhouses, each and every one of them was not at all inferior compared to the 10 great divine kings. The divine realm's matters were normally each acting of their own free will. But everyone would still answer and gather under the Holy Region's rallying call. The state of affairs was so serious this time. Yi Yuan reckoned that those few old fellows should also be incapable of sitting still anymore. As long as they eradicated Ji Kanglin and dug out the faction behind them, then dragged the Holy Mother Devil Flower and Jialan in seriously injured conditions out, the crisis of the fiend race would be easily resolved. All right. Then we'll have to trouble young Master Ji to make a trip. When we eliminate Ji Kanglin, I welcome young Master Ji to come to my Heavenly Sword sect to be a guest. I'll take my leave here. Done talking, Sword 13 immediately left the immemorial medicine garden. Young Master G, don't need to worry too much. That G. Kanglin throwing his lot with the fiend race has already infuriated public wrath. He absolutely won't have a good end. Once this matter is over, young Master G must come to my heavenly dawn palace to be a guest, and let this Shu carry out the hospitality of a host somewhat. Shu Yinxing and Ding Zhangwa greeted and also left. Chapter 1079, Reverse Checkmate. Chapter 1079, Reverse Checkmate. Looking at the few people's departing back view, Yi Yuan could not help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Seemed like Sword 13 and Sword 13 did not take his words in at all. But as Super Holy Land's every movement and action was also not that easy. He needed to hurry and make a trip to the Holy Region. With a bout of great battle, the entire immemorial medicine garden was already in utter disarray. Those few million-year-old medicine spirits had long run to G. Oh, D knows where. The matter of finding spirit medicines, Yi Yuan could only give up as well. 2 months had passed, said the outside world still did not know what kind of accident happened. This trip to the Holy Region was best as soon as possible. At Cloudmarsh City, inside the City Lord Manor, Old Man Han furrowed his brows when he finished hearing Yi Yuan giving an account of the immemorial medicine garden's events this time. Old Man Han, you're also a Divine Realms bigwig CLA.'s figure. It's absolutely impossible to not have heard about the Fiend race's matters. Now that the Fiend race has come into being once more, you probably can't look on with folded arms, right? Yi Yuan said. Old Man Han said with knitted brows, such an important matter, this old man naturally won't look on with folded arms. When exterminating the Medicine King Hall, send a word. This old man will naturally make my way over. It's just that, sigh. As Old Man Han was talking, he let out a long sigh. The Holy Mother Devil Flower coming into being virtually extracted all of the immemorial medicine garden's essence energy dry. The current immemorial medicine garden was practically just an empty husk. Those several dozen million-year-old spirit medicines virtually all fled in all directions and could not be gotten back at all. With a great battle, no idea how many spirit medicines were ruined either. Just think about it. A great battle that affected over 100,000 martial artists. That destructive power was simply unimaginable. The entire immemorial medicine garden was practically a wasteland. Without the immemorial medicine garden, Cloudmarsh City's status in the Divine Realm would naturally be greatly reduced. As Cloudmarsh City's city lord, Old Man Han naturally had sorrow in his heart. Yi Yuan looked at this scene in front of him, but he simply said with a cold smile, Old Man Han, your skin is really getting thicker and thicker. I had a great battle inside the immemorial medicine garden with Fiend Race and barely escaped death. You actually still want to extort the spirit medicines on me. Old Man Han had a problem. That was that he liked to collect all kinds of spirit medicines. Even though this was the common disease of all alchemists, Old Man Han was clearly much more ill than the others. This Cloudmarsh City did not restrict outsiders from entering the immemorial medicine garden. But the things that martial artists obtained inside the immemorial medicine garden, Cloudmarsh City took a cut. Below void mystic experts, even if they were a peak divine king, they also had a hand over the share obediently. Otherwise, they would die very miserably. These several thousand years, how many spirit medicines Old Man Han collected was already unimaginable. The immemorial medicine garden's upheaval this time. Only Yi Yuan a few of them escaped. Old Man Han naturally wanted to take his share of the loot. However, Yi Yuan rebuffed him with a word. Old Man Han's face did not turn red, nor did his heart beat any faster. He said with a broad smile, the immemorial medicine garden is already ruined. This Cloudmarsh City of mine won't live up to its reputation anymore. Younger brother G, you can't fold your arms and not save me from ruin. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile that was not a smile, Old Man Han, don't give me that. The fiend race lurked by the side, but you did not detect it all, resulting in poking such a large hole in the basket. My small life was almost lost inside. Aren't you going to give me a bit of compensation? Old Man Han was stupefied, not expecting Yi Yuan to actually make a false countercharge. Icha, younger brother G, making a joke, don't take it for real. I don't want it anymore, all right? Old Man Han joked about it. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Old Man Han, don't think that I'm joking with you. I recently want to refine some medicinal pills and just happen to still lack several spirit medicines. Have a heart and compensate me. Old Man Han was startled and said with a black face, Younger brother, you know that spirit medicines are this old man's lifeblood. If you really have designs on them, don't blame me for not being courteous. Old Man Han was a first-rate expert, an apex existence in the divine realm. Even void mystic powerhouses did not dare to be impudent in front of him too. But Yi Yuan did not buy it in the slightest. Don't you want to know how I escaped from the hands of the fiend race? Old Man Han, how about we try it out? You can give it a shot whether your medicine garden can still be preserved or not. Yi Yuan threatened. Old Man Han's face became black as the bottom of a pot. Currently, his intestines were already green with regret. If he had long known, he would have met Yi Yuan outside and not bring him inside. Previously, hearing Yi Yuan talk about the events inside the immemorial medicine garden, Old Man Han was very astonished in his heart too. Over 100,000 martial artists all died inside. The fiend race's strength was definitely incomparably fearsome. How did Yi Yuan escape? Old Man Han was very confident in his own strength. But facing Yi Yuan, he had no confidence in protecting his medicine garden. The immemorial medicine garden was even ruined, let alone talk about his medicine garden. Finally, Old Man Han still yielded. You punk, when did you become a scoundrel? Forget it, forget it. Consider yourself ruthless. Whatever spirit medicines you required, pick yourself. But above 300,000 years, you're absolutely not allowed to take them away. Old Man Han said hatefully. He did not expect that he failed to fleece a sum and was blackmailed by Yi Yuan instead. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Don't you worry, the spirit medicines for my refinement, 200,000-year-old, is already enough. Looking at Yi Yuan pluck away the spirit medicines in his medicine garden, one stalk by one stalk, Old Man Han's heart was dripping blood. Yi Yuan, any discovery yet? Kwang Tianming asked when Yi Yuan returned to the residence. Through 2 months plus of refining medicinal pills, Kwang Tianming finally recovered to his peak state. When he was informed about that unbelievably tragic battle in the immemorial medicine garden, his shock could not be any greater. And today, Yuan going to extort Old Man Han was not targeting his spirit medicines at all. He felt that Old Man Han was very suspicious, so he deliberately wanted to go and probe things out. Except, the result made him very disappointed. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with furrowed brows, Old Man Han is a cunning old fox. He doesn't have any flaws at all, but I keep feeling that he's somewhat unusual. He has been adjacent to the immemorial medicine garden for several thousand years. Could he be completely unaware of the situation inside? Moreover, the news of the divine rank spirit medicine coming into being this time was also very fishy. I initially thought that it was news disseminated by the Medicine King Hall, but thinking back for a bit, it doesn't feel too probable either. If say who's the most convenient to spread this intel, it's naturally Cloudmarsh City. With this bout of probing today, Yi Yuan did not find any clues at all. Kwang Tianming let out a sigh and said, The matter of the fiend race is complicated and confusing. The only thing that we can be certain right now is the Medicine King Hall. Looks like wanting to open up new prospects, there's only starting from the Medicine King Hall. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, There's only like this. It's just that those few old fellows from the Holy Region aren't that easy to convince. Kwang Tianming said, The matter concerns the rise and fall of the human race. It's not up to them to not take it seriously. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a bitter smile, The higher the cultivation realm, the greater the power, and the more selfish. Plus wanting them to take action, it is difficult. The two people were currently chatting when Ruan Shuangzhou suddenly came in to report, My lord, someone who calls himself Yu Jianfeng arrived outside, saying that he's paying a visit to Miss Li Er. Yi Yuan was stupefied and could not help being somewhat doubtful. What did the Yu family send Yu Jianfeng to come to find Li Er for at this time? Chapter 1080, Breaking Destiny. Chapter 1080, Breaking Destiny. After Yi Yuan left the city lord manor, A figure appeared beside Old Man Han. "Looks like he's already suspicious of you," said that person. "This brat is too clever." In the past, he didn't place his thoughts on this. Returning this time, even I, this old antique, feel a headache towards him. Old Man Han said, "Oh, this junior apprentice brother of mine is a peerlessly talented person to begin with. Previous life, it was the environment he grew up in that was too comfortable. Hence, that's why he cannot be bothered to place his thoughts on scheming and conspiring. Once he gets serious, even I'm not a match either." This figure was actually Yi Yuan's senior apprentice brother, Ji Kanglin. Yi Yuan attempted to probe Old Man Han, but he never would have thought that Old Man Han actually got together with Ji Kanglin. Hearing Ji Kanglin's words, Old Man Han deeply felt that way too as he nodded his head and said, "This brat's maturing speed is too terrifying. The last time he came, I already wanted to make a move to keep him behind, but I discovered that I couldn't see through him at all. That's why I didn't act rashly without careful consideration." Ji Kanglin said, "Luckily, we didn't make a move against him. Otherwise, this time, Lord Holy Mother probably won't have a chance to escape." "You really view him so highly?" "The two of us taking action, keeping him behind shouldn't be hard," Old Man Han said in surprise. Ji Kanglin said with a faint smile, "It's not that I view him highly, but that it's heaven that thinks highly of him. The son of heaven's mandate isn't said for fun. If it was so easy to be killed, then it wouldn't be called the son of heaven's mandate. I've already killed him once, except he's not dead yet, isn't it so? Our fiend race has counterattacked G. Oh, D knows how many times in the divine realm. But each time, it's foiled at the hands of the child of destiny. This time, we must be doubly cautious." Old Man Han's expression turned austere as he said, "Could it be that, Holy Son, you infiltrating into the Medicine King Hall, was actually because of him?" Although Old Man Han's strength was formidable, this sort of top-secret matters he naturally did not know. Most likely, the only ones who knew were the Lord Divine Master out of Ji Kanglin's mouth, as well as Ji Kanglin himself, right? Only hearing Ji Kanglin say, so at this time, did Old Man Han have a feeling of suddenly seeing the whole thing in a clear light, thinking through the cause and effect. The divine realm had 8 great super holy lands. Even if it was infiltrating, they should also pick the most powerful holy region. Although the Medicine King Hall was powerful, it was still not worth the Divine Master doing so. Moreover, after the Holy Son killed the Ji father and son, he did not seem to have any further actions either. Looking at it now, the Holy Son infiltrating the Medicine King Hall, his goal from the very start was Ji Qingyun. Ji Kanglin smiled slightly and nodded as he said, "That's right. Lord Divine Master purged the fiendish energy in my body with a great magical ability, sealed my memories, and sent me into the Medicine King Hall. The goal was precisely Ji Qingyun. Long during 1,000 years ago, Lord Divine Master somewhat sensed that this era's child of destiny will appear in the Medicine King Hall. I laid low for several hundred years and plotted for a long time before finally finding an opportunity to take action, striking dead with one blow. It's just, I never thought that didn't kill him either. Hence, if Ji Qingyun died here muddle-headedly, then he wouldn't be the son of heaven's mandate." Hiss! Old Man Han drew a cold breath. Such detailed setup, such a deadly blow, was actually unable to kill Ji Qingyun too. This boy's life was also truly too tenacious. In the past, he still scoffed in contempt towards the saying of son of heaven's mandate. But now he believed it. Ji Kanglin continued slowly. "I even suspect now that 20 years ago, when I made a move and killed him, it precisely gave him the chance to have a nirvanic rebirth. It was also precisely because I killed him that it gave him a chance to soar up to the heavens with one bound. Perhaps all of this was long foreordained already. If without me, maybe he'll still be that Medicine King Hall's young lord who's wholeheartedly obsessed with alchemy Tao." Thinking about it further back, perhaps Divine Master's response might also have been something long predetermined. The more Ji Kanglin talked, the more alarmed Old Man Han was. These words sounded very incredible, but thinking about it carefully, wasn't it exactly so? With Ji Kanglin's status, he definitely would not utter such incomprehensible words. These words were definitely after he thought it over carefully. The life of the Son of Heaven's mandate was too tenacious. Doesn't that mean that no matter what we do, we ultimately still can't escape the outcome of defeat? This Ji Qingyun can't be killed at all? Old Man Han said in amazement. According to Ji Kanglin's way of saying things, everything that they were doing right now was all futile. Then what was the point? Ji Kanglin smiled and said, "Not unkillable. It's just that the time hasn't arrived yet. Since we've already failed once, we absolutely can't fail a second time. The next time we make a move, there must be 100% assurance." How to kill? Old Man Han said speechlessly. Ji Kanglin's expression turned intent, and his gaze was deep as he said, "Want to kill the child of destiny? One must first break his destiny. As long as one breaks his destiny, killing him will be as easy as blowing off dust." Old Man Han was stunned and blurted, "Breaking destiny? How to break?" Fate was determined by heaven. Regardless of whether it was the human race or fiend race, how could one possibly break destiny? Ji Kanglin just smiled, and he did not answer Old Man Han. "Uncle Feng, why have you come?" Seeing Yu Jianfeng, Liu was very surprised too. Yu Jianfeng looked to be laden with worries, an appearance of wanting to speak but swallowing the words back. The moment Liu saw this appearance, her heart thumped. To be able to make Yu Jianfeng personally make a trip, something unforeseen must have happened to Bright Moon City. Yu Jianfeng heaved a sigh and said, "Ancestors' longevity is drawing to an end and is going to pass away in meditation very soon." Liu's entire body involuntarily trembled when she heard that. How can it be? Was an ancestor in close seclusion all along these few years? Why would he suddenly? Liu said in disbelief. Yu Jianfeng also let out a sigh and said, "Ancestors matters, I believe you also know. In his early years, he had a battle with the Zhou family's ancestor and had long left behind hidden injuries already. A few days ago, his hidden injuries relapsed. Hence, his lifespan is exhausted ahead of schedule. This sing away in meditation is also a matter of these few months. Liu, Yu family's most important junior presently. His elderly self hopes to meet you before sing away. There are some things that he wants to instruct you face to face." The moment Liu heard, she became caught in a dilemma. As a matter of fact, she and the Yu family's ancestor did not have overly deep feelings. Ever since birth, the ancestor was in close seclusion all year round and never showed face before. But now that his elderly self was about to pass away in meditation, she had to make a trip back no matter what. It was just that Yi Yuan's pressing matter on hand right now was to make a trip to the holy region. This way, it would be marching in opposite directions to Yi Yuan. "Big brother Yuan." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Since your ancestor wants to see you, you naturally have to make this trip back. Making a trip to the holy region, I'm just having a couple of words with those few old freaks. It won't take too much time either. Once the matters over there are settled, I'll go to Bright Moon City to find you." Actually, Yi Yuan could not bear to part with Liu too, but a person's death was major. The Yu family's ancestors' sing away in meditation was near at hand. If he did not let Liu return, it was seriously going against moral principles. Others might, but he himself would not be able to disregard his own conscience on this. Chapter 1081, City in the Sky. Chapter 1081, City in the Sky. During his previous life, Yi Yuan had heard before that the Yu family still had a void mystic ancestor who stood aloof from worldly affairs. It was just that did not think that his longevity actually drew to an end coincidentally at this time. The Yu family had already gotten to know Yu Mengli's potential and would naturally take her to be the Yu family's hope. How could such an important figure not show up? No matter how Yi Yuan loathed to part with Yu Mengli, he also could not do such a thing. Yu Mengli hated to part with Yi Yuan even more. To her, she only walked together with Yi Yuan after going through hards. Plus PS and dangers. She wished that she could keep sticking on to Yi Yuan and forever not part with him. But the affairs of human life were hard to predict. The Yu family's important matter, she obviously could not really ignore it. Ao Qian, follow Lier. Make sure not to let her suffer any bit of harm. Otherwise, I'll hold you solely responsible. Yi Yuan's tone was a never-before solemn. Ao Qian's expression turned stern as he said, "Yes, my lord." But Lier refused and said, "Big brother Yuan, this trip of yours is perilous. Those few holy regions' major powers aren't that easygoing. Elder Ao's strength is very strong. You'd best bring him along beside you. I'm just making a trip back to Bright Moon City. Why would I need any protection? If you really can't put your mind at ease, just let Wu Luo take a trip back with me." Yu Jianfeng also said, "Yeah, Lord Qing Yunzi. Bright Moon City is Lier's home. Could it be that there are still people who dare to bully her?" Yi Yuan was helpless and could only let Wu Luo accompany Lier and leave together. Watching Lier's silhouette disappear in the transmission array, Yi Yuan felt a sense of loss. Holy Region, it was a very special existence. It only had one large domain. But this place, it was the entire divine realm's strongest place. Not one of. The Lord of the Holy Region was the heaven-stabilizing divine king. And the Holy Region was also the one and only faction that possessed a 10 great divine king among the 8 great super-holy lands. Apart from this, the Alchemist Aes Association that established the entire alchemist system was also situated in the Holy Region. Of course, there was still the Heaven's secret tower that was veiled in mystery. So many powerful forces, including major forces, gathered in one region. The magnitude of might could be imagined. The Tli of void mystic powerhouses was mostly Pa-S, said down from mouth to mouth. But the Tlis of the 10 great divine kings were set by the Heaven's secret tower. Whether or not the rankings of the 10 great divine kings were accurate or not, Body knew as well. Because they had never fought before amongst themselves. At least, they had never exchanged blows before in front of people. But the 10 great divine kings themselves did not seem to have much dissent towards this ranking. They tacit acknowledged this ranking. The Lord of the Holy Region was Tled, the heaven-stabilizing divine king. Such a peerlessly tyrannical name naturally also represented his incomparably powerful strength. This holy region is simply miraculous, supporting the divine realm's largest city in the sky. How terrifying the essence energy does this require? Jiang Taicong looked at that city high above the clouds and exclaimed with shock. The holy city was the holy region's hub and also the divine realm's largest city. Except the city was not on the ground. It was established in the sky. The city was submerged in the clouds, unable to see through the actual situation at all. It could even be claimed as miraculous. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "The holy city is a miracle in the first place, so what's there to kick up a great fuss over? If talking about which faction's inheritance in this divine realm is preserved the most completely, it's none other than the holy city. If not for this case, how could it give birth to Zhuge Qingxian? That kind of monster?" Zhuge Qingxian? Jiang Taicong could not help being stupefied when he heard this name. Clearly, it was very unfamiliar. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That is the heaven-stabilizing divine king out of everybody's mouth, the rank 1 existence among the 10 great divine kings." With this, even Ao Qian could not help perking his ears too. He had long heard of the name of the 10 great divine kings, known as the 10 strongest people in the divine realm presently. Then wouldn't this rank 1 be the present divine realm's number 1 person? Such an existence. How could they not be interested? Ruan Shuangzhou muttered. Turns out that the heaven-stabilizing divine king's true name is called Zhuge Qingxian. Yi Yuan said, smilingly, "I told you all long ago that these guys like to pretend to be mysterious. But Zhuge Qingxian is really very strong. The other divine kings Tlis are mostly related to their most skilled fields, while Zhuge Qingxuan's isn't. This guy has virtually no weakness to exploit. His might practically makes people despair." The so-called 10 great divine kings were unfathomable existences to other people. To a divine king expert like Ruan Shuangzhou, he did not even know Zhuge Qingshuan's name. But Yi Yuan had friendly relations with quite a few of the 10 great divine kings. Their mysterious veil was nothing in front of Yi Yuan. But toward Zhuge Qingshuan's strength, Yi Yuan still admired greatly. Even such a proud fellow like the spirit-bristle divine king was full of praises towards Zhuge Qingshian. His might naturally need not be elaborated. Really that impressive? When I recover my strength, I want to find him to exchange views. I want to take a look if this divine realm's #1 person currently is really that incredible or not. Ao Qian said with an unconvinced look. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "The reason why Zhuge Qingshian is powerful is also that the Holy City's inheritances are very complete. The Holy City's foundation has lasted all the way from the Divine Tao era until today. It's what ordinary factions can't imagine. Just take this grand array, for example. It has operated for countless tens of thousands of years and didn't wane for a long time. Probably only deity realm powerhouses had such ability. The secrets in the Holy City were numerous. Just this divine rank grand array before their eyes made people marvel endlessly with admiration. Among those fleeting and ephemeral clouds, concealed an incomparably powerful grand array. This grand array had operated all the way from the Divine Tao era till today, but did not have the slightest trend of weakening. Such a foundation was naturally not what ordinary forces could compare to. There had once been many powerhouses who wished to enter into the clouds to check things out, but without exception, they were all turned to dregs. Over the course of time, nobody dared to enter inside anymore. My lord, everyone says that the holy region is easy to enter, but the holy city is hard to go into. How should we enter inside? Ruan Shuangzhou said. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You look, hasn't the ones fetching us arrived?" Everyone looked over. Sure enough, they saw a group of people floating down from the holy city. A young man leading cupped his fist towards Yi Yuan and said, "May I ask if it's Lord Qing Yinzi?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Precisely so." The young man said very cordially, It's really Lord Qing Yinzi. This one is Ho Yu, Holy City Purple Gold Hall's 5th seat disciple. Half a month ago, Ho Yu received Lord Cloudsky's Dermic decree to let me welcome Your Excellency here. I didn't think that today, Your Excellency finally arrived." Regarding the Holy City knowing about his arrival, Yi Yuan was not surprised. The Holy City was the Divine Realm's central. It was incomparably well-informed. Yi Yuan did not deliberately conceal his whereabouts either. With their strength, grasping his whereabouts was beyond easy. When this Ho Yu said that he was a disciple of the Purple Gold Hall, a trace of pride flickered across his eyes. The Purple Gold Hall was the hall where the Holy City's most elite disciples were at. Inside were virtually divine king powerhouses. To be able to rank 5th, his strength was rather out of the ordinary. Yi Yuan looked at Ho Yu and said with a smile that was not a smile, "What haughty airs Cloud Sky old punk has. This young master arrived, and he actually doesn't receive personally." Chapter 1082, Golden Cloud Sky Stares. Chapter 1082, Golden Cloud Sky Stares. The moment these words came out, the countenance of Ho Yu and the group of disciples behind him suddenly changed. This guy proclaimed to be Qin Yunzi before their eyes. His age was much younger than them, but he behaved like a senior when saying these words. Who was Cloud Sky? Cloud Sky was one of the 3 Tans of Holy City. His status in the Holy City was second only to the heaven-stabilizing Divine King. Such a character personally appointing a disciple to come out and welcome. Could it be that it was still not grand enough? This fellow in front of them was also a little too insolent, right? Lord Cloud Sky is too busy and truly can't find time to come and receive Your Excellency. I hope that Your Excellency doesn't take offense. Your Excellency, enter the city first. When Lord Cloud Sky is done with work, he'll definitely come and pay a courtesy call to Lord Qin Yunzi, Hui Yu said with an obsequious smile. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a cold smile, "Huh, this cloud sky old punk, isn't it seeing that this young master is no longer the man I was, having a high opinion of his ident? One, Tai. That's why he dispatched you all to come forward? Forget it. Coming this time is for important matters on hand. I won't stoop to the level of you all, these juniors." Ho Yu had an appearance as if a heavy burden was lifted off. He extended his hand to lead the way as he said, "Lord Qingyunzi, please." The place Ho Yu pointed at was a Ma. S of golden-colored cloud. Under the S, H, I, plus NE of the sunlight, it appeared glistening. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised as he said, "Yo, golden cloud sky stairs. Cloud sky old punk is still giving a lot of face, huh?" Ho Yu said smilingly, "What's Lord Qingyunzi saying? Your Excellency is the divine realm's pinnacle-most alchemist. With your status, naturally, there's only the golden cloud sky stairs that's fitting." But Ao Qian's expression changed, and he looked at Ho Yu viciously as he said, "What do you mean, brat?" But Ho Yu said calmly, "This senior, I don't understand your words. The golden cloud sky stairs is the holy city's highest treatment of receiving distinguished guests. One step, 3,000 stairs, what do you think I mean?" You, Ao Qian was tongue-tied for a moment and could not help looking at Yi Yuan as he said, "My lord, we'd best go up from the ordinary cloud sky stairs." Ao Qian, this kind of old monster, naturally came to the holy city before. Flying was prohibited within 10,000 miles of the holy city. If someone attempted to fly into the holy city, they would be decimated by the divine rank grand array. The only way to enter the holy city was this cloud sky stairs. Under the holy city, there are Ma. SES of clouds. The shade of colors varied. As long as one stepped onto the clouds, a cloud and mist staircase would naturally form step by step. It was called cloud sky stairs. The color of the cloud sky stairs went from light to dark. It was divided into a total of 9 ranks, corresponding to martial artists' 9 ranks, respectively. Rank 1 cloud sky stairs, 1 step, 1 stair. Reaching the holy city from the bottom required a full 1 year's time, while the rank 9 cloud sky stairs, 1 step, 300 stairs. Ascending to the holy city required a day's time. While above rank 9, there was an even higher level staircase still, named Golden Cloud Sky Stairs. The Golden Cloud Sky Stairs, 1 step, 3,000 stairs. One only needed several hours to be able to reach the holy city. This Golden Cloud Sky Stairs, AS, summed a golden color, looking extremely deluxe. It was indeed what the holy city used to welcome distinguished guests. But this Golden Cloud Sky Stairs, even ordinary void mystic powerhouses might not be able to ascend it safely either. When Ao Qian saw Ho Yu's very cautious manner, he even thought that Ho Yu was really apprehensive of Yi Yuan's ident. One time, he did not expect that Ho Yu was scheming something. He was also perplexed earlier. His Excellency normally treated people very modestly. Why did he have a high and mighty attitude toward this brat in front of him? One had to know that him calling Cloud Sky old punk was placing him and Cloud Sky on the capacity of the same generation. These few were merely the Purple Gold Hall's disciples. They immediately became a generation lower compared to Yi Yuan. Only then did Ao Qian come to a realization why Yi Yuan had a very KY appearance just now. Turns out that he had long seen through this Ho Yu's little thoughts and deliberately postured for him to see. Hearing Ao Qian's words, Ho Yu feigned surprise and said, "How can this do? Lord Qingyunzi is the divine realm's pinnacle-most alchemist, a person of the same generation as Lord Fengtian. How can he go up from the ordinary cloud sky stairs? This way is also too deigning, right?" Ao Qian's face turned black, and he berated, "Brat, shut your mouth for this old man. Do you believe this old man will tear your mouth or not?" But Ho Yu did not care about him at all, and pretended to have a sudden realization again as he said, "Ah, I know. Could it be that Lord Qingyunzi reincarnating? He can't even mount this golden cloud sky stairs now. Lord Qingyunzi, this." Ho Yu had good intentions. "I didn't think that your Excellency actually can't go up. Sorry, truly sorry." Ha! His words being uttered, the group of disciples behind him all roared with laughter. Hoyu apologized verbally, but was delighted in his heart. Ask you to posture. Ask you to offend eldest senior brother. Isn't it just a lousy alchemist? Only climbed on top of eldest senior brother's head by taking advantage of trickery. Really think that you're some important character? Reaching the holy city. Even a dragon had a coil for your father. Ao Qian was just about to fly off the handle when Yi Yuan used a hand gesture to stop him from speaking. He looked at Hoyu and said smilingly, Guisu made you do it, right? Already been so many years. That fellow is still so small-minded. How will he take on big responsibilities in the future? The Guisu out of Yi Yuan's mouth was precisely Hoyu's eldest senior brother, the Purple Gold Hall's head disciple. This Guisu was the same as Yi Yuan and Jian Wushuang, genius martial artists that grew up in the same generation. But Guisu's growing speed was similarly far from comparable to Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan became a peak alchemy emperor, Guisu was still just a peak divine king and had not stepped into the realm of void mystic. Originally, the two were of the same generation. But with Yi Yuan's breakthrough, Guisu became a junior all of a sudden. How could this not make him depressed? Back then, Guisu was known as the divine realm's #1 genius, with hopes of inheriting the heavens-stabilizing divine king's mantle. But he was crushed by Yi Yuan until he was black and blue all over. Even though the two people never had a frontal clash before, every time Guisu saw Yi Yuan, that thick enmity could not be concealed no matter what. Living in the same era as Yi Yuan, regardless of what kind of a genius, it was all a tragedy. Jian Wushuang was like that. Guisu was similarly like so. He was choked badly by Yi Yuan's words, but he forcefully pressed it down in the end and switched to a smiling face as he said, What's Lord Qinyanzi saying? Hoyu doesn't understand. Hoyu has good intentions. What has it got to do with eldest senior brother? Sigh. It was Hoyu who was rash. If your excellency can't ascend the golden cloud sky stairs, then change to an ordinary one then. Hoyu was certain that Yi Yuan could not ascend the golden cloud sky stairs. Hence, that was why he kept on using words to squeeze Yi Yuan ceaselessly. This trip here for him was indeed sent by Cloud Sky. But before coming, Guisu greeted him and told him to make things tough for Yi Yuan. His current thoughts were very simple. That was to give Yi Yuan some trouble. Either way, he could not ascend the golden cloud sky stairs. Even eldest senior brother, this void mystic powerhouse, could not ascend the golden cloud sky stairs, let alone Yi Yuan, this third-level Tao profound. He deliberately raised Yi Yuan's status high in order to extol him to death. It was just that he did not think that Yi Yuan's present bit of strength, he actually dared to climb up along the shaft too. But he had also repulsed enough for him to choke on. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Forget it, forget it. Since Guisu is so cordial, wouldn't it brush off his good intentions if I don't mount this golden cloud sky stairs? Chapter 1083, Child's Play. Chapter 1083. Child's Play. Yi Yuan lightly leaped and stepped right onto the golden cloud sky stairs. Seeing this scene, Hoyu's face revealed a look of derision. The cloud sky stairs was this divine rank grand array subsidiary, containing extremely profound powers of law. If one's cultivation realm fell short, there was no way to stand firmly on top at all. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was simply inadequate to stand on it. Cultivation realm not match. The grand array would immediately eject Yi Yuan out, even get injured by powers of law. This move of Hoyu's was in order to make a fool of Yi Yuan. If he could let him suffer a big loss, that would be for the best. Sure enough, the moment Yi Yuan stood on it, the golden cloud sky stairs spilled over with light and was about to throw Yi Yuan off. Beneath Yi Yuan's foot quaked unceasingly, making his entire body start swaying, looking as if he was going to be thrown off. Ha ha! This is our Lord Qinyanzi. You're a major power of the divine realm, to actually not even be able to stand on the golden cloud sky stairs. Hoyu laughed loudly and said, Haha, what's wrong, Lord Qinyanzi? The golden cloud sky stairs. 1 step, 3,000 stairs. You haven't taken the step yet. Hold steady, quickly hold it there steady. Being flung off the golden cloud sky stairs isn't that pleasant. Is this really that Lord Qingyunzi hailed as closest to the alchemy G.O.D. realm? Wouldn't be a fake one, right? Ha ha ha. For a moment, mocking laughter sounded out everywhere. The group of Purple Gold Hall disciples laughed themselves into convulsions, all mocking Yi Yuan nonstop. Ao Qian and the rest all had black faces. This bunch of fellows was clearly long prepared to watch a spectacle. If not out of fear of delaying the important matters, they wished that they could teach these guys a good lesson. But on the golden cloud sky stairs, Yi Yuan was not panicky. A faint surge of power of laws slowly spilled over from his body, converging into the golden cloud sky stairs. Very soon, his body no longer swayed. The golden cloud sky stairs also stabilized. This surge of power of laws was precisely those divine inscriptions' divine Tao laws. The S of those Purple Gold Hall disciples all popped out. The original mocking laughter abruptly ceased. What kind of situation was this? Why was a third-level Dai, profound martial artist able to stabilize himself on the golden cloud sky stairs? This was something that had never happened before. This face-slapping was simply resounding. A lot of their faces were still carrying that strange smile earlier, currently frozen on their faces. But now, they could not smile no matter what. Yi Yuan turned around and gave Ho Yu a pitiful glance as he said with a smile, "I was only teasing you just now. You expended such a great effort. If I didn't let you be happy for a bit, it would seriously let you down." Done talking, Yi Yuan took a step out and immediately appeared above 3,000 steps. Jiang Taizong also froze there. Seeing Yi Yuan disappear before his eyes, he let out a guffaw and said, "You see it? You bunch of dumba. SES, take a good look. This is disparity. You guys think that Qin Yun Zi, these 3 words, is casually shouted?" Ao Qian was also akin to being relieved of a heavy burden and said with a cold snort, "A bunch of things who overestimate their own abilities. Really unbelievably foolish. Plus, eldest senior brother, Qin Yunzi reincarnating. He's merely an initial stage, Dao profound minor character now. Lord Cloud Sky actually made you come and receive personally. We really feel not worth it for you. Yeah, eldest senior brother, why don't you go back? This sort of minor character will do the waiting. You're a void mystic powerhouse now. How can you humble yourself and bend your knee to welcome a puny little initial stage, Dao, profound martial artist? For him to want to come up from the rank 9 cloud sky stairs, it still needs a day's time. But I'm looking very forward to his badly battered appearance when he comes up. Outside the holy city's gates, several young men were gathered together. The one at the front was actually a void mystic powerhouse. Who could it be if not Guisu? Toward the group of junior apprentice brothers' flattery, Guisu quite enjoyed it. Except, he had a reason that he must be here as well. He very much wished to personally take a look at what kind of state the Qin Zi, who commanded the wind and clouds back then, ended up in. Especially the appearance of tumbling until his nose was B-L-O-O-D, Y and his face swollen. Guisu felt very thrilled in his heart, even thinking about it. Of course, he would not utter this sort of words in front of a group of junior apprentice brothers. Talking rubbish. Plus, how can Lord Cloudsky's orders be brushed over? Although I broke through to the realm of Void Mystic, I'm just the Purple Gold Hall's head disciple in the end, Guisu reproached. Although it was a reprimand, not a hint of reprove could be heard in his words. Right at this time, a silhouette burst right through the clouds and appeared in everyone's line of sight. "It's the golden cloud sky stairs," somebody exclaimed in shock. There was no need for him to say this, because Guisu already discerned that it was the golden cloud sky stairs. Moreover, that unfamiliar young man on the golden cloud sky stairs was precisely 3rd level Dao profound. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Guisu looked at Yi Yuan absent-mindedly with a look of disbelief. How could 3rd level Dao profound possibly come up from the golden cloud sky stairs? Yi Yuan leaped, jumping down from the golden cloud sky stairs, and arrived before Guisu, and said with a smile, Long time no see, Guisu. Guisu said in a daze, "You're really Qingyan Z? But how did you come up from the golden cloud sky stairs?" Yi Yuan reached his hand out and patted on his shoulders twice, and slowly walked into the city as he said, without even turning his head back, "So many years of not seeing, you're still such a good-for-nothing. You're at any rate a void mystic powerhouse now, too, still playing this sort of child's play tricks. Don't you find it disgraceful?" The moment Guisu heard, his lungs wanted to explode from fury. This guy still postured just like in the past, to actually use the tone of a senior to reprimand me. You're merely a third-level Dao profound right now. To actually dare talk this way to a void mystic powerhouse. You really don't know how the word death was written. Ji Qingyun, stop right there for me. Guisu looked at Yi Yuan's back view and shouted coldly. Yi Yuan seemingly did not hear it, and paid no heed to all as he walked into the city. Guisu's expression sunk, and he said, "If you're looking for a BASH, plussing yourself, then you can't blame me." Finished saying, he immediately reached his hand out to grab at Yi Yuan. This grab, Guisu intentionally wanted to embark. Yi Yuan, mustering up essence energy fully. As long as he grabbed hold of Yi Yuan's shoulder, it could absolutely make him hurt until he knelt down. The power of a void mystic powerhouse's grab could be imagined. The group of junior apprentice disciples only saw a blur before their eyes, and Guisu vanished before them. While at this time, Yi Yuan seemed to be oblivious and still walked forward neither too fast nor too slowly. With a whistle, a strong wind already arrived. Guisu's grab directly aimed at Yi Yuan's shoulder. However, just as his hand was about to touch Yi Yuan, he only felt a blur before his eyes. His body actually said right through Yi Yuan's body. Guisu abruptly turned his head back and discovered that Yi Yuan was still standing there perfectly well. It was as if he never moved before at all. He looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief as he said with a shocked look, "Heaven-man unity. You actually already comprehended heaven-man unity. Just 20 years' time. How is this possible?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Don't play such childish stuff anymore. For me to go see Cloud Sky. Coming this time, I have important matters to discuss with him." Chapter 1084. Sit idly and reap the fruits of others' labor. Chapter 1084. Sit idly and reap the fruits of others' labor. Lord Cloud Sky is currently in close seclusion, and it's inconvenient to meet him. I'll bring you to the courier stations first. Other matters, talk again later. Guisu came back to his senses and said impatiently. Hearing Guisu's words, Yi Yuan had a bad premonition. This trip probably would not be that smooth. Where's Nangong Zifeng and Zhuge Qingxian? Yi Yuan asked with a frown. The holy city's 3 Tans, Zhuge Qingxian, Nangong Zifeng, and Cloud Sky. These three people were the holy city's most powerful existences. Since Cloud Sky was in close seclusion, Yi Yuan could only look for Nangong Zifeng. Lord Nangong and Lord Zhuge are both not in the city. If you have urgent matters, there's only waiting for Lord Cloud Sky to exit seclusion, Guisu said. Yi Yuan's brows knitted tightly together. Cloud Sky was clearly intentionally avoiding and not meeting here. Could it be that he had already guessed his intention of coming and did not plan on intervening in the Medicine King Hall's matters? If it was like this, the matter would be rather troublesome. Without the Holy Regent's support, it was very hard for the 8 great super holy lands to join together. Wanting to deal with the Medicine King Hall would be doubly difficult. Moreover, Yi Yuan kept feeling that the Medicine King Hall was likely not as easy to deal with as on the surface. There were no walls without any cracks under the heavens. The immemorial medicine garden had such a huge commotion, it was impossible for the 8 great super holy lands to not have any intel at all. The Medicine King Hall concealed so deeply. Taking the risk of being exposed this time and drawing so many experts, it was impossible for them to never have thought that they would become a common target for scorn. If, say, Ji Kanglin had no preparations at all, Yi Yuan would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Cloud Sky said that he was in close seclusion. Yi Yuan had no other methods too. He could only follow Guisu to the courier station together. Wasu escorted Yi Yuan inside the courier station and left on his own without caring about the latter. Inside an independent S.P.A.C. in the Holy City, two elderly men were currently conversing. Ji Qingyun coming to the Holy City this time is definitely for the matter of the Medicine King Hall. With his character not seeing our faces, he probably won't easily leave. To think that after a time interval of 50,000 years, the fiend race staged a comeback once again. Looks like this time, it can't dispense with a bout of sanguinary slaughter again. Since Yi Yuan is this era's son of heaven's mandate, then we naturally don't need to poke our noses into what isn't our business. How many times have the fiend race jumped around? They never truly succeeded before even once. With the son of heaven's mandate around, just let them fight first. After fighting finish, we'll come out again to clean up the messy situation. I didn't think that Ji Qingyun is actually this era's son of heaven's mandate. Since he came to the Holy City, it means that he won't sit idly by and remain indifferent to the fiend race's matters. Ji Kanglin failed to kill Ji Qingyun, but helped him instead, indicating that his destiny is extremely strong. As long as one lets him mature, he'll naturally be able to exterminate the fiend race. If Yi Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize that these two were precisely the Nangong Zifeng and Cloud Sky who avoided meeting him. Except, Yi Yuan probably also did not think that the Divine Realm's secrets that the Holy City was aware of were far more than he imagined. Hearing the meaning in their words, they actually wanted to watch indifferently regarding the fiend race's matters without lending a hand, harboring the idea of sitting it out and reaping the spoils later. The matter of Yi Yuan being the son of heaven's mandate, they were also perfectly aware. Looking at it like this, the matter of the fiend race gradually surfacing, they were actually long aware. Except, they did not have the intention of stopping. Instead, they had the intention of letting it develop unchecked. Qing Xian, that fellow, has already entered the this Fall Mountain range for 20 years' time. I wonder if he really has any harvests or not. Without him holding down the fort, once the crisis of the fiend race erupts, the two of us probably can't suppress it. Cloud Sky said, "There's no big deal. Once the Holy City's array formation activates, even deity realm powerhouses are unable to break through. Even if the fiend race was any stronger, it's also impossible to breach the Holy City. Furthermore, divine artifacts coming into existence consecutively, heaven and earth will presumably have a great change. Perhaps, deity realm powerhouses will really descend upon the mortal world anew. If that's really the case, Qing Xian will definitely be the first powerhouse to step into deity realm." Nangong Zifeng said, "Makes sense. Our holy region's foundations are deep and profound. Furthermore, we've avoided several great battles of two races. Our ACCU relations are very deep. If say talking about who has the greatest hope of breaking through to deity realm in this world, it's definitely Qing Xian," Cloud Sky said. "Ji Qingyin, that brat, leave him out in the sun to dry first. When he feels snubbed, he'll naturally leave," Nangong Zifeng said. Cloud Sky nodded and said, "There's only like this." After encamping at the courier station, out of Yi Yuan's expectations, Long Tongue manifested himself. "Senior Long Tongue, you are?" Yi Yuan asked rather surprisedly. Long Tongue looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Are the Holy Region's personnel in charge avoiding you and not meeting?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said unhappily, "No idea what's with Cloud Sky, that old man. The Holy Region is the human race's leader. At present, the fiend race's feathers are gradually fluffing up, but he's avoiding meeting me. Truly detestable." When Long Tongue heard that, he could not help giving a cold laugh. "Over 50,000 years have passed," said. "Looks like this Holy Region is still so shameful." Yi Yuan could not help being stunned when he heard that. Hearing the meaning in Long Tongue's words, there seemed to be veiled criticism towards the Holy Region. Thinking about it, Yi Yuan could not help feeling rather odd. The pandemonium of the heavenly fiend Ji. Oh, 50,000 years ago, it was actually the Dragon Clan who had a great battle with him in the end. Then, Where did the Holy Region, such a super faction, go to? Although the Dragon Clan was at the height of its power and splendor 50,000 years ago, possessing a large batch of void mystic powerhouses, looking at the Holy Region's strength, it shouldn't be inferior to the Dragon Clan. Why didn't news of them resisting the fiend race pass down? With this thought, Yi Yuan felt that something was not right. Long Tongue clearly saw through Yi Yuan's puzzlement and said with a cold smile, "Do you know why the Holy Region was able to become the human race's #1 power?" "Why?" Yi Yuan asked puzzledly. All along, the impression that the Holy Region gave people was powerful, very powerful. Regardless of how the other super holy lands changed, the Holy Region stood firm from beginning to end. There had never been a faction that was able to shake the Holy Region's position of a Goliath. In the people's view, the Holy Region possessed the rank one of the 10 great divine kings, the heaven-stabilizing divine king, and also had an incomparably terrifying divine rank grand array. They could naturally claim to be the human race's #1 faction. But a faction like this, could it be that they did not have any losses during the turmoil of the fiend race? Long Tongue said with a contemptuous look, "Over 50,000 years ago, the Blood D temple swept throughout the entire divine realm. The Dragon Clan had once issued an invitation to the Holy Region before, inviting them to encircle and quash the Blood D temple together along with them. But they actually did not respond to the Dragon Clan's invitation in the slightest. From start to finish, they never sent a single soldier. Furthermore, they activated the Grand Array, sealing off the Holy City, cutting off all connections with the outside world. That battle, they did not have any losses at all. Naturally, they could become the Divine Realm's #1 faction. Yi Yuan could not help being stupefied when he heard. He did not think that the Holy Region actually still had such a past. It seemed like they did not wish to tread into the muddy waters at all by relying on that they had a divine rank grand array protecting. Whether the divine realm fell into the enemy's hands or not seemed to not have any relation with them at all. But if the fiend race truly occupied the entire divine realm, even if they sealed off the grand array, they can't last for a long time either, right? Yi Yuan thought about it and said. Long Tongue had a cold smile as he said, "But in reality, the divine realm didn't fall into the enemy's hands. Isn't it so?" Fong Tian's sudden emergence salvaged the entire divine realm. While they're just a group of trash that sat idly by and reaped the fruits of others' labor. Chapter 1085, Blocking the Front Door and Face Slapping. Chapter 1085, Blocking the Front Door and Face Slapping. Senior's meaning is that the Holy Region is probably long aware of the existence of the Son of Heaven's mandate already. Hence, that's why they would intentionally preserve their strength. Yi Yuan understood with a snap and guessed. If the fiend race really unified the divine realm, even if the Holy Region was a tortoise with the fiend race gathering the entire divine realm's strength to solve it, its would also be broken. At this point, it was impossible that the Holy Region's powerhouses did not figure out. The only possibility was that they knew that there was someone capable of saving the divine realm. That was why they harbored the thinking of not taking sides in order to save their own skin and deliberately not exert strength. Long Tongue smiled coldly and said, "The human race and fiend race's war has lasted for at least 1,000,000 years. What's strange about a major power with a long-standing inheritance like the Holy Region knowing about this? It's just that their actions are truly beneath contempt. Didn't think that 50,000 years have said, but they're still like this." Hearing Long Tongue say so, Yi Yuan was also contemptuous toward the Holy Region to the extreme in his heart. This kind of major matter that concerned the entire divine realm survival, the Holy Region, as the divine realm's #1 major force, actually wanted to look on with folded arms. Truly disgraceful to the extreme. Other people fought dauntlessly in BOOD battles, but they sit idly and reap the fruits of others' labor, stepping on other people's skeletons to move up. Furthermore, This actually even became a tradition. 50,000 years ago was like this. 50,000 years later today was similarly like so. Yi Yuan said, Cloud Sky old punk definitely didn't enter close seclusion. He wants to use the delay tactic to let me beat a retreat in the face of difficulties. Haha, how can I, Yi Yuan, be so easy to send away? Long Tongue shook his head and said, It's no use. He has already made up his mind to not see you. Even if you knock on his door to beg him, he won't meet you either. Yi Yuan did not speak and started pacing slowly inside the room. When Long Tongue saw the situation, he shut up and did not speak as well. He knew that Yi Yuan was definitely thinking of a way. After some time, a hint of a smile surfaced on Yi Yuan's face. When Long Tongue saw the situation, he knew that there was a chance. Heavenly Saint Plaza was the Holy Region's largest public square. The human traffic here was immensely heavy. It could be said to be one of the Holy City's most prosperous areas. The second day morning, an additional stall appeared in the Heavenly Saint Plaza. On the left and right side of the stall, each had an enormous vertical scroll. On the left-hand side of the scroll was written all requests will be granted, while on the right-hand side of the scroll, it was not taking a single penny. The moment this lineup was put out, it immediately drew a large group of martial artists to crowd around. What's this? Is it fortune-telling? Martial artists all defy the heavens and change fate. How many believe in fate? Are you dumb? You look at this lineup, does it look like fortune-telling? Quite a few medicinal cauldrons are placed over there. It's clearly refining pills on people's behalf. This means that helping people refine pills for free, there's still such a good thing. But even if it's free pill refinement, this brat is also 2C. O-C-K-Y, right? Still, all requests will be granted. Who does he think he is? Haha, you're out of touch with the outside world and its affairs, right? This young man isn't an ordinary person. He's the peak alchemy emperor, Qin Yunzi. Back then, Qin Yunzi didn't die. A trace of remnant soul fled to the lower realms, and he seized possession and revived. Qin Yunzi, my G. O. D. Qin Yunzi actually set up a stall to help people refine pills here. What does he want to do? Right beside is the Alchemist A.S. Association's headquarters. This is also too provocative, right? Yi Yuan's eyed it. 1. Tao is already not some secret now. The Holy City had no lack of some well-informed people who knew that Yi Yuan was Qin Yunzi. With this wave of discussion, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. What kind of status did the peak alchemy emperor Qin Yunzi have? If it was in the past, forget about begging him to refine pills. Even meeting him was extremely hard to come by. Today, he was actually helping people refine pills for free. Furthermore, on the scroll, it stated that all requests would be granted. More importantly, he actually set up a stall at the front gates of the Alchemist A.S. Association's headquarters. This was simply monumental. There had never been anyone who dared to provoke the Alchemist A.S. Association like this before. Even at the Medicine King Hall's most powerful and prosperous, they never did such a face-slapping action before either. The Medicine King Hall and the Alchemist A.S. Association's contending, that was all playing tricks in the dark. This sort of posturing and face-slapping action, it never happened before. Of course, even though the Medicine King Hall was impressive, the Alchemist A.S. Association was not to be trifled with either. Ji Xingyang's alchemy past strength was merely around on par with Jing Fengtian. Where did Qin Yunzi's courage come from to dare slap people's faces at their front door? At this time, the people surrounding the watching were many. But people who genuinely dared to come forward and request for pills, there was not a single one. This place was the Alchemist A.S. Association's front gate. Requesting Qin Yunzi for pills. Wasn't this slapping the Alchemist A.S. Association's face? Not everyone had this nerve to dare oppose the Alchemist A.S. Association. Right then, a person suddenly scurried out from within the crowd. It was a middle-aged martial artist. It was only to see him come before Yi Yuan and immediately kneel down with a thud. Lord Qin Yunzi, I beg you, save this lowly one's wife. The middle-aged martial artist made a pitiful plea. This middle-aged martial artist was merely a heaven enlightenment realm martial artist. In this holy city, he was merely a minor character that was not important. Yi Yuan, who was originally sitting rigidly upright, hurriedly went up to support the middle-aged martial artist when he saw him getting so worked up and said, "This elder brother, you don't have to be like this. Since I said that all requests will be granted, no matter who comes, I won't reject it. Speak about it. What's the matter with your wife?" The moment the middle-aged martial artist heard, he could not help being overjoyed and hastily recounted his wife's situation briefly. This middle-aged martial artist was called Lu Wu. Half a year ago, he and his wife went to a mystic realm in the holy region to search for treasures. He did not expect that his wife would be bitten by a little snake. A small snake that did not take human form. They did not pay attention at that time as well, and continued going deep in after expelling the poison. But very soon, Lu Wu discovered something amiss. Many red spots quickly erupted on his wife's body. Then her skin started to fester. Until now, Lu Wu's wife's body was practically completely rotten already, looking as if her life was almost going to be lost. He sought medical help from the Alchemist Association's alchemists, but the Alchemist Association's alchemy saint could not diagnose it at all. As for alchemy venerable powerhouses, Lu Wu could not afford that money at all. And the alchemy venerable that he found said that without heavenly essence crystals, there was no talk. Lu Wu loved his wife deeply. Hence, he pestered that alchemy venerable every day, hoping to be able to use his sincerity to move the other party. Except, he did not appreciate it at all. He did not think that coming over today, he just happened to see Yi Yuan set up a stall here. He did not recognize Yi Yuan either, but when he heard that this one in front of him was the widely renowned Lord Qinyanzi, he did not hesitate in the slightest to be the first one to step forward. Hearing Lu Wu's circumstances, Yi Yuan immediately had a sudden realization and said, "That's a 7 extreme dual flower snake. Its venom has 2 kinds of toxins. One type is active, very easy to expel, but the other type is dormant, exceedingly difficult to detect. Want to expel this poison, one requires a tier 8 medicinal pill, the Tai Clear Wind pill." The moment Lu Wu heard, his face revealed a look of wild elation. A peak alchemy emperor was a peak alchemy emperor. Just listening to his description, he determined what kind of poison his wife was inflicted with. That alchemy saint was simply weak to the max. But the elated feelings on his face died down very quickly. He said with a dejected look, "Lord Qinyanzi, I can't afford tier 8 spirit medicines." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "No worries, I still have some tier 8 spirit medicines on me. Just happen to have the spirit medicines to refine the Tai Clear Wind pill. I'll refine it for you right away." Chapter 1086, Quan Xingzi's Headache. Chapter 1086, Quan Xingzi's Headache. One rock kicking up a tidal wave. After consuming the medicinal pill, in less than an hour, Lu Wu's wife recovered. He brought his wife to the Heavenly Saint Plaza and was endlessly grateful towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan only urged this husband and wife couple away after a bout of persuasion. With this, many people were no longer calm. The Alchemist Association's alchemists all had their noses pointing up at the sky. How could they be as amiable and approachable as Lord Qinyanzi? More importantly, Lord Qinyanzi did not take a single cent for the pill refinement, and even chipped in spirit medicines. This sort of opportunity, go where to find? I was recently just about to refine a tier 9 medicinal pill, 3 lives profound gate pill. The spirit medicines are finally collected, but the price demanded by the Alchemist Association's alchemy emperor, I can't afford it at all. Me too. My immortal polyporosol recall pill has also just gathered together the spirit medicines, emptying out my bank, and even almost losing my small life. How is there still anything that those great deities in the Alchemist Association will take fancy on? Lord Qinyanzi is a peak alchemy emperor. This kind of powerhouse, personally refining pills for us. This sort of treatment can't be encountered even once in 10,000 years. Going past this village, there wouldn't be this shop anymore. Yi Yuan said it, he would only refine Tier 9 and above medicinal pills. The rest would be handed to his pupils and grandpupil to refine. Lu Wu's medicinal pill was refined by Guyu. Guyu, Xiaoruyan, and Rendong. The three people taking action, ordinary medicinal pills were naturally nothing difficult. With somebody striding out the first step, how could each and every one of those Dao profound realm powerhouses still be able to remain calm? It was not that these Dao profound realm powerhouses were miserly, but that Tier 9 spirit medicines seriously burned too much money. And inviting ordinary alchemy emperors to take action, the price normally far exceeded the price of a medicinal pill itself. There was no choice. Alchemists were really a scarce species. Each and every one was in high demand. Even if you did not look for them, there would already be a whole group of people queuing to find them to refine pills. How could there be, like today, refining pills completely free? What was Nabal was that Lord Qingyunzi was far stronger compared to those guys with eyes at the top of their heads. Finally, someone could not hold back anymore. A Dao profound realm martial artist came before Yi Yuan, bowed down, and said, "This lowly one wants to refine a 3 lives profound gate pill. Can your excellency please take action and refine it?" Yi Yuan did not put on the slightest bit of airs and said with a nod, "Take out the spirit medicines then." In less than 4 hours, a 3 lives profound gate pill came into existence, a transcendent grade pill. That Dao profound realm martial artist held the transcendent grade 3 lives profound gate pill, feeling like he was dreaming. If you want to find the Alchemist Association's alchemy emperors to refine the 3 lives profound gate pill himself, it would at most be middle grade, even low grade, because he could not afford the price to let high-level alchemists take action. When ordinary initial stage alchemy emperors refined Tier 9 medicinal pills, being able to refine out middle grade was already considered pretty good. But now he obtained a transcendent grade 3 lives profound gate pill. Thank you very much, Lord Qingyunzi. Thank you very much, Lord Qingyunzi. He held the medicinal pill in both hands and immediately knelt down. To be able to make a Dao profound realm powerhouse agitated, how important this medicinal pill was to him could be imagined. Peak Alchemy Emperor is Peak Alchemy Emperor. This alchemy skill is simply a God-like technique. Yeah, I saw before the Alchemist Association's high-rank alchemy emperor refined pills before. At that time, it was greatly astonished. Plusing. But compared to Lord Qingyunzi, he's too trashy. Furthermore, this is a Tier 9 medicinal pill. Refining it in 4 hours, and it's even transcendent grade. What kind of concept was this? If Lu Wu's incident was just a preface, then this 3 lives profound gate pill just now ignited a bomb and immediately blew up in the Heavenly Saint Plaza. No one could resist the allure of a transcendent grade Tier 9 medicinal pill. Those Dao profound powerhouses swarmed forward like bees, scrambling after one another to let Yi Yuan help them refine medicinal pills. At this time, they already could not be bothered with whatever Alchemist Association anymore. Could the Alchemist Association let a peak alchemy emperor help them refine pills? Would the Alchemist Association help them refine pills for free? They would not. This sort of situation was precisely what Yi Yuan had foreseen long ago. What he wanted was this effect. He did not believe that those Alchemist Association fellows could still sit still. As a Holy City subsidiary, the Alchemist Association helped the Holy City to AMA's innumerable riches, letting the Holy City's alchemists have endless resources to groom their descendant strength. Smacking the Alchemist Association's face, they would definitely go find Cloud Sky. This was Yi Yuan's plan. You don't come out, I'll force you out. Yi Yuan's comprehension of divine Dao laws became increasingly deeper currently. Right now, refining these Tier 9 medicinal pills was already at his fingertips and did not take too much time at all. If he was willing, he could even refine a large pile of arcane insight rank medicinal pills. Yi Yuan called out in a clear voice, "No need to worry, one by one. Those that need to refine Tier 9 medicinal pills, queue up on my side. Those who need to refine Tier 8 and below medicinal pills, go to the 3 of them there to queue. The few of them are my pupils and grand pupil. Their alchemy path strengths are still Pa-S, Sable, so everyone rest assured. However, if there are people who want to stir up trouble, don't blame me for not being courteous. Ao Qian and the few void mystic powerhouses release their auras. Those martial artists who were just about to cut queue and start a fight immediately shriveled up. With Ao Qian, Kuang Tianming, and Jiang Taicang present, the order at the scene was maintained very quickly. Hence, Yi Yuan and the others started refining pills one by one according to the order. SMAs. H. Plus inside the Alchemist A.S. Association, Xuanqing Z smashed the cup in his hand into pieces, sup 1/sup. Bullying others too much. Bullying others too much. Qingyan Z. This punk is getting more and more lawless. To actually dare block the Alchemist A.S. Association's front door and use this sort of underhanded trick to deal with the Alchemist A.S. Association, he's challenging the entire alchemy world here. Xuanqing Z howled. Only later on did Xuanqing Z know that that young man he wanted to recruit was actually Ji Qingyun. Even he, this person who was almost entering the coffin, felt his face burn red-hot at that time too. Before reincarnating, Ji Qingyun's strength already set him, this veteran peak alchemy emperor. Furthermore, the Medicine King Hall and the Alchemist Ace Association had always been at loggerheads. He was actually silly enough to go and recruit Yi Yuan. No wonder Yi Yuan had an incomparably arrogant attitude back then, making practically unable to step down the stage. Thinking about it now, he was completely making things hard on him on purpose back then. And now, this guy actually ran to his doorstep to slap faces. One had to know, inviting alchemists to take action to refine pills, the price was very costly. This was the alchemy world's rule, because the resources required for grooming an alchemist was far greater compared to a martial artist. Yi Yuan helping martial artists refine medicinal pills for free, this was breaking the rules. How could Xuanqing Z not be furious? But Ji Qingyun is all alone in the world right now, without any attachments. We can't do anything to him at all, unless the one speaking was one of the Alchemist Association's 3 great peak alchemy emperors, Gudao Z. At this time, he made a neck-swiping hand gesture. The meaning was actually to kill Yi Yuan. But Xuanqing Z shook his head at that and said, "Do you think that Ji Qingyun, that boy, is so easy to deal with? You look at who those people around him are. Just the void mystic realm martial artists number quite a few. Jing Fengtian isn't around either. Sai, what a headache." Chapter 1087. Still need you to teach me? Chapter 1087. Still need you to teach me? He merely brought along 3 void mystic powerhouses. Inside the holy city, there are no less than 5 void mystic powerhouses. Wanting to deal with him shouldn't be difficult, right? Gudao Z said with a frown. The holy city was the place where powerhouses gathered. Although void mystic powerhouses were seldom seen, they were no big deal to the holy city. Even if the strongest heaven-stabilizing divine king and Jing Fengtian were not around, no one dared to act wildly in the holy city too. Xuanqing Z gave Gudao Z a glance and said with a bitter smile, "You just exited seclusion and might not know yet. The current Yi Yuan is already no longer that Ji Qingyun, who studies alchemy wholeheartedly. The holy city's strength, even a fool knows. For him to dare to do this, could it be that he would have something to rely on? This brat has a divine artifact in his hands. If he were so easy to deal with, you think Cloud Sky, that fellow, wouldn't covet it?" When Gudao Z heard the 2 words divine artifact, his entire body involuntarily quivered, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had just left seclusion and really did not know about the outside world's affairs. Did not think that the Ji Qingyun, who disappeared for 20 years, actually had such a precious treasure on him presently. Then, I got to work things out with him? If he loses, he can't go so far as to be utterly devoid of shame and still refine pills for free here, right? Gu Daozi thought about it and said, he left seclusion recently and had new comprehension of alchemy Dao again. Just nice. Borrow this opportunity to display his strength in front of the world. Xuanqing Zi shot him a glance and said with a sigh, you might not believe it if I say it. You go take a look at him refining pills yourself then. These 20 years, not only did his alchemy path strength not decline, it improved further instead. If he has Divine King Cultivation Realm currently, his alchemy path strength would probably already not lose out to the Jizhengyang before death. What did you say? Gu Daozi's eyes went wide, filled with disbelief. He had just exited seclusion and was called over by Xuanqing Zi, and had yet to have time to go see Yi Yuan refine pills. But Yi Yuan stirring up such a huge commotion, it was impossible for Xuanqing Zi to not pay attention at all. He had long observed Yi Yuan refine pills in secret. It would have been fine if he didn't, but this observation really gave him a fright. He had never thought that refining Tier 9 medicinal pills would be so effortless. Even for the Ji Qingyan back then, there was also absolutely impossible to reach this sort of degree. That could only mean that Yi Yuan's current alchemy path strength was even stronger than his past life. Going to find him to compete in alchemy now, wasn't it looking for a face-slapping himself? It was fine if they won, but if they really lost, the Alchemist A.S. Association would not be able to lift its head up. It had just been 20 years' time. What right does he have? Gu Daozi felt that this world was too unreasonable. In just 20 years, he only improved that tiny hint and was already patting himself on the back. But he, Ji Qingyan, actually already reached the true pinnacle of this divine realm. What was the true peak? That was the likes of Jing Fengtian and Ji Zhengyang. Gu Daozi was very confident in his alchemy skills. But compared to Jing Fengtian, he could only concede. Xuanqing Zi let out a sigh and said with a bitter smile, this is a true genius. Even if you and I exhausted all the strength of a lifetime, we're also unable to catch up. Although I don't wish to admit it, that Tlee of being hailed as the closest to alchemy D realm, it wasn't joking around. You think about it yourself. Apart from him, who else is capable of achieving such heights at this age? Gu Daozi was demotivated. Xuanqing Zi's words beat him down until he was black and blue all over. This can't do. That won't work either. Then what in the world should we do? Gu Daozi said rather frustratedly. Xuanqing Zi said helplessly, forget it. You brat producing such a great commotion. Isn't it in order to force me to go look for Cloud Sky? I'll go, all right? Xuanqing Zi did not hesitate and immediately came over to find Cloud Sky. Cloud Sky could choose not to give Yi Yuan face and avoid meeting him, but towards Xuanqing Zi, he was unable to ignore. For the holy region to have such a flurries. Plussing situation today, the Alchemist S Association contributed immensely. Furthermore, the Alchemist S Association spanned the entire divine realm. From a certain degree, it controlled every corner of the divine realm. This was another type of reigning method, but it was very effective. Putting aside official business, Cloud Sky himself also had to look for Xuanqing Zi for help. The medicinal pills that his level required, only Xuanqing Zi could refine them. If they really pressed the Alchemist A.S. Association into a corner, the Holy City would also not be able to bear the consequences. Upon meeting, Xuanqing Zi had a stomach full of grievances. Cloud Sky, the matter outside is stirred up so significantly. Don't tell me that you don't know anything at all. I say, what's your idea here? Could it be that the A.S. Association's reputation getting damaged have benefits to the Holy City? Xuanqing Zi said with a black face. Cloud Sky originally still had the idea of sitting it out and watching the tigers fight, but did not think that the Alchemist A.S. Association did not even let out a fart, and Xuanqing Zi immediately rushed over already. Haha, old chap, don't be agitated. How can this cloud have that intention? I even thought that you had immediately come out and bring down that punk's prestige. Isn't this a chance to walk with your head held high to you guys? Cloud Sky said with a laugh. It was fine if Cloud Sky did not say it. The moment he said it, Chuanqing Zi became even more incensed. Walk with my head held high, my aesis. What will I compete with him in? Competing in mystic-grade medicinal pills? There are so many people at the Heavenly Saint Plaza. You want this old man to thicken the skin on my face to bully an initial rank alchemy, Emperor? Chuanqing Zi said crossly. Cloud Sky said with an obsequious smile. Then compete in Tier 9 medicinal pills. Old chap, could it be that your strength can't beat a third-level Dao profound brat still? Even though he seized possession and revived, his reputation of a peak alchemy emperor is still there in any case. If you beat him in... Oh, body would talk behind your back, right? Chuanqing Zi darted him a glance and smiled coldly without speaking. In front of Cloud Sky, he could not very well say that he was not Yi Yuan's match, right? But him not speaking, the meaning was already very apparent. The moment Cloud Sky saw, he understood in his heart and could not help being very amazed as he said, "This brat is actually so formidable?" Chuanqing Zi said with a cold smile, "What do you think? Could it be that this old man doesn't know such a simple logic either? Still need you to teach me?" His meaning was that, if he could beat Yi Yuan, he would have long taken action. Why would he wait until now still? Cloud Sky was endlessly astonished in his heart. He knew about Yi Yuan's commotion outside, but did not pay attention as well. Yi Yuan was merely third-level Dao, profound currently. Even if he had his past life's alchemy path strength, he could not unleash his full strength either. A veteran guru like Chuanqing Zi, dealing with him should not be an issue. He did not expect that they had not competed yet, and Chuanqing Zi already conceded straight away. Yi Yuan reincarnating was merely just roughly 20 years. During these 20 years, he definitely placed most of his energy on the martial path. Then the problem came. Where did he have excess energy to continue studying alchemy Dao? Seeing Cloud Sky stay silent, Chuanqing Zi said with a cold snort, "Cloud Sky, I don't care what method you use, send Ji Qingyan away from me. Otherwise, you can forget about taking away a single medicinal pill from the Alchemist Association from now onwards. This old man will do what I say. Goodbye." Chuanqing Zi did not give Cloud Sky a chance to speak either. Throwing down this sentence, he immediately left. Cloud Sky frowned for an instant and instructed people, "Call Guisu to invite Yi Yuan over. Immediately. At once." Chapter 1088. Who has her ATT I.Tude when inviting people? Chapter 1088. Who has her ATT I.Tude when inviting people? When Guisu came to the Heavenly Saint Plaza, it was as unpleasant as having eaten a fly in his heart. He really could not figure it out. Lord Cloud Sky already said that he would not meet Ji Qingyan, so why would he make him come and find him again so anxiously? Furthermore, he even had to have a pleasant countenance and be sure to invite over. Wasn't this wanting a person's life? Waves of shocked exclamations came from the Heavenly Saint Plaza from time to time. Those were all cries of shock due to Yi Yuan's consummate alchemy skills. Yi Yuan already refined for a day and night in the plaza and refined over 20 medicinal pills. Even so, when those people saw Yi Yuan's D-like alchemy skills, they still felt lost in wonder. The refinement of a peak alchemy emperor was not what anyone could see. Too newfangled. "All move aside from me," Guisu shouted fiercely in a cold voice. Those Dao profound powerhouses were all taken aback with fright by this roar. That void mystic realm pressure immediately sent their displeasure packing. Looking again, it was actually Guisu, the purple gold hall's head seat. They were all incredibly astonished, especially those Dao profound realm martial artists that had not reached their turn yet. Each and everyone could not help crying bitterness without ceasing. Looking at Guisu's appearance, it was clearly coming to find trouble. It seemed like the holy city finally could not resist and was going to intervene. This way, wouldn't their medicinal pills have no way of refining anymore? Guisu parted the crowd and came before Yi Yuan, but he was immediately stopped by Ao Qian. Guisu's brows furrowed, and he said icily, "What? This place is the holy city. You dare to act wildly here?" Ao Qian said with a disdainful look. "A baby whose hair hasn't grown fully, using the holy city to scare your grandpa, Ao? Your father will act wildly today, so what about it? If you dare to interrupt His Excellency's pill refinement, do you believe that your father will pummel you until even your mother can't recognize you?" This, everyone drew a cold breath of air. Someone who dared to be so rampant in the holy city, this was still their first time seeing. Guisu was the Purple Gold Hall's head disciple. Furthermore, he was a void mystic powerhouse. It was basically able to represent the holy city's attitude already. Moreover, they all knew that this Purple Gold Hall's head disciple was not so easygoing. Just as everyone thought that Guisu was going to explode, something that made their eyes fall out happened. At first, Guisu really blew his top, but upon recalling Lord Cloudsky's words, he forcefully suppressed his fury and said in a cold voice, "Then I'll wait for him to finish refining." Done talking, Guisu hugged his sword and retreated to one side and stared at Yi Yuan refining pills coldly. S dropped onto the floor. When did the Guisu whose arrogance reached the clouds become so nice to talk to? Ao Qian looked at him and similarly said with a cold smile, "Good that you're sensible." By the side, Guisu's expression gradually became solemn as he watched Yi Yuan refine pills. He had seen before Yi Yuan refine pills, but the current Yi Yuan seemed to be even more formidable than compared to the past. Prior to this, Cloud Sky called him over and said a whole bunch to his face, but did not give a reason to invite Yi Yuan over. But now, he seemed to somewhat understand. Even though Guisu was conceited, he was also an extremely intelligent person. Guessing it to the alchemist, association delaying and taking action, then linking it to Cloudsky's change in attitude, he finally figured it out. But letting him come and invite Yi Yuan, he was still 100 times unwilling. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan definitely would not give him a good attitude in a short while. Yi Yuan seemed to spend significantly more time compared to before when refining this medicinal pill. Originally, he required roughly 4 hours to refine a Tier 9 medicinal pill, even lesser time. But this medicinal pill was already refined for a full 4 hours. Guisu was restless and uneasy by the side, but was powerless to do anything. He did not know, but the other martial artists all saw through it. Yi Yuan was deliberately hanging him out to dry. Finally, this medicinal pill was done. Guisu, whose patience was already wearing thin, already immediately stepped forward, stopped Yi Yuan, and he said with a somber look, "Ji Qingyun, may I have a word with you?" However, it was like Yi Yuan did not see him, circling right past him and came to the side of a Dao profound realm martial artist, giving the medicinal pill to the other party cordially. Transcendent grade, medicinal pill again. Lord Qingyun Zi is truly remarkable. The medicinal pills refined these 2 days. Each one was transcendent grade. No idea who let out a sigh of admiration in the crowd. Everyone all deeply felt that way too and nodded their heads. This Tier 9 Withered Glory pill's medicinal strength is too powerful. With your current strength, you're completely unable to fully refine it. At that time, it will cause considerable damage to your internal organs. After going back, you can search for Essence Creek Spirit Milk to dissolve this pill, then split into 5 times to consume. This way, not only can it let you absorb the medicinal pill's medicinal strength adequately, there won't be any side effects. Understand? Yi Yuan instructed that martial artist. That martial artist had a look of gratitude. Prostrating on the ground, he said, "Thank you very much, Lord Qingyun Zi." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "No need to be overly courteous. Who's next?" With this question, there was complete silence. Guisu was currently glaring like a ravening tiger. Who dared to answer him? "Ji Qingyun, this is the holy city. I'm currently standing here. Without my approval, which of them dare to find you to refine pills?" Guisu said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan turned around and looked at him as he said smilingly, "Is that so? Then that means that As long as you're not here, they can find me to refine pills? Guisu was stunned and had yet to figure out what was happening when Yi Yuan said to Ao, Qian, "Old Ao, throw this noisy fellow out." "Yes, my lord." Ao Qian had an excited look and was about to take action to deal with Guisu. Guisu's face fell, and he said furiously, "Ji Qingyun, you're simply impervious to reason. I'm not here to pick a fight with you. I just want to invite you to make a trip to the Heavenly Saint Pag." "Oh, duh. Heavenly Saint Pag. Oh, duh. It was the Holy City's core, also the place where the Holy City's 3T. Tans were at. One could say that the Heavenly Saint Pag. Oh, duh was the Holy City's brain." Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "Inviting people? Is there inviting people with your attitude? This young master refining pills for free here is benefiting the Holy City's martial artists. You actually threaten them. What are your intentions?" Yi Yuan's words struck the heart one by one. Guisu's face turned black, and he said, "Lord Cloud Sky is waiting for you in the Heavenly Saint Pag." "Oh, duh." When Yi Yuan heard that, he said with a look of surprise, "Cloud Sky? Isn't he in closed seclusion, not seeing anyone?" "Lord Cloud Sky is one of the Holy City's 3T. Tans. Each time he enters closed seclusion, it will affect the Holy City's safety. If he wants to be in closed seclusion, then let him stay in seclusion a while more. How can I go and meet him?" Guisu's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. He even hauled Cloud Sky out. He did not think that Yi Yuan would not give face at all. Back then, Cloud Sky used closed seclusion as an excuse. But now, Yi Yuan used these words to retaliate. How ironic. Yi Yuan continued saying unhurriedly, "You go back and tell Cloud Sky, say that I have plenty of time. So let him slowly be in closed seclusion. There is no need to hurry. The Holy City's martial artists are still very warm-hearted, and their need for medicinal pills are also very great. Just nice, I can let my few pupils and grand pupil practice. When everybody's strength increases and the fiend race attacks, our human race can also have an additional portion of assurance." Yi Yuan's words made everyone shudder from head to toe. Fiend race. What did Lord Qingyun Zi's words mean? Guisu was also stupefied, not expecting Yi Yuan to say such words. The matter of the fiend race, only the 3T, Tans that level knew. Although he was a void, mystic powerhouse, he completely had not entered the Holy City's true nucleus yet. Chapter 1089, Not Stooping to the Same Level as a Junior. Chapter 1089, Not Stooping to the Same Level as a Junior. Lord Qingyunzi, just now, you said fiend race? A divine king powerhouse, said FLUS, tieredly. Although legends of the fiend race were few, the divine realm's martial artists were not absolutely ignorant. In history, the human race and the fiend race fought several times. It was impossible to not leave behind any traces at all. Except, legends were legends after all. Now that it was uttered from Yi Yuan's mouth, it was another feeling. Yeah, Lord Qingyunzi, the fiend race that you mentioned just now, what on earth is happening? Another divine king powerhouse asked. One could feel that the atmosphere in the plaza became somewhat different. A kind of atmosphere called fear gradually spread out. In the fragmented legends, the fiend race was famous for being powerful. They virtually possess undying bodies. Ji Qingyin laid out straight. What the H-E-L? L is going on? Guisu said with a grim look. At this time, a horrifying to the extreme pressure descended from the sky. An old man in luxurious clothing stood in the air, appearing in the sky above the Heavenly Saint Plaza. Lord Cloud Sky. It's Cloud Sky. Paying respects to Lord Cloud Sky. Paying respects to Lord Cloud Sky. This old man in magnificent clothing was precisely one of the Holy City's 3T. Tans Cloud Sky. The Holy City's 3T. Tans possessed a paramount position. Each and every one of them was existence's equivalent to the 10 great divine kings. Even though Cloud Sky was not in the ranks of the 10 great divine kings, that was only because the Heaven's secret tower only picked 10 great divine kings. His strength was similarly not at all inferior compared to the 10 great divine kings. The moment Cloud Sky appeared, the martial artists in the holy city all bowed down in submission. The three I. Tans were the G, O, DS in their eyes and hearts. Hoo-hoo, younger brother G, many years of not seeing, your elegance is even more P.R. Oh, noun said in the past. This old man was in close seclusion a few days ago, resulting in neglecting younger brother. I hope that younger brother doesn't take offense. Cloud Sky stroked his beard and said to Yi Yuan with a smile. This old man really could act. Yi Yuan viciously looked down on this old dog at his heart. His appearance was really opportune. He was just about to say out the matter of the fiend race, and this guy jumped out. It was clearly deliberate. But since Cloud Sky personally showed up, it was inappropriate for him to carry on saying some things. Yi Yuan looked at Cloud Sky and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Oh," and not to the extent of neglecting. The Holy City's brothers and sisters are still very warm-hearted. I even thought that elder brother Cloud Sky is going to be in seclusion for 8 to 10 years. I may as well get closer to everybody. Cloud Sky knew that Yi Yuan was intentionally repulsing him. Forget about 8 to 10 years. At the rate you mess around with, wouldn't the entire Holy City be turned upside down by you in another few days? Haha, look at what younger brother is saying. This old man just had some comprehensions recently and went into seclusion for a month's time. I just happened to exit seclusion today and let Guisu invite you over. Who knew that this brat failed to live up to expectations and actually offended younger brother G? Going back, I'll definitely punish him severely. How could a cunning old fox like Cloud Sky be so easy to get along with? When speaking, there was no leakage of any kind, not giving Yi Yuan any chance to launch an attack at all. Yi Yuan understood that whatever severe punishment was complete rubbish. Even though Guisu was just a purple gold hall's disciple, in terms of status, he was comparable to an elder. Severely punish? Punish how? These words were merely said for Yi Yuan to hear. Except, these words in Guisu's ears was unprecedented humiliation. Lord Cloud Sky actually said that he wanted to punish him in front of so many martial artists for an outsider. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Elder brother Cloud Sky is treating me as if I am stranger. With my status, could it be that I'm going to stoop to the level as a junior? Guisu had not pulled himself together yet when Yi Yuan's sentence gave him another 10,000-point violent strike, nearly spewing out a mouthful of old blood. This was too freaking capable of posturing. You are clearly someone of the same generation as me. To actually raise your status yourself without any sense of shame at all, not feeling ashamed uttering these sort of words. But the current situation, even if he was any more displeased, he could only swallow the broken teeth into his stomach. Didn't he hear Cloud Sky called younger brother again and again? Cloud Sky was a senior. The two people calling each other brothers. Wouldn't Yi Yuan become a senior? But the way the other martial artists saw it, Yi Yuan's words did not have any inappropriateness. The martial artist world had always been the one who attained first as the revered. Before reincarnation, Ji Qingyun was already talking on equal footing with the likes of Cloud Sky. Saying that he was a junior was also something very normal. Even though Guisu already broke through to Void Mystic, compared to an existence like Cloud Sky, the disparity was still too wide. It was just that Guisu himself did not think so. Cloud Sky chuckled and said, Younger brother G's heart is big enough to sail a boat. Since that's the case, then I'll thank younger brother G on behalf of Guisu, this child. Younger brother G, this place isn't a venue to talk. Is it all right to have a hearty talk at the heavenly Saint Pag? Oh duh. Yi Yuan did not hesitate much either and nodded his head. Cloud Sky coming out, free pill refinement. This plane naturally could not carry on acting out anymore. But Yi Yuan was not really putting on an act either. Although his words were partially true, partially false, him helping these people refine pills naturally also had the intention of resisting the fiend race in it. It was impossible for him to help every martial artist refine pills. He could only do his best and leave the rest up to fate. Inside, the heavenly Saint Pag. Oh duh. Cloud Sky appeared incomparably cordial. But in his heart, he had a splitting headache over Yi Yuan. he discovered that the present Yi Yuan was really not that straightforward youth back then who only pursued alchemy, Tao, wholeheartedly anymore. Although it was just a small twisting of his arm, Cloud Sky was thoroughly defeated. In terms of scheming, in terms of methods, Ji Qingyun was absolutely a troublesome adversary. He was calculating in his heart how to send away this great deity. Serving up good tea, Cloud Sky retreated to the side and asked Yi Yuan with a radiant smile, "I wonder what business younger brother Ji came to the holy city this time for?" Yi Yuan did not reply. He just looked at Cloud Sky with a smile that was not a smile, staring until he got Guseb. "You, MPS, seeing ghosts. What kind of fortuitous encounter did this brat obtain in 20 years? His entire person was completely reborn." Cloud Sky secretly cursed in his heart. "Hoo-hoo, elder brother Cloud Sky, asking this. Could it be that I can't come and find you if there's nothing? Calculating it. You and I have not met for 50 to 60 years as well." Just as Cloud Sky was at a loss on what to do, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Cloud Sky froze, not expecting Yi Yuan to actually say such words. He thought that Yi Yuan was going to mention the fiend race's matter the moment he opened his mouth and had long thought of a strategy to respond already. Either way, Zhuge Qingxian was not around. As long as he used unable to make the decision as the reason and pushed everything to Zhuge Qingxian, it would do. But Cloud Sky never thought that Yi Yuan actually started a chat about everyday life with him. The cannon that was prepared could not be fired. Cloud Sky nearly stifled out internal injuries. What kind of expression does Elder Brother Cloud Sky have? Could it be that Elder Brother Cloud doesn't care for this G to come and see you? Yi Yuan suddenly furrowed his brows and said. Only then did Cloud Sky come back to his senses and hurriedly waved his hand and said smilingly, "No, no, of course not. For younger brother G to be able to think of elder brother can't even wait to be happy. How can I not care? Since younger brother came, why not stay in the holy city and play for a few more days? It also lets elder brother carry out the hospitality of a host. I care my ass. If I were to dare say a word of disagreement, you'd probably go to the plaza right away to refine pills again, right? This guy simply craves to see the world plunged into chaos." When Yi Yuan heard that, he nodded and said, "Since elder brother is so warm-hearted, then this G thanks elder brother for your hospitality." Chapter 1090, Bloodrain Wilderness. Chapter 1090, Bloodrain Wilderness. The smile on Cloudsky's face was somewhat awkward. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually climbed up along the shaft and immediately agreed to it. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that this brat was planning on staying behind to fight a protracted war? Cloud Sky discovered that he actually could not figure out Yi Yuan's thoughts. This punk completely did not play cards according to order. He clearly came for the matter of the fiend race, and also successfully forced him out, but kept his mouth shut about the fiend race's matter. What was this playing at? Yi Yuan's words were said until Cloud Sky did not even know how he should follow up. Yi Yuan did not care about Cloudsky's awkwardness at all and said smilingly, "The holy city is the divine realm's leader. This G has admired for a long time already. Coming this time, I can just nice take this opportunity to go on a proper sightseeing. Only a ghost would believe you." Cloud Sky was unhappy in his heart, but had a smile on his face as he said, "If younger brother G wants to sightsee, this old man can personally be a guide." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "No need for that. Elder brother Cloud Sky deals with a host of problems every day. How can you take time from your main duties and attend to this sort of small matter? Moreover, there are still quite a number of people in the Heavenly Saint Plaza waiting for this G to go and refine pills. If elder brother Cloud Sky were to follow me and refine pills all the way, how boring is that?" Cloud Sky was speechless. This brat went one big circle and actually circled back around. Cloudsky's expression darkened. He had also discerned that Yi Yuan had long known about the holy city's attitude. Hence, that was why he did not mention a word about the matter of the fiend race. But now, Yi Yuan continued to linger around and not leave. It seemed like he had other requests. This beating around the bush, no idea how long this brat was going to beat around for. Gee, brat, what the H? I do you want. But I warn you, don't be too overboard. The holy city's mane are not what you're capable of stroking. Cloudski's speed of turning hostile was even faster than turning pages of a book. Just now, he was still all smiles and friendliness. At this instant, he struck with the force of a thunderbolt. The moment his void mystic realm aura released, that sense of oppression came from head-on. A profound power of laws instantly appeared on Yi Yuan's body. Cloudski's oppressive sensation instantly dissipated to nothing. Cloudski's expression changed, and he said grimly, "Divine Tao laws. You actually comprehended divine inscriptions." Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile as he said, "Elder Brother Cloudski's skill of turning hostile has truly attained the acme of perfection. This G is in admiration, but to say stroking your whiskers, it seems like I've already stroked before. After that, you still invited me here." Cloudsky could not help freezing when he heard that. When did this boy become so razor-tongued? Put away that ruse of yours. With your strength and status, if you really have confidence in making me stay, you'd have probably long made a move, right? About the divine artifact on this G, I don't believe that you aren't moved at all. Yi Yuan continued with a calm and composed appearance. Cloudsky was utterly defeated and instantly recalled his aura, looking at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost. It was not once or twice that he had dealings with Yi Yuan, but he had never felt nowhere to bite down like today before. As one of the holy city's 3 Tans, Cloudsky always held a pearl of wisdom in his hands, taking every conceivable possibility into account. But facing Yi Yuan, he had a feeling of having his hands and feet tied up today. What the I do you want? Cloudsky asked with a black face. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "I want to enter the blood-rain wilderness." Cloudsky's expression changed, and he immediately said, "Impossible." Toward Cloudsky's reaction, Yi Yuan did not feel surprised. He just said calmly, "You know that I'm the son of Heaven's mandate, so you won't let me duke it out with the fiend race unchecked. Hence, that's why you didn't make a move on me. But how much threat do you think I can pose to the fiend race with my current realm?" Cloudsky's expression changed again and again. He was almost breaking down. Yi Yuan actually even knew this sort of thing. The son of Heaven's mandate, as well as the matter of the fiend race, were both the divine realm's secrets. Many super holy lands with shallow foundations did not even know. He did not think that Yi Yuan had actually long known that he was the son of Heaven's mandate. That was fine, but he actually even knew that the holy city knew that he was the son of Heaven's mandate. It sounded somewhat awkward, but the astonishment in Cloudsky's heart could not be any greater. A faint smile hung on Yi Yuan's face, and he welcomed Cloudsky's gaze just like this. After a long time, Cloudsky finally recovered from shock and drew a deep breath as he said, "How did you know? If you didn't want people to know, best if you didn't do it. How I found out, you don't need to care. I'm only asking you, agree or not." Yi Yuan said coolly. Cloudsky narrowed his eyes and said, "If I don't agree, I'll go right now. But before long, the entire divine realm will know about the holy city's filthy past. How do you think martial artists all over the world will view you guys?" Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. "Do you think that they will believe you or believe the holy city?" Cloudsky said with a cold snort. "My words alone are naturally inconsequential. But if the demon region's 4 great divine beast progenies united and voice up, 50,000 years ago, the ones who fought dauntlessly in BLOOD, why battles were them? I think body has a greater right to speak than them, right?" Cloudsky discovered that the things Yi Yuan knew were far more than he imagined. "Humph! This old man knows that you're bearing dragon blood, but how proud are the 4 great divine beast progenies? Will they listen to you ordering them around?" Cloudsky said with a cold snort. Not that Cloudsky was out of touch with the outside world, but that the exchanges between the human race and demon region were too few. The matter of the Medicine King Hall ambush. Plusing the White Tiger clan, the holy city had somewhat heard of it, but the rest he did not know. especially the Azure Dragon clan and White Tiger clan's internal affairs. Cloud Sky was even less informed. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "You might not know yet, but this Ji is currently the Dragon clan's common lord, while my brother White Light is of the perfect White Tiger physique that's hard to encounter once in 100,000 years in the White Tiger clan. Do you think that I have this capability or not?" Cloudsky's body trembled all over, and he looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief. He wanted to see through that Yi Yuan was lying from his eyes, but he was disappointed. No idea when Yi Yuan had an additional fire rod in his hands. Seeing that fire rod, Cloudsky's eye, has nearly fell out. "I think you should be very curious about what this divine artifact in my hand is. With the holy city's foundation, it shouldn't be that you don't recognize it, right?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. "As sacred dragon token? How is this possible?" Before divine Tao disappeared, the sacred dragon token had already vanished. "Why would it appear in your hands?" Cloud Sky said in disbelief. At this instant, he no longer doubted Yi Yuan's words anymore. The Dragon Clan's ancestral teachings, Cloud Sky was naturally aware. Yi Yuan holding the sacred dragon token in his hands. Then he was the Dragon Clan's common lord. At this point, there was nothing to doubt. Except, he was very perplexed. Why would the Dragon Clan's supreme divine artifact acknowledge Yi Yuan, a human, as their leader? Looking at the sacred dragon token in Yi Yuan's hands, Cloud Sky suddenly had an intense notion of forcibly taking possession of it. He knew that this sacred dragon token was not an ordinary divine artifact, but a legendary heavenly divine artifact. Even in the divine Tao era, it was exceedingly rare as well. However, after a fierce mental struggle, he finally still gave up. The Son of Heaven's mandate carried the mandate of heaven. There had never been a slip-up since time immemorial. No matter how strong he, Cloud Sky, was, it was also not possible to defy heaven. Today, the shock that Yi Yuan gave him was too many. He was seriously unable to imagine what on earth Yi Yuan experienced in these 20 years. "Fine then, I promise you. But you can only go in alone." Cloud Sky finally still compromised. Chapter 1091. Forever can't compare to... Chapter 1091. Forever can't compare to the divine realm had two great lands teeming with spirit medicines. One of them was naturally the immemorial medicine garden, while the other was the holy city's blood-rain wilderness. Different from the immemorial medicine gardens once every 500 years opening, the blood-rain wilderness was the private property of the holy city and the Alchemist Association. If they wanted to go in, they could do so at any time. The blood-rain wilderness was a mystic realm. The entrance was inside the heavenly Saint Pag. Oh duh. Bystanders were completely unable to enter. Of course, the blood-rain wilderness was similarly very dangerous. Inside was the playground of desolate beasts. It was precisely because so that the blood-rain wilderness had always been the place where the holy city trained the disciples under them. However, the blood-rain wilderness had a total of 7 levels. Each level was more dangerous than the other. The holy city training their disciples was also merely within the first 2 levels. After the 3rd level, without void mystic realm strength, those who enter would definitely die. Yi Yuan had heard Ji Xingyang mention before. It was said that the deepest area of the holy city reached even the 6th level. But no one had ever ventured into the fabled 7th level before. Even Zhuge Qingxian also did not dare to enter the 7th level. Of course, all of these were just legends. Whether or not Zhuge Qingxian entered the 7th level before, probably only he himself knew. The reason why the blood-rain wilderness got its name was that blood rain was always falling inside this mystic realm. This blood rain was not a bad thing. Instead, it contained terrifying essence energy and could help martial artists to break through. All in all, this blood-rain wilderness was a treasure land. Originally, it was not the time yet for the trial of the holy city's disciples. But because of Yi Yuan's request, Cloud Sky had no choice but to bring forward the trial this time. Opening the blood-rain wilderness naturally had to expend considerable resources. It was impossible for Cloud Sky to open it specifically for Yi Yuan alone. Moreover, If he really let Yi Yuan go in alone, Cloud Sky would be worried too. Entering the Bloodrain Wilderness, this time, was a trial in name. But in reality, it was more important to keep tabs on Yi Yuan. Of course, it was not by relying on those Tao Profound Realm and Divine King Realm disciples, but by relying on Gui Su and the Spirit Hound Divine King. The Spirit Hound Divine King was a void mystic powerhouse on the same level as the Extreme Sword Divine King. But if they really fought, the Extreme Sword Divine King was probably not the Spirit Hound Divine King's match. The reason why the Spirit Hound Divine King got his name was that he always brought a contract beast along by his side, the Howling Sky Divine Hound. This Howling Sky Divine Hound was similarly a void mystic powerhouse. He did not take human form. When coupled together with the Spirit Hound Divine King, ordinary void mystic powerhouses were really not a match. With him leading the team to keep watch on Yi Yuan, Cloud Sky was naturally reassured. It was because Yi Yuan agreed to his request to enter the Bloodrain Wilderness alone. Ao Qian, Kuang Tianming, Jiang Taicong, even Wan Shuangzhou, they were all not allowed to enter this time. Yi Yuan agreeing to this request naturally made his group of subordinates endlessly worried. "My lord, it's too dangerous for you to enter by yourself. Better bring old Ao along." Ao Qian said, "My lord, this Bloodrain Wilderness isn't a safe place. I heard that the Holy City once had quite a few void mystic realm elders perish inside too. How can it do for you to enter alone?" Jiang Taicong said, "Younger brother, this trip is perilous. You need to think thrice before you act. That pair of dog person isn't anything good. What if they harm you inside?" Kuang Tianming also urged. The dog person he was talking about was naturally the Spirit Hound Divine King and his dog. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You all don't have to worry. Just wait for me outside. At most half a year's time, I'll definitely come out." Yi Yuan agreed to Cloudsky's terms. He naturally would not stupidly leave a bunch of people at the Holy City either. He made Cloud Sky swear a heavenly Tao oath to ensure the safety of Ao, Qian, and the rest inside the city before setting his mind at ease and leaving. Cloud Sky not daring to make a move on him was because he could not see through him. But once he entered the Bloodrain Wilderness, it was hard to guarantee that he would not make a move on Ao, Qian, and the rest. On the other side, Cloud Sky also grabbed hold of the Spirit Hound Divine King and Guisu, and personally gave confidential instructions on how to proceed. For Ji Qingyun to want to enter the Bloodrain Wilderness, he's definitely aiming for the spirit medicines inside. He already swore a heavenly Tao oath that he would at most only harvest 5 stalks of spirit medicine. But I feel that the spirit medicines he wants to find are definitely not simple. Perhaps he's aiming for the 5th level. You guys got to remember to absolutely not let him enter the 5th level, understood? Cloud Sky said with incomparable solemnness. The Spirit Hound Divine King remained silent. He just nodded his head slightly. But Guisu answered, "Yes, Lord Cloud Sky." Cloud Sky gave Guisu a glance and reminded, "I know that you remain unconvinced towards him in your heart. But trust me, you're not his match. Guisu, you're the Holy City's future. You have to have a longer-term view of the situation. Ji Qingyun is someone destined to die. But the one who kills him definitely won't be you. When you reign the divine realm in the future, he'd long be a withered skeleton in the graveyard already." When Guisu heard that, he had all sorts of emotions jumbled up in his heart. Cloudsky's words had a deep meaning. But one thing was very clear, that was that he was inferior to Ji Qingyun. Furthermore, it was that he was forever inferior. Only after Ji Qingyun died could he have a chance to Serpa. The former. He understood the logic, but was even more unconvinced in his heart. Based on what that he was inferior to Ji Qingyun, he could not compare to the previous life's Ji Qingyun. Could it be that he could not even compare to this 3rd-level Tao, profound rookie in front of him? Carrying this grievance and unwillingness to submit, Guisu entered the Bloodrain Wilderness. A continuous pattering of blood-red drizzle lightly brushed on everyone's faces, rousing people's spirits. Traces of essence energy entered the body through the skin, then converged into the essence energy sea. Yi Yuan felt that his third-level Tao profound that had just broken through not long ago gradually consolidating. Originally, Yi Yuan forcing Cloud Sky out, he did indeed thought of ruthlessly berating the other party by enumerating his wrongdoings. But later on, he changed his mind. Rather than hope for the Holy City to deal with the fiend race, he might as well increase his strength himself to defend the divine realm. Since he was the son of heaven's mandate, then he should shoulder the responsibility of this era. Exterminating the Medicine King Hall, rather than doing it through others, it was way more satisfying for him to take revenge himself. The actions of Cloud Sky and the others were naturally deplorable, but why not borrow the Holy City's strength to make himself powerful? If the Tao-defying pill was really able to let him charge up to deity realm, then dealing with the fiend race might not need to borrow the Holy City's strength at all. At that time, even Zhuge Qingxian would also have to be at his mercy. When they knew that he was able to break through to the deity realm because he borrowed the Holy City's strength, who knows what their mood would be like? Thinking about it, Yi Yuan also looked forward to it very much. Yi Yuan only obtained the Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma inside the Immemorial Medicine Garden. Out of 9 core medicines, it was still missing 8 strains. If the place the 8 strains of spirit medicines had the greatest hope to be found, it was undoubtedly the Blood Rain Wilderness. Hence, that was why he threatened to disseminate the Holy City scandal and made Cloud Sky let him into the Blood Rain Wilderness. After a round of meditation, Yi Yuan's third-level Tao profound thoroughly consolidated. His cultivation advanced significantly again. He could not help sighing emotionally in his heart. No wonder the Holy City was so powerful. This Blood Rain's baptism could roughly match ordinary martial artists' 10 years of bitter cultivation. Although the absorption effects of the essence energy would continuously diminish, staying in this Blood Rain wilderness for as long as half a year was likely comparable to several decades of bitter cultivation in the outside world already. This sort of condition, which faction could match it? Just as Yi Yuan was filled with vicissitudes of emotions, Guosu suddenly came over and said coldly, "Ji Qingyun, I want to challenge you." Chapter 1092, Pseudo-Sword Domain versus Sword Domain. Chapter 1092, Pseudo-Sword Domain versus Sword Domain. Yi Yuan shot Guosu a glance and said smilingly, "Held it in for very long, right?" One sentence made Guosu flush till his entire face turned scarlet red. It turned out that Yi Yuan had long seen through his thoughts. Cloudsky's words made him extremely unconvinced in his heart. Actually, in his view, with him holding the line was already sufficient. There was no need to send the Spirit Hound Divine King here at all. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended Heaven-Man unity, it also would not work too well in front of him, this Void Mystic Rel powerhouse. At most, it was just a little troublesome. Just say whether you dare to agree or not, Guosu said with a cold face. Yi Yuan did not answer him, but looked towards the Spirit Hound Divine King. The Spirit Hound Divine King had an unconcerned appearance. It was as if he did not have the intention of interfering. "Looks like you also wish to measure my current strength?" Yi Yuan said coolly. The Spirit Hound Divine King did not speak the entire time. But when he heard that, he opened his mouth and said 2 words. "That's right." Yi Yuan slowly got up and let out a sigh as he said, "Looks like not Thras. I plusing you. You'll forever not know how great the disparity between us is." "All right then, as you Wisconsin H. Plus," Guosu said with a disdainful look, "do you think that I'm still that person back then? A mere third-level Tao profound also dares to be so KY in front of me, Guosu. Today, I'll let you broaden your knowledge at what's called a true martial Tao genius. Heaven Ma, S. Sacring Sword Domain." Done talking. The moment Guosu's Divine King Domain released, horrifying sword energy instantly enveloped Yi Yuan inside. The Heaven Ma, S. Sacring Sword Domain was Guosu's Divine King Domain. Furthermore, it was the Holy City's divine rank martial technique with boundless power. These few years, Guosu devoted to comprehending supreme, true intents, improving exceedingly quickly. He was already almost catching up to those older generation, void, mystic powerhouses. The likes of Yu Xinping was utterly not worth mentioning in front of him. By the side, when the spirit hound divine realm saw the Heaven Ma's sacred sword domain, he also nodded his head slightly. Guisu was treated as the next heaven-stabilizing divine king to groom by the holy city. This divine king domain was indeed praiseworthy. Eldest senior brother is mighty. Come on, eldest senior brother. Beat this dog fart Qin Yunzi down. Eldest senior brother is the junior generation's #1 person. The ones who came this time, apart from Yi Yuan, were all the Purple Gold Hall's disciples. These people would naturally stand on Guisu's side, but their admiration toward Guisu came from the bottom of their hearts. These few years, Guisu already hardly ever made an appearance in the Purple Gold Hall. They also extremely seldom saw Guisu take action as well. Seeing Guisu's Heaven Ma's sacred sword domain this time, each and every one of them all exclaimed with incomparable admiration. Third level Dao, profound against Void Mystic. This was a battle without the least bit of suspense in the first place. But they all knew that Yi Yuan had a divine artifact in his possession. Although a divine king domain was strong, divine artifacts were nothing to be trifled with. In this world, only divine artifact could make up for the tremendous gap in between this. Guisu's sword domain made a showy display of his ability. Within a 500 feet radius around him, it formed a death zone. Anything that entered this field would be sliced into shreds by countless sword lights. He suddenly unleashed his divine king domain. Yi Yuan was right within these 500 feet radius. This first round was already considered as a sneak attack. Facing Yi Yuan, Guisu would not lower his guard. He knew that Yi Yuan had a divine artifact in his hands. Hence, he did not plan on killing with one blow. He already prepared contingency plans to cope with the power of Yi Yuan's divine artifact. Yet, Yi Yuan did not seem to immediately use the divine artifact, allowing the countless sword lights to engulf him. And what's going on here? This Ji Qingyun was still posturing just now. Could it be that he died all of a sudden? Really not doing up an act when bragging. He died without even using the divine artifact. Eldest senior brother is mighty. This Ji Qingyun is simply a paper tiger. Looking from the outside world, one could not see the actual situation inside the sword domain at all. But Guisu's face was incomparably solemn at this time. The spirit hound divine king, who had been steady as a mountain all along, also trembled all over. He opened his eyes wide and stared fixedly at the Heaven Ma's sacred sword domain. They distinctly sensed that inside the Heaven Ma's sacred sword domain, there was still a miniature divine king domain. Ji Qingyun actually comprehended a divine king domain with third-level Dao, profound cultivation realm. This sort of thing was truly too startling, right? DAM, in it. I really underestimated you. But with such a weak divine king domain, how long can it resist? Guisu gnashed his teeth hatefully and suddenly deployed 70% of the Emperor Qi within his body. The power of the Heaven Ma's sacred sword domain skyrocketed several times all at once. For a moment, sword light surged within that 500 feet radius and was incomparably gorgeous. Guisu's juniors finally detected a hint of something not right. The shouting also gradually ceased. Each and every one of them was incredibly shocked, not understanding how the third-level Dao, profound, survived inside the Heaven Ma's sacred sword domain under the situation where he did not deploy a divine artifact. But, seeing Guisu's appearance akin to facing a great enemy, they knew that this Ji Qingyun was really not easy to deal with. Sensing Yi Yuan's divine king domain becoming smaller and smaller, a look of smugness surfaced on Guisu's face once more. How strong could the divine king domain displayed by a third-level Dao profound be? Still not using the divine artifact? I admit that you're very impressive. But carry on pretending like this, you'll die very horribly, Guisu said with a cold smile. As you Wisconsin Plus, Guasu's voice had yet to fade when a voice transmitted out from inside the Heaven Ma's sacred sword domain. Immediately after, Guasu suddenly sensed that his Heaven Ma's sacred sword domain actually showed signs of imminent collapse. Yi Yuan's divine king domain was actually in the midst of rapid expansion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several azure sword lights broke out akin to breaking out of a cock. In, piercing right through Guasu's divine king domain. After that, more and more sword lights penetrated out, poking Guasu's Heaven Ma's sacred sword domain until it was like a wasp's nest. Seeing this scene, Guasu's expression changed greatly and knew that he could no longer suppress Yi Yuan's divine king domain and hastily retreated. Rumble. A tremendous force spread out, immediately blasted Guasu out far away. Yi Yuan's pseudo-divine king domain finally emerged in everyone's field of vision. At this time, Yi Yuan stood while holding his sword, his aura imposing. It was actually not much weaker compared to Guasu in the least bit. The spirit hound divine king's gaze turned intent, looking at the long sword in Yi Yuan's hands in disbelief. Long sword divine artifact. The spirit hound divine king's voice exuded thick astonishment. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan's divine king domain was very weak, extraordinarily weak. But through this evil extermination sword's augmentation, his divine king domain was actually able to stand up to Guasu's Heaven Ma's sacred sword domain as equals. This evil extermination sword was simply a divine artifact custom-made for Yi Yuan. Guasu being sent flying, this round was clearly Yi Yuan taking the upper hand. Guasu did not think that Yi Yuan's martial Dao cultivation was actually fearsome to such a degree. Even if not borrowing the power of the divine sword, just based on him comprehending a divine king domain at the third level Dao profound, this point left him far behind in the dust. Guasu was very clear that before reincarnating, Ji Qingyun did not comprehend any supreme true intents. But now that a mere 20 years passed, said, Yi Yuan actually comprehended a divine king domain. This sort of improvement speed, saying that it was number one in the divine realm, was not the slightest bit over the top. However, this blow to Guasu was all round. Chapter 1093, Killing Intent. Chapter 1093, Killing Intent. I refuse to believe that a trifling third-level Dao profound can that heaven-defying. Heaven Ma's sacred sword art. Guasu finally still erupted. He completely could not accept this fact before his eyes. Hence, he unleashed his strongest sword. Right then, a figure suddenly barged into his divine king domain, slamming a palm onto his longsword. Ring. The longsword flew out of his hand and drew a single arc in the air, stabbing into the ground. Forget it, you can't beat him. Even if you won, it's also winning through unorthodox means. The spirit hound divine king's voice sounded out by Guasu's ear. Guasu knelt down with a thud, a look of helplessness. His junior brothers had long lowered the banners and fled the drums already. Currently, each and every one of them exchanged glances, uncertain how they should step forward to comfort eldest senior brother too. Many years ago, Ji Qingyun Serpa said eldest senior brother all round. That was because his alchemy Dao was heaven-defying. But now, even Ji Qingyun's martial Dao was so terrifying. 'Tis how to make people accept this. Come on. The spirit hound divine king did not have the intention of going to console Guasu. He just nonchalantly said a sentence and turned around and left. Yi Yuan put away the evil extermination sword and set off toward the depths of the first level following the spirit hound divine king. Several hours after Yi Yuan and the others left, a series of ripples surfaced in the SPAC of the Blood Rain Wilderness. 3 black-clothed people actually directly shuttled out from within the void. This spirit horn-shattering mirror is indeed formidable. As long as there's a coordinate, one can freely shuttle through SPAC. The Bloodrain Wilderness is the holy city's restricted land. No outsiders have ever came before, a black-clothed person said. The black-clothed person held a treasure mirror in his hands. It was shockingly the spirit horn-shattering mirror that escaped through the void inside the vast sun-bright moon realm. With Lord Divine Master casting the spell, what is shuttling through S.P. a sea count as? Before long, the entire divine realm will be ours. Another person said. This time, Lord Divine Master put down an arm and leg. Even a mountain and river state painting, this kind of heaven-defying divine artifact was brought out. We mustn't mess up in the slightest. The third person said, Relax, with the 3 of our strength plus 3 great divine artifacts, that Yi Yuan absolutely won't get lucky. The first black-clothed person said, This mountain and river state painting isn't that bright moon city's girl's counterfeit. Not only is its power boundless, it even has the effect of concealing heaven's secrets. As long as Yi Yuan is taken inside, with the 3 of our strength, could it be that we can't kill him still? Haha, the son of heaven's mandate Paris. Plussing prematurely, I want to see what the human race used to withstand my fiend race's great army this time. The second person said, Better not lower our guard. Yi Yuan, this boy, is extremely freakish. Lord Divine Master's schemes had already been ruined at his hands several times. If not for him, Lord Divine Master would have long been fighting for the throne of the divine realm already, his momentum unstoppable. Moreover, you all have to know, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm back then was completely insignificant. But now he's already a 3rd-level Dao, profound martial artist, and even comprehended a divine king domain. Wanting to kill him is not an easy matter. You guys don't forget how Lord Divine Master instructed before departure. The third person said in a solemn voice. The moment these words came out, the other 2 people's expressions turned stiff. All right, enough C-R-A-P. We have to enter the 3rd level ahead of schedule and set up an ambush and wait for him to enter. Only if he enters the mountain and river state painting will we have a chance to kill him. If we can't kill him, we can only die here. Done talking, the first black-clothed person deployed the spirit horn-shattering mirror once more. The 3 people immediately vanished on the spot. Yi Yuan never would have thought that a certain death scheme targeting him was already waiting for him in the depths of the Bloodrain Wilderness. While walking, Yi Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed, and he stopped his footsteps. What is it? TT Spirit Hound Divine King said. Zhao Lingdong. Did you feel that the place we entered seemed to have a hint of undulation? Yi Yuan said with a frown. Zhao Lingdong was the Spirit Hound Divine King's original name. It was just that the people who dared to directly address without honorifics were already exceedingly few. Just earlier, he detected a trace of faintly discernible spatial undulation flash and pass, said right away. And the direction was precisely the place they entered. Although this kind of undulation was next to nothing, Yi Yuan had long entered the realm of heaven-man unity already. He was exceptionally sensitive towards the surrounding environment. When the Spirit Hound Divine King heard, he said, No, you wouldn't have had a false impression, right? We're already 100,000 miles away from the entrance area. You're actually still able to perceive the undulations over there. Furthermore, the Bloodrain Wilderness is situated within a spatial rift. Having a trace of undulation is also normal. Moreover, if there's really any situation with Halsky's SUP 1/SUP sharp sense, he'll definitely be able to detect it. What undulations? You're thinking too much, right? The Bloodrain Wilderness has never had outsiders enter before. Apart from us, who else is able to come in? Don't try to find fault, Guisu said with a cold snort. Although he recovered to his senses from the shock, Guisu currently still found Yi Yuan displeasing no matter how he looked at him. He knew that he was being jealous of Yi Yuan, but he just could not control his own emotions. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and shook his head as he said, Maybe I was overly sensitive. Carry on walking then. Finished talking, Yi Yuan took the lead and left. Following Yi Yuan, a glint flickered across the Spirit Hound Divine King's eyes. He did not think that Yi Yuan's perception was actually so sharp. This blood-rain wilderness's spatial coordinates were precisely given to those black-clothed men by the spirit hound divine king, Zhao Lingdong. For so many years, the spirit hound divine king had been lying low within the holy city all along. He was the same as Ji Kanglin, both members of the fiend race. That mysterious Lord Divine Master had long plotted for a long time already. The holy city, such an important place, how could he possibly not plan informants? The entire holy city, apart from the 3T. Tanzu knew that Yi Yuan was the son of heaven's mandate. There was still Zhao Lingdong. Ipa said the news of Yi Yuan about to enter the blood-rain wilderness to Lord Divine Master. Lord Divine Master immediately decided to carry out an encirclement campaign against Yi Yuan. This time, these 3 black-clothed men that Lord Divine Master sent out were all holy King Seal's powerhouses. The strength of holy kings could absolutely rival the human race's void mystic powerhouses. The strength of any person among the 3 of them was not beneath Zhao Lingdong. This was also to say that, adding in the Howling Sky Divine Hound, a total of 5 void mystic realm powerhouses were planning on ambush. Plusing Yi Yuan. Except, Zhao Lingdong did not think that his companions had just sneaked into the blood-rain wilderness, and Yi Yuan detected it already. This first level did not pose much of a danger to them. Along the way, their party practically pushed in as far as 100,000 miles with a sweeping attitude. The perception radius of a Dao profound powerhouse was at most just 10,000 miles. But Yi Yuan's perception was actually 10 times as far as ordinary Dao profound powerhouses. This was simply too freakies. Plus, moreover, Zhao Lingdong knew that opening up S.P.A.C. with the spirit horn shattering mirror, the undulations produced was extremely minute. Even within a 20,000 miles radius, ordinary martial artists might not be able to perceive it either. But they were actually unable to hide from Yi Yuan's eyes and ears. Even though it was just an exceedingly subtle whiff, Yi Yuan had indeed detected it. Perhaps with Su they all felt that Yi Yuan was finding trouble. But Zhao Lingdong knew that he was not.